战。
but also harbors
5国已
risks
经
and
同意
challenges.
尽快启动人
Our
工
5
智能
countries have
研究
agreed
组
to
工
launch
作，
the AI study group of BRICS
要充分
Institute
发
of
挥研究
Future
组作
Networks
用，
at an early date.
进一步拓展
We need to
人工
enable
智
the
能
study
合
group
作，
to play its
加
full
强信
role,
息交流
further
和
expand
技术合
cooperation
作
on， AI, and step up
共
information
同做好
exchange
风
and
险
technological
防范，
cooperation. We
推
need to
动建立
jointly
普
fend
遍
off
参与
risks
的
and
国际机
develop
制，
AI governance frameworks, and
形成
standards
具有
with
广泛
broad-based
共识
consensus.
的人工智能治理框架和标准规范，
So as to
不断提升人工
make
智能技
AI
术的
technologies
安全性、
more
可
secure,
靠性、可
reliable,
控性、公平
controllable,
性。
and equitable.
我们要加强人文交流，促
We
进
should
文明
increase
互鉴，
people-to-people exchanges and
文
promote
明多彩多
mutual
姿，
learning between civilizations.
发展道路多
There are
元
many
多样，
civilizations and development
这
paths
是
in
世
the
界
world,
应有的样子
and。this is how the world should be.
人类历史不会终结
Human
于一
history
种文
will not
明。
end with
一种
a
制度。
particular civilization or system.
金砖国家要弘扬海纳百川的精
BRICS
神，
countries need to champion the
倡
spirit
导
of
不同和平共
inclusiveness
处，文
and
明和平
advocate
共处，
peaceful coexistence and
和和
harmony
共生。
between civilizations.
要尊重各国自主选择的
We should
现代化
respect
道路，
all modernization
反
paths
对
that each
意识
country
形态对立
chooses on its own,
制度对
and
抗、
oppose ideological rivalry,
文明冲突。
systemic confrontation, and clash of civilizations.
要用好金砖国家治国理政研讨
We
会、
need to make good use of such
人文
mechanisms
交流论
as
坛
the、BRICS Seminar on Governance,
女性创新
the
大
BRICS
赛等
Forum
机
on
制，
people-to-people and culture exchanges,
深化人文
and the
交流
Women， Innovation
增进
Contest,
民
to
心
deepen
相通。
people-to-people exchanges and strengthen the bond between our
中
peoples.
方提议，
China would like
金
to
砖国家
propose
拓展教育
that
领
BRICS
域合作
countries，expand cooperation on
发挥
education,
好职业教育联
enhance the
盟作
role
用，
of the BRICS Alliance for
探索
vocational
建立
education,
数字教育合作机
explore
制
and，set up a cooperation
打造
mechanism
全
on
方位
digital education,
教育合作格局，
and foster a paradigm of all-round cooperation
同时
on
加
education.
强传统文化交
In
流、
addition, we also need to
促进
strengthen
优秀
exchanges
传
on
统文
traditional
化
cultures,
传承和
and
创新。
promote the renewal of the fine traditional cultures.
我们要坚持公平正义，
We should
完
uphold
善全球
fairness
治理。
and justice and improve global governance.
加强全球治理是国际社会共享发展机遇，
Strengthening global
应
governance
对
is the
全
right
球性
choice
挑战的
if the international
正确
community
选
intends
择
to share development opportunities and tackle
国际
global
规则
challenges.
要依据联合国
The
宪章
international
宗旨和
rules
原则，
must be written and
由大
upheld
家共
jointly
同书写、
by all countries,
共同维护，
based on the purposes and principles
不能
of
谁
the
的胳膊
UN
粗、
Charter,
嗓门大，
rather than
谁就说了算，
dictated by those with the strongest muscles,
更不能
loudest
拉帮
voice.
结派，把自己
Ganging
的
up
家法
to
帮
form
规
exclusive
包
groups
装成
and
国际
packaging
规
their
则。
own rules as international norms are even
金砖
more
国家要
unacceptable.
践行真正的多边主义，
BRICS countries should
坚持
practice
团
true
结
multilateralism,
反对分裂，维护以
stick
联
to
合国为核
solidarity
心的
and oppose
国际
division,
体系，
uphold
支
the
持并
UN
加强
centered
以世贸组
international
织为核
system,
心的多边
support
贸易
and
体制，
strengthen the WTO-centered
反对
multilateral
小
trading
圈子、
system,
小集团
and，reject the attempt to create small circles
要充分
or
发挥
exclusive blocks.
新开发银行的作
We
用，
need to fully leverage the role
推动
of
国
the
际
new
金融货
development
币
bank,
体系改革
push forward reform
提
of
升
the
发展中国
international
家的代表
financial
性
and monetary
和
systems,
发言权。
and increase the representation and voice of developing
我高兴
countries.
地看到，
I am
发
glad to
展中
see
国家参与
the
金砖
growing
合作的
enthusiasm of
热
developing
情高涨。
countries about
很
BRICS,
多发展中国家
about
申请加入
participating in BRICS
金砖
cooperation,
合作机制，
and quite a number of them have applied
我们
to
要
join
用
BRICS
好
cooperation mechanism.
金砖加合作，
We need to make good use
加速
of the BRICS Plus
扩员进
cooperation
程，
format and
让更
accelerate
多
the
国家
BRICS
加
expansion
入
process
到
to
金
bring
砖大
more
家庭，
countries into the BRICS
集
family,
众志，
so as to
汇群力，
pool our strengths, pool
推
our
动
wisdom
全球治理朝着
to
更
make
加
global
公正合理
governance
的
more
方向
just
发展。
and equitable.
各位同事，
Colleagues,
中国古人说
As an ancient Chinese saying goes,
谋度于义者必
designs for
得
justice prevail,
事因于民者
and acts
必
for the
成
benefit of the people succeed.
金砖事业秉持国际
The
道
cause
义
of BRICS champions
造福
international
我国人
justice
民
and benefits the
必
peoples
将
of our five
行稳
continents.
致远
It will grow
为
steady and
促进
strong
世界和平和发展
and make
做出
greater
更
contributions
大的
to
贡献。
world peace and development.
我说完了，谢谢大家。
Thank you.
Excellency,
Excellency,
Rashtrapati Ramaphosa,
President Ramaphosa,
Excellency,
Excellency,
Rashtrapati Lula da Silva,
President Lula da Silva,
Excellency, Rashtrapati Putin,
Excellency, President Putin,
Excellency, Rashtrapati Xi,
Excellency, President Xi,
ladies and gentlemen,
ladies and gentlemen,
15वें ब्रिक्स समिट के भव्य आयोजन
my
और हमारे आतिथ्य सत्कार के लिए
congratulations and thanks
मैं प्रिय
once
मित्र
again
राष्ट्रपति रामाफोसा को
to my dear
एक
friend
बार फिर से
President Ramaphosa
बहुत-बहुत बधाई
for
देता
the
हूं।
wonderful arrangements made for the organization
जोहानिसबर्ग
of the
जैसे खूबसूरत शहर
15th
में
BRICS Summit and
एक
for
बार
his
फिर आना
hospitality. It is a
मेरे
great
और मेरे
pleasure
delegation के लिए
for me.
अत्यंत खुशी का
grande
विषय है।
prazer para mim
इस शहर का भारत के लोगों और भारत के इतिहास से पुराना गहरा संबंध है। यहाँ से कुछ दूर ही टॉल्स्टॉय फार्म है, जिसका निर्माण महात्मा गांधी ने
A short
110 वर्ष
distance
पहले
away from
किया।
here is Tolstoy Farm that
भारत,
Mahatma Gandhi
यूरेशिया
built
और अफ्रीका
110
के
years
महान
ago
विचारों को जोड़कर
by bringing together the great
महात्मा गांधी ने
philosophies of Eurasia
हमारी
and
एकता और
Africa.
आपसी
Mahatma
सौहार्द
Gandhi
की
laid a strong
मजबूत नींव
foundation
रखी थी।
for our unity and mutual
Excellencies,
harmony. Excellencies,
पिछले लगभग 2
the last
दशकों
2 decades
में ब्रिक्स ने
have been
एक बहुत ही
a
लंबी
long and
और शानदार यात्रा
magnificent journey for BRICS.
तय की है। इस यात्रा में
We have
हमने
had
अनेक
many
उपलब्धियां हासिल
achievements
की।
during this journey.
हमारा न्यू
Our
डेवलपमेंट
new
बैंक
development bank
ग्लोबल साउथ के
is
देशों के
playing
विकास में
an important role
महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका
in
निभा
the
रहा है।
development of the countries of the global south.
कंटीजेंसी रिजर्व
Through
अरेंजमेंट्स के
its
माध्यम से
contingency reserve
हमने
arrangement,
फाइनेंशियल
we
सेफ्टी नेट
have
का
created a
निर्माण
financial safety net
ब्रिक्स सैटेलाइट
through initiatives such as
Constellation,
the BRICS satellite constellation,
R&D
the
center,
vaccine R&D
फार्मा
center,
उत्पादों को
mutual
पारंपरिक मान्यता
recognition of pharma
जैसी
products.
पहलों से हम
We are bringing
ब्रिक्स देशों के
about
आम नागरिकों के जीवन में
positive
सकारात्मक
changes
बदलाव
in
ला
the
रहे हैं।
lives of ordinary citizens in
Youth
BRICS
Summit,
countries.
ब्रिक्स गेम्स
Through initiatives such as the
Think
Youth
Tank
Summit,
Council,
BRICS Games,
जैसे
the
initiatives
Think
से हम
Tanks Council,
सभी देशों के
we
बीच
are strengthening
people ties
people
मजबूत
to
कर
people
रहे हैं।
ties between all countries.
ब्रिक्स एजेंडा को नई दिशा देने के
In
लिए
order to give
भारत ने
the BRICS agenda new
Railway Research
direction,
Network,
India has given some
MSME के बीच
suggestions
करीबी सहयोग,
such as the Railway Research
ऑनलाइन
Network,
ब्रिक्स डेटाबेस
the
स्टार्टअप फोरम
online
जैसे
BRICS database,
सुझाव रखे।
close cooperation between MSMEs
मुझे
and a
खुशी है
startup forum.
कि इन
I am
विषयों पर
pleased that
उल्लेखनीय प्रगति हुई।
significant progress has been made in all these
Excellencies,
areas. Excellencies,
हमारे करीबी सहयोग
in
को और
order
व्यापक
to
बनाने
further
के लिए
expand our
मैं
close
कुछ सुझाव
cooperation, I
आपके
would
सामने
like to place
रखना
before
चाहूंगा।
you a few suggestions.
पहला है
The first is
स्पेस के क्षेत्र में सहयोग।
cooperation in the area of space.
ब्रिक्स सैटेलाइट
We
कॉन्स्टेलेशन
have already
पर पहले से
been
काम कर रहे
working
हैं।
on a BRICS satellite
कदम आगे
constellation.
बढ़ाते हुए
Taking a step
हम BRICS
forward,
space
we
exploration
can think about
consortium बनाने पर
creating a BRICS space
विचार कर
exploration
सकते हैं।
consortium.
इसके अंतर्गत
Under this,
हम स्पेस रिसर्च
we can work on areas
monitoring
such as space
जैसे
research
क्षेत्रों में
and weather
ग्लोबल गुड
monitoring
के लिए
for
काम कर
global
सकते
good.
हैं। मेरा दूसरा सुझाव
My
है
second suggestion
शिक्षा
is
स्किल
cooperation
डेवलपमेंट
in the areas
और
of
टेक्नोलॉजी में
education,
सहयोग
skill development and
ब्रिक्स को
technology.
एक फ्यूचर रेडी
In order
ऑर्गेनाइजेशन
to
बनाने
make
के लिए
BRICS a
हमें
future
अपनी
ready
सोसाइटी को
organization,
फ्यूचर रेडी
we must
बनाना
make our societies future ready.
इसमें टेक्नोलॉजी की अहम
Technology
भूमिका रहेगी।
can play an important role
भारत में हमने
in this regard
दूर सुदूर तथा ग्रामीण
in
क्षेत्रों के
order
बच्चों
to provide access
और उनके
to
तक शिक्षा पहुंचाने के
education
लिए
for children
Diksha
living in remote
and
and
digital
rural
infrastructure
areas
for
in
knowledge
India.
sharing platform
We have
बनाया
created
है।
the Diksha platform,
साथ ही
that is digital
स्कूल के
infrastructure
विद्यार्थियों के बीच
for
innovation
knowledge
को बढ़ावा
sharing.
देने के लिए
At the same time,
हमने देश
in
भर में
order to promote innovation
10,000 अटल
among
tinkering
school
lab
children,
बनाए
we
हैं।
have created 10,000
भाषा
Atal
संबंधी
tinkering
बाधाओं को
labs
हटाने के
across
लिए
the country
भारत
in
में
order to remove
AI
language
based
barriers,
language
and
platform
AI-based language
भाषिणी का
platform
इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा
Bhashini
है।
is being used.
वैक्सीनेशन के लिए
The
Co-win
CoWIN
platform
platform
बनाया गया है।
has been made to manage
डिजिटल पब्लिक
vaccinations
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर
through our digital public
यानी इंडिया स्टैक के
infrastructure,
माध्यम
that
से
is the India
पब्लिक
stack.
सर्विस डिलीवरी को
Public service delivery
revolutionize
is
किया जा
being
रहा है।
revolutionized.
विविधता
Diversity
बहुत बड़ी ताकत
is one of India's greatest
भारत में किसी
strengths.
समस्या का हल
The solution
इस विविधता की
to
कसौटी
any
से
problem
निकल कर
found
आता
in
है।
India has withstood the
इसलिए
test of this
ये
diversity, and
विश्व
therefore
के किसी भी
these
कोने में
solutions
आसानी से
can
लागू हो
easily
सकते
be
हैं।
implemented
इस
in
संदर्भ
any
में
part of the world.
भारत में
In
विकसित
this regard,
इन सभी
we
प्लेटफॉर्म्स
will be
को
pleased to share
BRICS
with
partners के
BRICS
साथ
partners
साझा करने
all
में
these
हमें
platforms
खुशी होगी।
developed in India.
मेरा दूसरा सुझाव है
My third
कि
suggestion
एक दूसरे की
is
ताकतों की
that in
पहचान
order
करने के
to
लिए
identify each
हम
other's
मिलकर
strengths,
skill
we can carry out
mapping पर
together
कर सकते हैं।
a skills mapping
इसके माध्यम से
exercise.
हम
Through
विकास
this,
यात्रा में
we can
एक
complement
दूसरे के
each other in
पूरक बन
the
सकते
development journey.
मेरा चौथा
My
सुझाव है
fourth suggestion
बिग कैट्स के संबंध में।
relates to big cats.
ब्रिक्स के पांचों देशों
In
में
all 5 BRICS
बड़ी
countries,
संख्या में
various
विभिन्न
species
प्रजातियों के
of
बिग
big
कैट्स
cats
पाए जाते
can be found in large numbers.
हैं। इंटरनेशनल बिग
Under
कैट
the
अलायंस के अंतर्गत
International Big Cat
हम इनके
Alliance,
संरक्षण के लिए
we can make
साझा प्रयास
joint efforts
कर सकते हैं।
for their protection.
मेरा पांचवा सुझाव
My
है
fifth suggestion
ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन को
relates
लेकर
to traditional
हम
medicine.
सभी देशों में
All our countries
ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन का
have
इकोसिस्टम है।
traditional medicine
क्या हम
ecosystems.
मिलकर
Can we
ट्रेडिशनल
together
मेडिसिन की
create
रिपोजिटरी
a
बना
repository
सकते हैं?
of traditional medicine? Excellencies,
दक्षिण अफ्रीका की अध्यक्षता में
under South Africa's
ग्लोबल साउथ के
presidency,
देशों को ब्रिक्स में
countries of the global
एक
south
महत्व विषय
have been given
दिया गया है।
special importance
हम
in
इसका हृदय से
BRICS.
स्वागत करते
We
हैं।
heartily welcome this.
यह वर्तमान समय की
This
मात्रा
is not just
अपेक्षा ही नहीं
an expectation
बल्कि जरूरत
of
भी
the
है।
present times, but a
भारत ने
necessity as well.
अपनी G20
Under its
अध्यक्षता में
G20
इस
presidency,
विषय को
India has
सर्वोच्च
given
प्राथमिकता
this
दी है।
subject the highest
One
priority.
earth,
Based
one family,
on our
one future.
core value,
इस
one
मूल मंत्र
earth,
पर हम
one family,
सभी
one
देशों के साथ
future,
मिलकर
we are making
बढ़ने का
efforts to move
प्रयास कर
forward
रहे हैं।
together with all
इस
countries.
वर्ष जनवरी में आयोजित
In the Voice
Voice of
of
Global
Global
South
South
Summit
Summit organized in
125
January
देशों ने
earlier
भाग
this
लिया
year,
और अपनी चिंताओं और
125 countries
प्राथमिकताओं को
participated
साझा किया।
and shared their
हमने
concerns
अफ्रीकन यूनियन
and
को
priorities.
G20 की स्थायी
We have
सदस्यता देने
also
का प्रस्ताव भी
proposed permanent
रखा है।
membership for the African
मुझे
Union
विश्वास है
in the
कि सभी
G20.
ब्रिक्स पार्टनर्स
I am confident
G20 में भी
that all
साथ है
BRIC partners
और सभी
are also
हमारे
together
प्रस्ताव का
in the G20
समर्थन करेंगे।
and that all will
इन सभी
support
प्रयासों
our
को ब्रिक्स में भी
proposal,
विशेष स्थान दिए जाने
giving
से
a special
ग्लोबल
place
साउथ के देशों
to
को
all these
उनका
efforts within
आत्मबल
BRICS
और
as well,
बढ़ेगा।
will further boost the
Excellency,
morale of countries of
भारत
the global south.
ब्रिक्स की सदस्यता
Excellencies,
में
India
विस्तार का
fully supports
पूरा समर्थन
the
करता है।
expansion of
और
BRICS
इसमें
membership.
कंसेंसस के
And
साथ
we
आगे बढ़ने
welcome
का
moving
स्वागत
forward
करता है।
on this based on
2016
consensus.
में
In
भारत की अध्यक्षता के
2016,
दौरान
during India's
हमने BRICS को
presidency, we
building
had defined
responsive,
BRICS as a group
inclusive
building responsive,
collective solutions से
inclusive
परिभाषित किया
and
था।
collective solutions.
7 साल बाद
7 years
हम कह
later,
सकते हैं
we can
कि
say
BRICS will be
that BRICS will be
breaking
breaking
barriers,
barriers,
revitalizing economies,
revitalizing economies,
inspiring innovation,
inspiring innovation,
creating opportunities,
creating
and
opportunities,
shaping
and
the future.
shaping the future.
हम सभी ब्रिक्स
Together
पार्टनर के साथ
with
मिलकर
all BRICS
इस नई
partners,
परिभाषा को
we will
सार्थक
continue
करने में
to
सक्रिय
contribute
योगदान
actively
देते रहेंगे।
to make this
बहुत
new
बहुत धन्यवाद।
definition meaningful. Thank you.
Sophie will be the presenter for that interview. So I just wanted to hear who is the camera person assigned I don't know how possible it is to have Cyril because she says it's a more experienced
Bom dia. A presidência tem que ter as mãos. Vamos ver as mãos aqui. Aí. Aqui, presidente. Aqui, presidente. Aqui, presidente.
Thank you.
Aí.
Thank you. Ask you to Mr. President.
Presidente, com as mãos. Com as mãos. A mão.
Yes.
As mãos, presidente. A outra mão, presidente, as duas. Aí.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We may come from different communities, speak different languages, chase different dreams, but we are all connected. Our banknotes and coins celebrate this connection as we bond as families, support our communities, and boost the economy. The South African Reserve Bank has added new designs celebrating our heritage and upgraded the security features. Your trusted rands with the latest designs or the older ones are worth the same. So go on, use both with confidence. Our money, our pride. The SA Reserve Bank, connecting us. To learn more, download the Soft Currency app or visit our website at resbank.co.za.
She is supposed to be in the car with me.
Boyana.
Jay, when we were watching Simunyamara, we were dancing mobile hadurun divaida.
That's old. When men made us feel at home and 50-50 was just a show on TV.
That's because they were scared. Now we're learning lessons from the real bads on the estate and Guyana.
Hotspot Sally sets mum just right for the weekend.
Paying our TV licenses keeps industries alive. Let's stay informed, educated, and entertained.
Telling stories for the now generation. tvlic.co.za.
This month, the SABC brings you the BRICS Conference, a critical meeting of one of the world's most important powerhouse of nations and developing economies. That includes Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. A bloc that's proving to be a key driver for global economic growth, trade, and investment. As South Africa hosts the 15th BRICS Summit, SABC News will be your eyes and ears on the ground, bringing you all the highlights, breaking news, and in-depth analysis. Join us from the 22nd to the 24th of August, live from the Sandton Convention Centre. SABC News, independent, impartial.
Myself will be the presenter for that interview. So I just wanted to hear who is the camera person assigned to. I don't know how possible it is to have Cyril because she says it's a really experienced
We may come from different communities, speak different languages, chase different dreams, but we are all connected. Our banknotes and coins celebrate this connection as we bond as families, support our communities, and boost the economy. The South African Reserve Bank has added new designs celebrating our heritage and upgraded the security features. Your trusted rands with the latest designs or the older ones are worth the same. So go on, use both with confidence. Our money, our pride. The SA Reserve Bank, connecting us. To learn more, download the Soft Currency app or visit our website at resbank.co.za.
Bom dia.
O presidente tem que ter
as mãos.
Tem que ter.
Presidente, as mãos aqui. Aí. Aqui, presidente. Aqui, presidente. Aqui, presidente.
Thank you.
Aí.
Thank you. Ask you to, Mr. President.
Presidente, com as mãos. Com as mãos. A mão.
Yes.
As mãos, presidente.
Yeah.
A outra mão, presidente, as duas. Aí.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jay, when we were watching Simunyamara, we were dancing mobile hadurun divaita.
That's old. When men made us feel at home and 50-50 was just a show on TV.
That's because they were scared. Now we're learning lessons from the real bad bads on the estate and Guyana.
Hotspot Sally says mom just right for the weekend.
Paying our TV licenses keeps industries alive. Let's stay informed, educated, and entertained.
Telling stories for the now generation. TVLIC.co.za.
This month, the SABC brings you the BRICS Conference, a critical meeting of one of the world's most important powerhouse of nations and developing economies. That includes Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. A bloc that's proving to be a key driver for global economic growth, trade, and investment. As South Africa hosts the 15th BRICS Summit, SABC News will be your eyes and ears on the ground, bringing you all the highlights, breaking news, and in-depth analysis. Join us from the 22nd to the 24th of August, live from the Sandton Convention Centre. SABC News, independent, impartial.
to be in the car with my car.
Boyana.
Channel 5, Portuguese, please say something. Channel 4, Mandarin. Perfect. Wait. English, testing, say something. English, testing, say something. English, testing.
English channel testing, channel 1 English channel testing, channel 1 English channel testing, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Perfect. Channel 3 Hindi, say something. Perfect. Russian, testing, say something. Perfect. Let's go back to Portuguese that side.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you so much, Naledi. Yes, we are live from the Sandton Convention Centre, where we are expecting the declaration to be announced by the President of South Africa, of course, which is the Chair of BRICS. And the focal point is going to be around the expansion of BRICS. Another issue is to be the issue around a common currency, the de-dollarization. And yesterday, President of Brazil did touch on the issue around the common currency, because we also need to separate the issue. One is that you are dealing here with the de-dollarization conversation, But separate to the de-dollarization conversation is using a common currency. But the alternative is also using your own sovereign currency to actually do trade. And what we've seen is that some countries have already started with that. Yesterday, President Cyril Ramaphosa speaking about how the financial payment systems of the world are being weaponized and are being used in geopolitics. And we know this is, of course, to reference around the sanctions that have been placed on Russia since the invasion of Russia in Ukraine. There's also a push for the transformation of the global financial systems, the IMF, the World Bank, and so on. But what does that really look like? And is the new development bank from BRICS really the alternative that they have been pushing for? Let's bring into the conversation Mzwandi Lembeche, SABC News' political editor, to speak to us about some of the expectations. And as you just mentioned now as well, Naledi, reflecting on what came out of yesterday's opening remarks. Mzwandi, good morning. Thank you so much for making time for us. Yesterday's opening remarks from the heads of state, the issue around the development new systems, what does that really look like, and also whether it is possible to not weaponize financial payment systems.
Yes, absolutely, Aldrin. So it's a bank that is in existence. So as it continues to grow, how is it restructured to be able to for some of those needs that people tend to complain about? It's already going beyond the member countries, so which does tell you of the ambitions of it going beyond that. But as you have correctly said, so the negotiations are quite wide, or the discussions are quite wide insofar as BRICS and BRICS setup is concerned. I mean, at your introduction, you spoke about the expansion, which we have been speaking about all along. Actually, that's what these leaders, I think all 5 of them will come out there, but of course the chair will be the one who introduces them, because the manner in which they conduct these events, so they do it as a collective, and I see there's some movement happening there. But we'll just hear in a moment what is it that they will do.
Of the things that we will be looking forward to. Let's just quickly show you visuals of the plenary, the media center, where the press briefing will be taking place. It will be, of course, addressed by the president of the country, Cyril Ramaphosa, who is the chairperson of BRICS. As you know, that South Africa is currently chairing BRICS. Another interesting development is, of course, next year, the BRICS summit was supposed to go to Brazil, but instead it will be going to Russia, because Lula da Silva said, hey, listen, I can't host the G20 as well as the BRICS,
and government from
will be taking place next year. So Russia.
The honorable ministers present from BRICS member states, ladies and gentlemen of the media, welcome to this session, the session that will present the Johannesburg Declaration of the 15th BRICS Summit. President Ramaphosa will chair of the summit and of BRICS, will kick off with the opening statements, and thereafter the President will invite his counterparts and colleagues from the BRICS member states to also present their statement. I'd like to now invite President Ramaphosa to kick us off with the media statement. Mr. President.
Thank you, Program Director, Your Excellencies, and various guests who are here with us, members of the media, and leaders of various organizations. It is a pleasure to present to you 2 matters. The first is to inform and advise you that the BRICS leaders in the 15th BRICS Summit have over the past 2 days had occasion to have discussions both in a retreat form as well as in a proper official summit. And in the course of those discussions, have reached a conclusion to adopt the Johannesburg II Declaration as a declaration that encompasses and covers the various issues that the leaders had to decide on. These matters have been in discussion for over a year in various iterations and meetings, being prepared by our Sherpas and ministers in various meetings. And in the end, the declaration has now been adopted as Declaration 2, Johannesburg Declaration 2, and is adopted. And now we come to the media statement, which I will read out, and thereafter each one of the BRICS leaders will make a statement. We have successfully concluded the 15th BRICS Summit yesterday. It is the first BRICS Summit to be hosted in person since COVID-19 pandemic and the subsequent global travel restrictions. Leading up to the summit, there was a wide-ranging BRICS business forum attended by some 1,500 business people from BRICS countries as well as from other countries from around the globe. This business forum was aimed at attracting investment, promoting collaboration, and showcasing opportunities within South Africa, the African continent, and indeed BRICS countries as well. We had an opportunity to receive a report from the President of the New Development Bank, Dilma Rousseff, on the vision and the role of the bank and the role that it intends to play to support infrastructure and sustainable development in Africa and in the global south. We celebrated the 10th anniversary of the establishment of the BRICS Business Council and welcomed their report and the subsequent recommendations that they made to the leaders. We also welcomed the work of the BRICS Women's Business Alliance in their first in-person engagement with the BRICS leaders. We particularly welcomed the participation of youth representatives in the summit. We endorsed our expectations for the BRICS economic partnership to generate tangible benefits for our communities and deliver viable solutions for common challenges faced by the global south. We shared our vision of BRICS as a champion of the needs and concerns of the peoples of the global south. These include the need for beneficial economic growth, sustainable development, and the reform of multilateral systems. We reiterate our commitment to inclusive multilateralism and upholding international law, including the purposes and principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter. We are concerned about ongoing conflicts in many parts of the world. We stress our commitment to the peaceful resolution of differences and disputes through dialogue and inclusive consultation. The summit noted that an unbalanced recovery from the hardships of COVID-19 pandemic is exacerbating inequality across the world. We encourage multilateral financial institutions and international organizations to play a constructive role in building global consensus on economic policies. We have noted that there is global momentum for the use of local currencies, alternative financial arrangements, and alternative payment systems. As BRICS, we are ready to explore opportunities for improving the stability, reliability, and fairness of the global financial architecture. In this regard, BRICS leaders have tasked their finance ministers and central bank governors, as appropriate, to consider the issue of local currencies, payment instruments, and platforms, and to report back to the BRICS leaders by the next summit. This summit reaffirmed the importance of BRICS people-to-people exchanges in enhancing mutual understanding, friendship, and cooperation. The summit appreciates the progress made over the last year in the fields of media, culture, education, sports, arts, youth, civil society, and academic exchanges. We adopted the Johannesburg II Declaration, which reflects key BRICS messages on matters of global economic, financial, and political importance. It demonstrates the shared values and common interests that underlie our mutual beneficial cooperation as the 5 BRICS countries. BRICS itself is a diverse group of nations. It is an equal partnership of countries that have differing views but have a shared vision for a better world. As the 5 BRICS countries, we have reached agreement on the guiding principles, standards, criteria, and procedures of the BRICS expansion process, which has been in discussion for quite a while. We have consensus on the first phase of this expansion process, and other phases will follow. We have decided to invite the Argentine Republic, the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates to become full members of BRICS. The membership will take effect from the 1st of January 2024. We value the interests of other countries in building a partnership with BRICS. We have tasked our foreign ministers to further develop the BRICS partner country model and a list of prospective partner countries and report by the next summit. Today, we will be hosting leaders from Africa and the Global South in the BRICS-Africa outreach and the BRICS Plus dialogue. This is so that we can have an inclusive dialogue on key issues affecting developing economies and identify actions that we can take together towards a more equitable, inclusive, and representative world. May I conclude by thanking the leaders of Brazil, Russia, India, and China together with their delegations, for participating in this most successful 15th BRICS Summit held in Johannesburg, South Africa. Through this summit, BRICS has embarked on a new chapter in its effort to build a world that is fair, a world that is just, a world that is also inclusive and prosperous. I thank you. I'm now going to ask President Lula da Silva, President of Brazil, to be the first to speak, and thereafter I'll ask the others to follow. Thank you very much.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank especially President Ramaphosa and his team for the very warm hosting of the BRICS meeting and for the first face-to-face summit meeting at BRICS. I also would like to congratulate to the team of the foreign affairs ministers for all the extraordinary work that they did to conduct and the production of this declaration that we just signed here. The last time that I participated in a BRICS meeting was in 2010, and I am deeply, very well impressed with the maturity of the BRICS and with the results that we managed to reach. In 2011, South Africa joining the group gave much more representation to the groups, and including one of the regions that grow most in the world. Many said that we were too much different so that we can forge a common view. The experience, nevertheless, demonstrates the contrary. Our diversity strengthens the fight for a new international order that will accommodate pluralism in terms of geography, economy, and politics in the 21st century. In this world of transition, the BRICS offers us a source of creative solutions for the challenges that we face. The relevance of the BRICS is confirmed by the growing interest of other countries demonstrate to join our group. Amongst the many results of the summit meeting of today, I could stress the enhancement of the BRICS, including new members. As President Ramaphosa just said, it's with great pleasure that Brazil gives the welcome to the BRICS, to Saudi Arabia, to Argentina, to the new members, to Egypt, to the United Arab Emirates, to Ethiopia, and to Iran. Now, the GDP of the BRICS is going up to 37% of the world GDP in terms of purchasing power and 46% in terms of the world population. BRICS will continue open to new members, and for that we also approved criteria procedures for future members. We also approved the creation of a group so that we can study the adoption of unit currency as reference for the BRICS. This measure could increase our options for means of payment and reduce our vulnerabilities. I would like to stress the decision that was made to the reform of the global governance, and especially in relationship to the UN Security Council. And last but not the least, I would dedicate a special message to my dear Alberto Fernandes, President of Argentina, great friend of Brazil and of the developing world. We will continue to move forward side by side with our brothers Argentinians in another international forum. We will continue to advocate themes with direct impact of the quality of lives of our peoples, as fighting hunger, poverty, and inequality, and the promotion of sustainable development. We will promote the overcome of all ways of inequality that exists in the world, and that the BRICS will continue to be a driving force of a new international order that will have more fairness and an indispensable player to promote peace, to promote multilateralism, and in the defense of the international order. Thank you very much.
Lula da Silva, for your statement. It now gives me a privilege to ask President Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation, to speak.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, dear friends, dear colleagues, just like other participants of today's event, I would like to thank our South African friends for the efforts they have made during our joint work.
Должен отметить, что, как выяснилось, эта работа была непростой, и президент Рамафоза проявил удивительное дипломатическое искусство при согласовании всех позиций, в том числе касающихся расширения BRICS. Только что бразильский коллега, президент Лула да Сильва, некоторые моменты отметил наиболее важные для всех нас, среди которых я выделил бы, конечно, вопросы расчетной валюты единой. Это сложный вопрос, но так или иначе будем двигаться по решению этих проблем. И второе, это касается организация расчетов между нашими странами в сфере экономической деятельности. Хотел бы поздравить новых наших членов, которые в полноформатном масштабе будут работать в следующем году. И хочу заверить всех коллег, что мы будем продолжать то дело, которое мы сегодня с вами начали по расширению влияния БРИКС в мире. Имею в виду налаживание практической работы с новыми членами организации и с теми, кто будет работать в сфере БРИКС в качестве аутрич с нашими партнерами, которые так или иначе уделяют внимание сотрудничеству с нашей организацией и хотели бы с нами вместе работать. Мы относимся к этому с вниманием и большим уважением и обязательно наладим эту работу. Конечно, в контакте со всеми партнерами будем советоваться, как эту работу организовать, и в ходе этих совместных дискуссий на уровне министров иностранных дел, других ведомств выстроим соответствующий регламент с тем, чтобы роль и значение БРИКС в мире продолжало расти. Большое спасибо.
Thank you, President Putin, for your statement. We now call upon Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India. I asked him this morning whether the lunar module is still firmly on the ground on the moon, and he said yes. So yesterday we congratulated India for landing a lunar model on the moon. So maybe he'll be outlining the scientific aspects of how the lunar model is going to proceed forward. Prime Minister.
Excellencies,
मीडिया के साथियों,
friends from the media,
नमस्कार।
Namaskar.
सबसे पहले मैं
First of all,
राष्ट्रपति
I would like
मेरे
to
मित्र रामाफोसा
commend
जी को
my friend
इस BRICS समिट के
President
सफल
Ramaphosa
आयोजन के लिए
for the successful
बहुत-बहुत
organization of
उनका
this
अभिनंदन
summit.
करता हूं।
I
मुझे
congratulate
खुशी
him
है
for this. I am very
कि
pleased
3 दिन की इस
that
बैठक से
this 3-day meeting
सकारात्मक
has
परिणाम
had many positive
सामने आए हैं।
outcomes.
हमने ब्रिक्स की 15वीं
On
वर्षगांठ
the
पर
15th anniversary
इसका विस्तार
of
करने का
BRICS, we have
महत्वपूर्ण
taken
फैसला
the
लिया है।
important decision to
जैसा मैंने
expand
कल
it.
कहा था,
As I had said yesterday,
भारत ने
India
ब्रिक्स की सदस्यता में विश्वास
has
विस्तार का
always
हमेशा से
fully
पूरी तरह
supported
समर्थन
the
किया है।
expansion of BRICS membership.
भारत का ये मत रहा है
India has always
कि
believed
नए सदस्यों के
that
जुड़ने से
the addition of
BRICS
new members
एक संगठन के रूप में
will
मजबूत
further strengthen
तथा
BRICS as an
हमारे
organization,
सभी साझा
and
प्रयासों
it will give
एक
our
नया
shared
बल
efforts
देने वाला
a new impetus.
इस कदम से
This
विश्व
will
के अनेक
also
देशों का
strengthen
मल्टीपोलर वर्ल्ड
the
में
belief of
विश्वास
many countries in
और
the world
सुदृढ़ होगा।
in a multipolar
मुझे
world
खुशी है
order. I am
कि
pleased
हमारी टीम्स ने
that our
मिलकर
teams have together
एक्सपांशन के
agreed on
Guiding
the guiding
principles,
principles,
standards, criteria और प्रोसीड्यूर पर
and procedures
सहमति बनाई है
for the expansion.
और इनके आधार पर
And on the basis of
आज हम
these,
अर्जेंटीना,
we have agreed
इजिप्ट,
to welcome into
ईरान,
BRICS Argentina,
सऊदी अरब,
Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran,
और यूएई का
Saudi Arabia and the
ब्रिक्स में
UAE.
स्वागत करने के लिए सहमत हुए हैं। सबसे पहले
First of all,
मैं इन देशों के
I would
लीडर्स
like to
और
convey
वहाँ के नागरिकों
my
को
heartfelt congratulations to
बधाई देता
the
हूँ।
leaders and people
मुझे
of
विश्वास
these
है
countries.
कि इन देशों के साथ
I'm
मिलकर
confident that
हम
together
अपने
with
सहयोग
these
को
countries
एक
will
नई
be
गति
able to infuse
और
new
नई ऊर्जा
momentum
देंगे।
and new energy into our
भारत के इन
cooperation.
सभी देशों के साथ
India has had
बहुत ही गहरे संबंध
very
हैं,
deep
बहुत
and
ही
historic
ऐतिहासिक संबंध
relations with all of these
ब्रिक्स
countries.
की मदद से
With the help
हमारे
of BRICS,
द्विपक्षीय सहयोग
new
में
dimensions
नए
will
आयाम
be added to
अवश्य
our
जुड़ेंगे।
bilateral cooperation
जिन
also.
अन्य देशों ने भी
For the other countries
ब्रिक्स से
that
जुड़ने की
have
अभिलाषा
expressed a
व्यक्त की
desire
है,
to join BRICS,
भारत उनको भी
India will
पार्टनर कंट्रीज के रूप में जुड़ने के लिए
towards building
कंसेंसस
a
बनाने में
consensus for
योगदान
them to be a
देगा।
part of BRICS as partner
Friends,
countries. Friends,
ब्रिक्स का विस्तार
the expansion
एवं
and
आधुनिकरण
modernization
इस
of
बात का
BRICS
संदेश है
is a
कि
message
विश्व के सभी
that
इंस्टीट्यूशंस को
all institutions in the
बदलते
world
समय की
need
परिस्थितियों के
to
अनुरूप
mold themselves
ढलना चाहिए।
according to changing times.
ये एक ऐसी पहल है
This is an
जो
initiative
20वीं सदी में
that can be
स्थापित
an example
अन्य ग्लोबल
for
इंस्टीट्यूशंस के रिफॉर्म के लिए
in other
एक
global institutions
मिसाल
that
बन
were
सकता है।
established in the 20th century.
फ्रेंड्स,
Friends,
अभी
just
मेरे मित्र रामाफोसा
as
जी
my
ने
friend President Ramaphosa
भारत के मून
mentioned
मिशन को लेकर के
about the moon mission
ढेरों
of
बधाइयाँ दी
India, there were so many
और मैं
words of
यहाँ
congratulations.
कल से अनुभव कर रहा
And
हूँ
since yesterday,
हर
I
किसी
have
से
been here and
बधाइयाँ मिल
have
रही हैं
received so many
और
words of
दुनिया
congratulations
भर में
from
भी
everybody and all across the world. In fact,
इस सफलता को
this success
एक देश की सीमित सफलता के रूप में नहीं
is not
लेकिन
to be
पूरी
viewed
मानव
as
जाति
the
की एक
success
महत्वपूर्ण
of
सफलता
one
के रूप
single
में
country.
स्वीकार
It is
किया
the
जा रहा है।
success- it
ये
is
हम
being
सभी
accepted
लोगों
as
के
the
लिए
success of
अत्यंत
all
गर्व का विषय है
mankind. It is a
और
matter
भारत
of
के
great
वैज्ञानिकों
pride for
पूरे
us
विश्व की तरफ से
and for
अभिनंदन का
the
अवसर
Indian
है।
scientists. It's a time for appreciation
Friends,
and being commended from all across the
कल
world.
शाम
Friends,
भारत के
last evening,
चंद्रयान ने
India's Chandrayaan
चांद के दक्षिण
successfully
ध्रुव पर
made a soft
सॉफ्ट
landing
लैंडिंग की।
on the south pole of
ये
the
केवल
moon.
भारत के लिए ही नहीं
As I said,
बल्कि
this
पूरे विश्व के
is a
वैज्ञानिक
great
समुदाय के
achievement,
लिए
not only for
एक
India,
बहुत
but
बड़ी
also
उपलब्धि है।
for the scientific community all
और
over the world. And
जिस क्षेत्र में
the area
भारत ने अपना टारगेट तय किया था
which was identified
वहाँ
as
पहले
a target
कभी
by India is an
कोई
area
प्रयास नहीं हुआ है
where no efforts were
और ये
made
प्रयास
for
सफल
landing
हुआ
so
है।
far, and
तो बड़ा
this
difficult
effort
terrain के
has
ऊपर
been successful. In fact, the terrain
विज्ञान हमें
is
पहुंचा पाया है
very difficult, and
ये अपने
science
आप
was
में
able to lead us to
विज्ञान
that
की
terrain.
वैज्ञानिकों
So
की
I
बड़ी
believe
सफलता
that
है।
this is a success
इस
of
ऐतिहासिक
science,
अवसर
the
पर
success of our scientists.
आप सबकी तरफ से
On this very historic
मुझे
occasion, I have
भारत को
received, India
भारत के
has
वैज्ञानिकों
received,
को
Indian
और
scientists
दुनिया की
have received
वैज्ञानिक
and
कम्युनिटी को
the
जो बधाई के
entire
संदेश मिले हैं,
scientific world
मैं सार्वजनिक
of,
रूप से
the entire world
आप सबका
has received
मेरी
congratulatory
तरफ से,
messages and
मेरे
notes.
देशवासियों की
I would
तरफ से
like to thank
और
all
मेरे
of you,
वैज्ञानिकों की
not
तरफ
only
से
from myself,
बहुत
but from
बहुत
all
धन्यवाद
Indians,
करता हूँ.
and
Thank
also
you.
on behalf of the scientists, of my Indian scientists. Thank you very much.
It now gives, thank you very much, Prime Minister Modi. It now gives me the pleasure to ask President Xi Jinping, President of the People's Republic of China, to make his statement.
President Ramaphosa, colleagues, friends from the press, I am pleased to join you here. At the outset, I wish to thank President Ramaphosa and the South African government for the thoughtful arrangements they made for the BRICS summit this year. BRICS countries are all countries with important influence and shoulder important responsibilities for world peace and development. During the summit, we had in-depth exchanges on the current international situation and BRICS cooperation, reached broad consensus, adopted the declaration, and achieved fruitful outcomes. Leaders of the 5 countries unanimously agreed to invite Saudi Arabia, Egypt, the United Arab Emirates, Argentina, Iran, and Ethiopia to the BRICS family as official members. China congratulates these countries and highly appreciates the efforts made by our Chair, South Africa, and President Ramaphosa. This membership expansion is historic. It shows the determination of BRICS countries for unity and cooperation with the broader developing countries. It meets the expectation of the international community and the common interests of emerging market countries and developing countries. The expansion is also a new starting point for BRICS cooperation. It will bring new vigor to the BRICS cooperation mechanism, further strengthen the force for world peace and development. I am confident as long as we work with a common purpose, there's a lot that BRICS cooperation can achieve, and the future will be bright for BRICS countries. Let us work together to write a new chapter of emerging market countries and developing countries working together in unity for development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Xi. Ordinarily, in the acronym of BRICS, after Brazil, Russia, India, and China having spoken, it would now be the opportunity for the President of South Africa, President Ramaphosa, to speak. But he has already spoken. So that brings us to the end of our press statement. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your attendance. We have reached the end. Thank you.
This month, the SABC brings you the BRICS Conference, a critical meeting of one of the world's most important powerhouse of nations and developing economies. That
Chicks is going to tell us who's going in.
If you are not in the car, please go back to your car. If you are not in the car, back to your car. Go to your right. Quickly, go to your right. Go. Follow the cars. Okay, now mango salama. Please make a decision. Who comes to lead the ADC? I want one. So you remember it. Cindy? I'll come and Cindy. And then you can get, let's follow the cars inside. I'll give you medics. You go to office again. Yes, other presidents. I am one of the job
The conference is going on. So far, so good. Yes, President, but let's just keep you my fingers crossed. Because you're welcome to ask me about the thank you.
علي وسبني ولا مكانك اوكي خليك خدت الكاميرا بعدين ما استعملت كاميرتي انا ايه ده ايرور والله بس
This month, the SABC brings you the BRICS Conference, a critical meeting of one of the world's most important powerhouse of nations and developing economies. That includes Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. A bloc that's proving to be a key driver for global economic growth, trade, and investment. As South Africa hosts the 15th BRICS Summit, SABC News will be your eyes and ears on the ground, bringing you all the highlights, breaking news, and in-depth analysis. Join us from the 22nd to the 24th of August, live from the Sandton Convention Centre. SABC News, independent, impartial.
Speaking on many stages, and he does stress the point that AFCFTA needs to go beyond policy and into implementation. Is that shift actually happening? And Patrice, I suppose it's the same thing if you look at Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Are we moving beyond policy to implementation?
Let me tell you, South African companies are the largest trading partners on the African continent, from the continent. We sometimes don't give the CEOs and the companies on the continent the sort of credibility and respect they deserve. They are world class. Many of them are as good as the best in the world. So, and these are some of the things that excited us immensely because, you know, I go to Nigeria, I go to Kenya, I go to Egypt, I go to Algeria, I go to Morocco, I go to Tanzania. I see South African companies there. Of course, I see BRICS companies as well. So I think the key issue is that the governments have to increase their partnerships with the private sector. And these discussions between the governments and the private sectors must increase significantly. And part of the purpose of these discussions is for the private sector to indicate to the governments what sort of impediments, barriers, hurdles are there to the free trade of goods and services on the African continent. But we are immensely optimistic.
We had the entrepreneurial focus today, and of course, center stage, small, medium enterprises. To what extent, as you say, the BRICS Business Council has the power to impact regulation, to impact policy?
Let me give you an example. In 2013, we spoke about visas. If I go to China as a businessman, if I go to Brazil or India or Russia or any other part in the world, on the continent, we have to fast-track the visa process. And we understand that there are legitimate concerns about making sure that governments maintain the sovereign control of who comes in and who comes out. We don't just agree with it, we support that as well. But these are some of the low-hanging fruits. We can immediately give preferential access to businessmen from China, from India, from Brazil, from Russia, from a BRICS perspective. Give them visas, allow them to come in and look at opportunities in South Africa, on the continent. And what we spoke about was the reciprocity. The company one of our companies has invested several $billion in India. And India is an amazing place for business, and so is China, and so is Brazil.
Let's stay with this theme for a moment. Are the policymakers open to the guidance that business is giving them? As you say, the low-hanging fruit is priority visas across the grouping.
I've got no doubt whatsoever that the commitment and the will is there. No doubt. What is required is an extreme sense of urgency to translate that commitment and will into effective, pragmatic policy implementation. And politicians have got all sorts of pressures and demands and expectations. It happens with me as well. My son comes to me and says, yes, when the business people call you, you come, and when I call you, you don't come, you take a long time. I understand that. But the bottom line is the BRICS Business Council is a unique platform, a unique foundation for consistent engagement with the governments, with the heads of state, but more importantly, maybe equally importantly, for consistent engagements amongst the business communities to find out if I'm a Chinese businessman and I want to come and invest in South Africa, what problems are you experiencing? And how can we eliminate or reduce those problems? If I'm a South African businessman and I want to go and open a business in India, what are the hurdles and the impediments? The Business Council, part of the purpose of the Business Council is to identify those impediments and with a sense of urgency, eliminate and remove those impediments.
As we remove the impediments, one of the biggest opportunities has to be market access. When you look at it as an entrepreneur and suddenly opening up the BRICS nations as a market, that has to be groundbreaking.
Yeah, but you see, a market, it's an opportunity until you realize, until you invest, and sometimes your investment takes 5-7 years before you realize value. So, and this is in this instance where the partnerships with the governments, with the heads of state, with the ministers is critically important, because a lot of our investments are long-term investments. And the appropriate policy, legislative, economic, tax, in some cases even judicial dispensation is critically important. So I have no doubt that there is the opportunities in terms of what we can do, the magnitude of how we can grow the trade, investment, and business ties between South Africa, the African continent, and the BRICS countries. The potential is enormous. But again, sense of urgency, sense of immediacy, sense, all of us, with our governments and with our policymakers, we need to translate these good ideas we have, these big plans, into effective legislative or policy instruments that allows for the effective and free flow of goods and services.
One of the criticisms has been that BRICS, the BRICS Forum, the BRICS Business Council, is still at that talk shop level. And many people on the ground, the man on the street, so to say, or the woman on the street, has said, how is this going to help me at the end of the day?
Listen, we don't have time for talk shops. And that's why I seldom go to meetings or to conferences. I mean, I came today because I've got an emotional connection with the BRICS countries. Of course, I've got ties with the rest of the world, but we've got a history as South Africa with many of the BRICS countries which emanates during the years of our fights for democracy. So that history is very, very important. Of course, we've got the similar history with other parts of the world, but we build on those historical support that they've given to initiatives and the struggle towards democracy. And we want that history we use as a basis to build very strong, mutually beneficial business and investment ties. But I need to emphasize economic growth. I need to emphasize that, let me make a bad example. In football, you've got a football team that plays beautiful football, or some people will say beautiful soccer, but they don't score goals. And at the end of every year, they don't win the cup. And we don't remember the beautiful football you played, or neither do we remember the beautiful policies you've got in place. And the same applies with cricket for India. Tendulkar, wonderful. But what makes him great is because he won. So we've got to do the same in the BRICS partnership. This partnership has to translate in accessible, quantifiable investment and trade ties, and it is doing that. It is.
You mentioned football, and in your capacity as President for the Confederation of African
I just want to add that partnership has resulted in benefits, but in relation to where we should be, there's still a long, long way to go.
Sport as a unifier. This must be something very close to your heart, and you've seen it in action. Again, you brought up the football, and as President of the Confederation for African Football, I want you to highlight that opportunity that sport can play as a unifier.
We went as a family into football as part of our philanthropic obligation. I mean, we are made what we are by the people of this country and the people of the continent, and football is one of the areas where we are trying to connect with the youth and say to the youth, because, you've got to be where the youth is to try and engage with them and influence them in directions that you think is appropriate. So the key for us is Africa has got about 400 million young people between the age of 15 and 25. If we don't give a future to those 400 million people, I mean, the number is 300 million currently, and by about 2030, they expect it'll be more than 400 million. If we don't give a future to those young people, all of us don't have a future. So we use all sorts of vehicles and instruments and tools we have to connect with the youth. And football, like music and various other forces or means, is an important tool to engage with the youth and to say to them, go to school, get an education, study maths and science, prepare yourself for the technological jobs of the future. But also importantly, don't do drugs, don't commit crime. And so football plays an important part in bringing people together as well, and uniting people across racial, ethnic, religious, and cultural ties.
You've been present throughout today's sessions. What stood out for you in terms of the conversations? I mean, we've had just transition, obviously the focus on climate change, especially as Brazil moves to hosting COP30. The reality of, as I said, electric vehicles, manufacturing. Agriculture took center stage today. Entrepreneurship, the African Continental Free Trade Area. What stood out in terms of those conversations?
You've got to focus on the detail. You've got to look at the totality of the relationships between South Africa, Africa, and the BRICS countries. And at the heart of which we must identify in which industries, in which sectors, which specific opportunities present or has the greatest magnitude to increase the quantum of trade, and side by side with that, because an increase in trade, an increase in investments results in creating jobs, results in opportunities for further education, results in improving the living conditions of our people. And as I said, that's what should lie at the heart, and that is what indeed lies at the heart of our relationships. But I still think that, let me give you an example. The trade between South Africa and China was about 28 billion in 2013. China is the biggest trading partner of South Africa. And as I said, the trade between the BRICS countries in Africa was 342 billion in 2013. The trade between China and South Africa has increased from 2013 to about, from 28 billion US dollars to about 34 billion US dollars. The issue for me is that the potential is to get it to 40, to get it to 45, to get it to 60. What does it take to get the trade ties to increase significantly? The same applies with South Africa and Brazil, Africa and Brazil. You can say the same thing, South Africa and India, Russia, all of the BRICS countries. But at the heart of the trade also is the mutuality, because I'll go back to China. We used to import more from China than our exports. Over the last few years, our exports to China surpasses what we import from China. Now, we want the relationship, when we benefit, it's not good because we want both parties to benefit. Because if the other party benefits and we don't, it raises questions. The commitment between China and South Africa is immense. It's enormous. The same applies to the commitment between South Africa and India and the rest, all of the BRICS countries, I can say the same. At the heart of that must be the balancing of the trade and investment ties, so that they buy from us as they do, and I know in 2013 China said to us, we want to buy more, we want to buy more. We were not as responsive or as ready as we should have been. But so I just want to conclude that at the heart of these trade relationships is mutual benefit and a balance between what we import from each other and of course from an
Okay.
Continue to survive. So the payment system that we are talking about, you'll be able to deal with issues of payment system. You don't have to rely on the available payment system that's being dictated by those who think that they are shopkeepers of the world.
Tsepo, you want to add on that?
I think the other point we must not forget, there's always an advantage of being the first in the market. And we must not forget that many of the institutions that are very much aligned to the West, I mean to Americans and the Europeans, have been around for quite some times and are quite entrenched in the market. Yes. And they have kind of monopoly over certain transactions and traditions and even certain sectors So it's going to take a long time for the BRICS members to develop such institutions and to have a vast network and institutional memory that these institutions have developed. Of course, you always have to start somewhere when you do things. And also, and I would like to go back to the point of training and development. The BRICS members must actually ensure that they strengthen issue of training, institutional capacity among the BRICS members, and as they do that, then the new institutions will develop and be able to start to dominate a pocket of certain sectors of the economy or even industries and make a dent there. But also, I think Mamsov mentioned the other point of you really need to make sure that you develop systems from within. They also start to strengthen their position as they go and represent many other emerging countries in multilateral organizations, that they start to make sure that their voice as a bloc is more strengthened and they influence from within. And I think that is another thing that they will definitely be doing.
We now have the opportunity to commence with the BRICS-Africa outreach and BRICS Plus dialogue. Would like to thank you all for being here. I will make my opening remarks, and thereafter, in the order of the letters of BRICS, I will allow the other BRICS leaders to speak as well. Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency, President Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of the Comoros and Chair of the African Union, Your Excellencies, leaders of BRICS nations, Excellencies, leaders of Africa and the Global South leaders, leaders of regional institutions, honorable ministers, the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Paul Mashatile. It is a great honor to welcome you all to South Africa for the BRICS outreach and BRICS Plus dialogue. When reflecting on the purpose and the role of BRICS in the world today, we recall the Bandung Conference of 1955, when Asian and African nations demanded a greater voice for the developing countries in world affairs. The conference called for the recognition of the equality of all nations, both large and small. We still share that common vision of a fair and a just world. We still seek to overcome polarity and division. We want a world without barriers between North, South, East, and West. We still seek a world in which we work together, underpinned by mutual respect. Through the 15th BRICS Summit and this dialogue, we should strive to advance the Bandung spirit of unity, friendship, and cooperation. In South Africa, we have a word that we use to describe friendship, cooperation, and we call that Ubuntu. Ubuntu is a practice based on the understanding that our success, our prosperity, and well-being depends on the success, prosperity, and well-being of others. That is why we also use another South African term about our identities, whilst respecting the identities of others. We often say, I am because you are. And that is a recognition, and that is the respect that we want to accord to one another. We see the BRICS partnership as a catalyst for global growth and development and response to the needs of all nations. It is the right of Africa and the entire global South to fully reap the benefits of global trade and investment. Without trade and investment, our economies cannot thrive and our people's material conditions cannot improve. As the African continent, we are determined that the continent's substantial resources are harnessed for the benefit as well as for the development of the people of Africa. The African Continental Free Trade Area, once fully operational, will unlock the benefits of the continental market and generate substantial opportunities for African countries, but also for other countries. To make use of these opportunities, Africa is looking to BRICS partnership to unlock infrastructure and development financing. This was part of the founding vision of the new development bank. This bank is playing a leading role in efforts to increase the resilience of the global South and to bring fairness to the global trading system, the financial system, and to strengthen BRICS currencies. We have to reform global economic, financial, and political, as well as the multilateral trading system, so that we can create a conducive environment for fair trade. While many countries of the global South are seeking significant progress in industrialization, in technological development, in innovation, and the digital economy, they are not fully reaping the economic benefits of their efforts. By working together, by sharing skills and capabilities, by mobilizing resources, we will be able to give renewed impetus to the global growth and sustainable development. We need to move beyond expressions of solidarity towards inclusion, mutually beneficial economic cooperation as well. We trust that this dialogue that is being attended by some 65 countries will provide leadership, vision, and hope as we strive together for a better Africa and for a better world. It is for this reason that I welcome you all warmly, and I welcome you all on behalf of the BRICS leaders who have just issued their declaration, which outlines a number of important aspects. The BRICS leaders have also taken a decision to expand the BRICS membership, and that announcement having been made, we welcome those new members, but at the same time, that is the first phase, and other phases will follow. And we welcome various other countries in the partnership of the BRICS countries. So thank you very much, and thank you for being here. I thank you. Having done that, I now would like to invite President Lula da Silva, the President of the Republic of Brazil, to take the floor.
Obrigado, Presidente Ramaphosa. Obrigado, companheiros presidentes dos países que compõem os BRICS. Gostaria de cumprimentar o presidente Ramaphosa por dedicar este debate à parceria dos BRICS com o Sul Global, em especial com a África. É hora de revitalizar a cooperação entre os países em desenvolvimento. Vemos hoje o surgimento de novos desafios que se somam aos problemas de longa data. Fomos atingidos por uma pandemia, por novos conflitos e por uma grave emergência climática. No momento em que trabalhávamos pela implementação dos objetivos de desenvolvimento sustentável. Quando adotada a Agenda 2030, traçava rota para um futuro melhor. Hoje, metade das metas está atrasada e houve estagnação ou retrocesso em quase um terço das metas. A insegurança alimentar regrediu para os patamares de 2005. A democracia, em vários lugares, se vê ameaçada pelo extremismo ou corroída pela xenofobia. Estamos, mais uma vez na história, sob o risco de uma guerra nuclear. O mundo andou para trás. Muitas das respostas que buscamos para construir um mundo mais equitativo estão na África. A Covid-19 ceifou milhões de vidas, mas apesar dos obstáculos injustificáveis ao acesso a vacinas, a África apresentou taxas de mortalidade muito baixas. Enquanto preocupações de segurança limitam cada vez mais o compartilhamento de tecnologias, a União Africana lança estratégias de transformação digital e centenas de startups e centros de inovação surgem na África. Ao mesmo tempo em que proliferam medidas unilaterais que ameaçam a integridade do regime comercial, o continente africano se transforma na maior área de livre comércio do planeta, com 1 bilhão e 300 milhões de pessoas e um PIB combinado de 3 trilhões e 400 bilhões de dólares. À medida que órgãos multilaterais falham ao responder às ameaças à paz, a União Africana assume crescente protagonismo na resolução de conflitos. De um lado, alianças excludentes renascem e acirram tensões. E de outro, países africanos e latino-americanos se unem para preservar a zona de paz e a cooperação Atlântico-Sul. Mas assim, como em outras regiões na África, também ficam evidentes os grandes constrangimentos impostos a países em desenvolvimento. As promessas da globalização não se cumpriram. Muitas nações se veem hoje tolhidas por dívidas impagáveis. Nos últimos anos, o volume de recursos direcionados a países do Sul Global, via comércio e investimentos, vem diminuindo. A maior parte do mundo em desenvolvimento depende da exportação de commodities, cuja demanda é volátil, e da importação de bens de primeira necessidade, cujos preços dispararam. Ao mesmo tempo, instituições financeiras impõem juros elevados e condicionalidades que estreitam o espaço de atuação do Estado. É impossível promover o desenvolvimento sustentável se o orçamento público é consumido pelo serviço da dívida. O combate à mudança do clima nos oferece a oportunidade de repensar modelos de financiamento, comércio e desenvolvimento. A transição energética não pode reeditar a relação de exploração do passado colonial. Precisamos de soluções que diversifiquem e agreguem valor à produção de países em desenvolvimento. O sinal mais evidente de que o planeta está se tornando um lugar mais desigual é o crescimento da fome e da pobreza. Isso é inaceitável. Apesar da sua magnitude, esses problemas não são tratados com a urgência que merecem. As emissões de 1% mais ricos da população mundial são 100 vezes maiores do que as de 50% mais pobres. Como disse a ambientalista queniana Wangari Maathai, ganhadora do Prêmio Nobel da Paz, abre aspas, gostamos muito de culpar os pobres pela destruição do meio ambiente, mas frequentemente são os poderosos, incluindo os governos, os verdadeiros responsáveis. Fecha aspas. Existem formas sustentáveis de ampliar a produtividade agrícola, gerar renda e oferecer proteção social. Foi isso que discutimos na cúpula da Amazônia em Belém, no começo deste mês, e que queremos discutir com os países das demais bacias tropicais, a do Congo e a do Congo. O Brasil vai assumir a presidência do G20 em dezembro e quer recolocar a redução da desigualdade no centro da agenda internacional. Não podemos fazer isso sem maior representatividade para a África. Por isso, defendemos o ingresso da União Africana como membro do G20. Com minha vinda à África do Sul, eu segurei para Angola e para São Tomé e Príncipe, pretendo inaugurar uma nova agenda de cooperação entre Brasil e África. Vamos retomar nossa vocação universalista e reconstruir nossos vínculos históricos com os países em desenvolvimento. A prosperidade só é plena quando compartilhada. A presença aqui de dezenas de líderes do Sul Global mostra que o mundo é mais complexo do que a mentalidade da Guerra Fria que alguns querem restaurar. Em vez de aderir à lógica da competição que impõe alinhamento automático e fomenta desconfianças, temos de fortalecer nossa colaboração. Um mundo com bem-estar para todos só é possível com uma ordem internacional mais inclusiva e solidária. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, President Lula da Silva. I now want to call upon President Vladimir Putin, the President of the Russian Federation, who will be addressing us via video conference from Moscow.
Уважаемый президент Рамафоза, уважаемые главы государств, коллеги, дорогие друзья, дамы и господа, хотел бы прежде всего поблагодарить Южноафриканское председательство за организацию сегодняшнего столь представительного заседания в формате БРИКС плюс аутрич. Такой формат общения очень важен. Он предоставляет хорошую возможность для предметного обсуждения актуальных вопросов взаимовыгодного сотрудничества с теми странами, которые в значительной степени разделяют подходы пятерки, то есть с нашими единомышленниками. Рад всех вас приветствовать, дорогие друзья. Мы все с вами выступаем за формирование нового многополярного миропорядка. Миропорядка, который был бы подлинно сбалансированным и учитывал суверенные интересы максимально широкого круга государств. Открывал бы возможность для реализации различных моделей развития, помогая сохранять многообразие национальных культур и традиций. Хочу отметить, что БРИКС ни с кем не соревнуется, никому себя не противоставляет. Но очевидно также и то, что у этого объективного процесса создания нового миропорядка, все-таки есть непримиримые противники, стремящиеся этот процесс затормозить, сдержать становление новых самостоятельных центров развития и влияния в мире. Страны так называемого «золотого миллиарда» делают все, чтобы сохранить прежний однополярный мир. Он их устраивает, он выгоден. Они пытаются подменить систему международного права собственным так называемым порядком, основанным на правилах, которых никто не видел. Правила, используемых, прямо надо сказать, в корыстных целях и меняющихся в угоду текущей политической конъюнктуре, когда угодно и как угодно, в соответствии с интересами отдельных стран. По сути, это тот же колониализм, только в новой упаковке. Кстати, и не так уж хорошо выглядит. И современные колонизаторы, прикрываясь благими лозунгами демократии, прав человека, стремятся решать свои проблемы за чужой счет, продолжая беззастенчиво выкачивать ресурсы из развивающихся стран. Кстати говоря, вот сейчас президент Бразилии упомянул о долговом бреме развивающихся. Ну, конечно, с одной стороны выкачиваются ресурсы в огромных количествах, а с другой стороны создается такое взаимоотношение в сфере в сфере кредитов, что выплатить эти кредиты становится практически невозможным. И выглядит это уже не как кредит-обязательство, а как контрибуция. Угроза установления нового миропорядка представляет и навязываемый некоторыми странами радикальный неолиберализм, направленный на уничтожение традиционных ценностей, которые для нас всех важны. Это институт семьи, уважение национальных и религиозных традиций. Конъюнктурным задачам некоторые политики не стесняются оправдывать даже неонацизм, ксенофобию, экстремизм и упустительствуют террористов. Мировое большинство, которому принадлежат присутствующие здесь страны, все больше устает от разного рода давления, всяких манипуляций, но готова к честному, равноправному и взаимоуважительному сотрудничеству. Именно с таких позиций страны БРИКС подходят к развитию многоплановых отношений со всеми представленными здесь и другими заинтересованными государствами, с региональными, даже как и с региональными интеграционными структурами, включая СНГ, Евразес, Шанхайскую организацию сотрудничества, АСЕАН, Общество стран Карибского бассейна, Совет сотрудничества арабских государств Персидского залива. С учетом же того, что в нашей встрече принимает участие, по сути, большинство африканских государств, сегодня внимание БРИКС, естественно, сосредоточено именно на Африке. И мы в России этому только рады, мы считаем, что это очень правильно. Тем более председатель у нас сегодня Южноафриканской республики. Со многими из вас, уважаемые друзья, мы встречались совсем недавно в Петербурге на втором саммите Россия-Африка, где состоялись полезные и конструктивные дискуссии. В Петербурге было подтверждено, что Россию и Африку связывают крепнущие узы дружбы и тесные взаимовыгодные отношения. Основы которых закладывались еще в середине прошлого века в годы борьбы народов африканского континента за свободу. Мы очень ценим, что страны Африки настроены к России в высшей степени дружественно. Со своей стороны, Россия искренне заинтересована в дальнейшем углублении многоплановых связей с африканским континентом. И будем эти связи активно продвигать на деле, реализовывать новые совместные проекты в самых разных областях. Особое внимание наша страна уделяет вопросам, касающимся обеспечения африканских государств и мировых рынков в целом продовольствием и удобрением. Иными словами, используем все имеющиеся у нас возможности для того, чтобы внести свой вклад в глобальные усилия по борьбе с голодом, не допустить продовольственного кризиса. Благо, уже второй год подряд мы, слава богу, собираем рекордный урожай зерна. Кстати говоря, как говорил, в ближайшие месяцы мы в качестве первоочередной гуманитарной помощи выделим 6 странам Африки по 25-50 тысяч тонн зерна и бесплатно его доставим. Мы говорили об этом еще в Петербурге. Сейчас переговоры с нашими друзьями по этим направлениям, по этим странам завершаются. Мы все это делаем, кстати говоря, вопреки препятствиям, которые нам чинят, невзирая на введенные в отношении нашего экспорта незаконные санкции, серьезно усложняющие транспортную логистику, страхование и правовую платежи. И наши африканские друзья могут быть уверены в том, что Россия всегда останется надежным поставщиком сельхозтоваров, продолжит поддерживать наиболее нуждающиеся государства. Соответственно, Россия подходит и к своим обязательствам по экспорту энергоресурсов, который в основном ориентирован на быстро развивающиеся рынки. Российское топливо по конкурентной стоимости позволяет дружественным странам, в том числе африканским, сдерживать рост цен, наращивать промышленное и аграрное производство. Тем самым укрепляется их энергетическая безопасность и экономическая устойчивость. По подсчетам экспертам, к 2050 году население Земли вырастет на 1,7 миллиарда человек, а мировой спрос на энергию на 22%. Прежде всего, в наименее развитых и развивающихся странах. Поэтому совершенно очевидно, что в обозримой перспективе альтернативы углеродному топливу не просматривается. А значит, энергопереход, который, конечно, необходим, но все-таки этот энергопереход к низкоэмиссионной экономике должен быть постепенным, сбалансированным, тщательно выверенным, учитывающим национальные особенности и возможности стран. Кстати говоря, некоторые страны сейчас сталкиваются с теми ошибками, которые они допустили в планировании этого перехода. Проблема только нарастает. Но видим решение этих задач в эффективном использовании всех видов энергоресурсов на основе внедрения новых чистых технологий и не стимулирующих снижение углеродного следа. И, разумеется, мы вместе с партнерами БРИКС выступаем за укрепление равноправного технологического сотрудничества в области применения возобновляемой энергии, так и по другим важным отраслям, включая развитие новых типов атомных реакторов, продвижение водородных технологий и так далее, гидроэнергетики, например. К слову, и на этих направлениях Африка является нашим приоритетным партнером. В настоящее время в различных степенях проработки находятся более 30 перспективных энергетических проектов с российским участием. В 16 государствах мы работаем очень активно. В Египте, например, Росатом ведет строительство атомной электростанции Даба. Общая мощность продвигаемых нами электроэнергетических проектов составляет порядка 3,7 гигаватт. За последние 2 года увеличился в 2,6 раза экспорт в Африку российской сырой нефти, нефтепродуктов, сжиженного природного газа. Приличное увеличение. 2,6 раза. Само собой, все, о чем шла речь, экспорт продовольствия, удобрений, энергоресурсов, других экономических сфер, а также в области культуры, науки, образования, спорта. Все это в полной мере относится не только к Африке, но и к другим регионам. И, конечно, к приглашенным на нашем встрече в формате БРИКС плюс аутрич стран. Со всеми мы будем выстраивать конструктивные взаимовыгодные отношения.
Constructive win-win relations with everyone. We will enhance partnership, and our country has a lot
offer. In this regard, let me note that next year, Russia will assume BRICS chairship, and upon instruction of our colleagues, we will ensure the working conditions and the work with the countries that cooperate with us within the BRICS Plus and BRICS Outreach formats. Dear colleagues, by way of concluding, I'm confident that the current meeting would be very useful. It will help bolster friendly relations between the BRICS 5 countries. Next year, there will be an increasing number of new members. It will help galvanize cooperation on various tracks. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, President Putin. I now want to call upon Honorable Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi, to take the floor.
Excellencies, अफ्रीका की भूमि पर आप सभी मित्रों के बीच उपस्थित होकर मुझे बहुत प्रसन्नता हो रही है। मैं राष्ट्रपति रामाफोसा का हृदय से अभिनंदन
I wholeheartedly thank President Ramaphosa that in the BRICS Outreach Summit, he has given us the opportunity to share views with countries of Africa, Asia, and Latin America. In the last 2 days, in all of our discussions in BRICS, we have laid emphasis on the priorities and concerns of the countries in the Global South. We believe that according special attention to these issues by BRICS is a need of the current times. We have also decided to expand the BRICS Forum. We welcome all the new member countries. This will make global institutions representatives and inclusive, and this is one step towards such efforts of ours. When we use the term Global South, it is not just a new diplomatic term. In our shared history, we have together opposed colonialism and apartheid. It was in this land of Africa that Mahatma Gandhi developed the powerful concepts of non-violence and peaceful resistance, tested them here, and then used them in India's freedom struggle. His thinking and ideas inspired great leaders like Nelson Mandela. Based on this strong history, we have given a new shape to our modern relations. Excellencies, India has accorded high priority to relations with Africa. Along with high-level meetings, we have opened 16 new embassies and high commissions in Africa. Today, India is Africa's 4th largest trade partner and 5th largest investor. Whether it is power projects in Sudan, Burundi, and Rwanda, or sugar plants in Ethiopia and Malawi, whether it is technology parks in Mozambique, Cote d'Ivoire, and Eswatini, or campuses established by Indian universities in Tanzania and Uganda. India has always accorded priority to capacity building and infrastructure development in African countries. Under the Agenda 2063, India is a reliable and close partner in Africa's journey to make Africa a global powerhouse of the future. In order to tackle the digital divide in Africa, we have granted more than 15,000 scholarships in the area of teleeducation and telemedicine. We have constructed defense academies and colleges in Nigeria, Ethiopia, and in Tanzania.
Botswana, Namibia,
We have deployed teams to Botswana, Namibia, Uganda, Lesotho, Zambia, Mauritius, Seychelles, and Tanzania to provide training. Approximately 4,400 Indian peacekeepers, that include women as well, are contributing to restoring peace and stability in Africa. In the fight against terrorism and piracy as well, we are also working together with African countries. During the difficult times caused by the COVID pandemic, we supplied food products and vaccines to several countries. We are now also working together with African countries on joint manufacturing of COVID and other vaccines, whether it is cyclones in Mozambique and Malawi or floods in Madagascar. India has always stood shoulder to shoulder with Africa as a first responder. Excellencies, from Latin America to Central Asia, from West Asia to Southeast Asia, from the Indo-Pacific to the Indo-Atlantic, India sees all countries as one family. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means the whole world is a family, has been for thousands of years the basis of our lifestyle. This is also the theme of our G20 presidency. In order to mainstream the concerns of the global South, we have invited 3 African countries and several developing countries as guest countries to the G20 summit. India has also proposed permanent membership of the African Union to the G20. Excellencies, I believe that BRICS and all the friendly countries present here today can work together to strengthen a multipolar world. In order to make global institutions representative and to keep them relevant, they can help ensure progress in their reforms. Counterterrorism, environment security, climate action, cyber security, food and health security, energy security, building resilient supply chains are matters we all have equal interest in. They represent unlimited opportunities for cooperation. I invite all of you to participate in our international initiatives such as the International Solar Alliance, One Sun, One World, One Grid, the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, One Earth, One Health, the Big Cat Alliance, and the Global Center for Traditional Medicine. I invite all of you to join India's digital public infrastructure stack to benefit from it for your development. Yesterday, we will be very pleased to share with you our experience and capabilities in this area. I am sure that our shared efforts will give us new confidence to address all challenges together. I once again express my gratitude to all of you and in particular to President Ramaphosa for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Modi. It now gives me pleasure to ask President Xi Jinping, President of the People's Republic of China, to take the floor.
尊敬的拉马福萨总统，
Your Excellency President Ramaphosa, dear colleagues,
感谢拉马福萨总统
let me
组织
begin
这次对话
by
会，
thanking President Ramaphosa
很
for
高兴
preparing the dialogues.
同各位
I
嘉
am
宾会
delighted
面，
to join you
共
all
商
in this
全球
discussion
发展大
on
计。
global development.
发展承载着人民对
Embodies
美好
our
生活的
people's
向往，
aspiration for a better life.
是发展中国
It
家
is
的第一要
the
务，
top priority for developing
也
countries
是人类社
and
会
a timeless
永恒主题。
theme for humanity.
今年是
As
联合国
the UN
2030 年
2030 agenda
可持
for
续发展议
sustainable
程的
development
中期评
is
估年。
due for a midterm review this year.
目前，多数
The
可持
delivery
续发
of
展目
most
标
SDGs
落实缓慢，
remains
令
slow.
人担忧。
This is a cause for concern.
全球发展事业
And global
面临
development endeavor
巨大挑战，
faces formidable challenges.
国际社会
The international
要
community
以天下之
must
力为力，
pursue the larger interests
以人
of
民
all
之心
countries,
为心，
respond to people's concerns,
推动发展问
and
题
restore development
重回国际
to
议
the
程的
center
核心，
of the international agenda.
要提高发展
The
中国家
representation and
在
voice of
全
developing
球治理
countries
中的
in
代表
global
性
governance
和
should
发
be
言权，
increased,
支持发展中
and
国家
developing countries
实现
be
更好发展
supported。in realizing better development.
要坚持真正的
It
多
is
边主义，
also important to
构
uphold
建全球
true
发展伙伴
multilateralism,
关系，
forge a global
为共
development
同发
partnership,
展
and
营造
create
安
a
全稳
secure
定的
and stable
国际环境。
international environment for shared development.
各位同事，
Colleagues,
中国始终
over
同
the
发
years,
展中国家
China
同
has
呼吸
stood in
共命
solidarity
运。
with fellow developing
过去
countries
是
through thick and thin.
现在是，
China has been and
将来
will
也
always
永远
remain
是
a member
发展中
of
国家的
developing
一员。
countries.
我提出全球
I
发展
propose
倡
the
议，
global development
就是为
initiative
了让全世
precisely
界
for the purpose
聚焦发
of
展，
calling on the world to
为
stay
落实
focused on
可持续
development
发展议
and
程
lending
提
impetus
供助力。
to the implementation of the 2030
去年
agenda. Last year,
中国举办
China held
首届
the first
全球发
high-level
展
dialogue
高质量
on
对话
global
会，
development,
推出一系
where
列
a host of
发
measures
展合作
for
举措，
development cooperation were
取得
unveiled.
可喜进展。
Encouraging progress has been made since
我
then.
们坚持发展
We
优
have
先
put，development first
加大了
and
资源
allocated
投入。
more resources.
中方已经
China
成
has
立
set up
总额40亿美元的
a
全球
global
发展
development and
和南
South-South
南合作
cooperation
基
fund
金。
with a total funding of 4 billion
中国
US
金融
dollars.
机构
And Chinese
即
financial
将推
institutions
出
will soon set
100
up
亿美
a
元专
special
项资
fund
金，
of 10
专门
billion
用
US
于落
dollars
实
dedicated
全
to
球发展倡议。
implementation of the GDI.
我们坚持行动
We have
导向
taken， results-oriented
深化了务
actions
实合
and
作，
deepened practical cooperation
从
from
亚洲
Asia
到非
to
洲，
Africa,
从太
from
平洋岛
Pacific
国
Island countries
到加勒
to
比
the
海岸
，200
，200多
over
个合作项目
200 cooperation
开
projects
花
have come to fruition,
减贫、
and
教
cooperation
育、
mechanisms are
卫生
growing
等领
in
域合作
areas
机
such
制
as poverty
不断
reduction,
拓展。
education, and health.
我们坚持创新
We
驱动，
have unleashed the power
增
of
强了
innovation
发
and
展
built
动
up
能。
momentum for development.
全球发展倡议
Under the GDI,
聚焦
we
绿色
have
发展、
prioritized green
新型
development,
工业
new
化、
type
数字
industrialization,
经
the
济
digital
等
economy,
重点
and
领
some
域，
other key areas,
推进
and
新
pursued
工业
a
革命
partnership
伙
on
伴
new
关系建
industrial
设，
revolution
助力
to
高
boost
质量的。
high quality development.
我们坚持
We
共
have
克时
tided
艰，
over difficulties
提升
together
了发展韧
and
性、
made development more resilient.
粮食安全
Food and
和
energy
能源安全
security
关乎国
bear
计
on
民
the
生。
economy of a country
我们
and
启
the
动
well-being of its people.
中国
We have launched
联合
a
国粮
China
农组织
FAO
南南合作
South-South
信托基金，
Cooperation Trust Fund,
落实促进
implemented
粮食生
the
产
Food
专
Production
项行动，
Enhancement Action,
向许多国家提
and
供
provided
粮食援
food
助，
assistance to and
分享
shared
农业
agrotech
技术知识。
with many countries.
我们发起
We have also
全球清洁能
a
源
global
合作伙
clean
伴关
energy
系，
cooperation partnership
助力实现
with a view to achieving
能源安全。
energy security.
中国是非洲的可靠朋友
A。friend that Africa can count on.
过去10年，
Over the past decade,
向非洲
China has
提
provided
供大量
a large
发展
amount of
援助，
development assistance to Africa
参与
and
建设
helped build
6000
more
多
than
公里铁路、
6,000 kilometers
6000多
railway,
公里
over
公路、
6,000 kilometers
80
of
多个
highway,
大
and
型
80
电力
plus
设施。
large power facilities on the
下
continent.
阶段，
Going forward,
中国将
China
同非洲
will
国
carry
家
out
开展
more
更多合
cooperation
作，
with African countries
支持
to
非洲
support Africa
增强
in
自主
enhancing
发
its
展
own
能力。
capacity for development.
这包括
Specific measures will be
提
taken,
供
such
卫
as
星测绘
provide satellite
成套
mapping
数据
data
产品，
products,
实施
implementing
智
a
慧海
smart
关
customs
合作伙
cooperation
伴计
partnership,
划，协同
and
联合
launching
国
with
教科
UNESCO
文组织开展
a
全球发展倡议，
GDI
助
for
力非洲
Africa's
未来
future
行动，
action plan
积极支持
to support
非洲实现可持续发展。
sustainable development in Africa.
各位同事，
Colleagues,
激励之所举，则无往不胜也；
victory is ensured when people
众
pool
志
their
之
strength.
所为，
Success is
则
secured
无
when
不成
people
也。
put their heads together.
让我们坚定
Let
信
us
心，
stay committed
众志
and
成城，
united
携
to
手构
build a
建
community
发展
of
共
shared
同体，
development
不让
and
任
make
何一个
sure
国家
that in the process
在世界现代化
global
进程中
modernization,
掉
no
队。
country is left
谢谢大家。
behind. Thank you.
Thank you, President Xi Jinping. We also have the privilege of having the Secretary General of the United Nations, and I now call upon Secretary General Antonio Guterres to address us.
Distinguished heads of state and government, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by thanking President Cyril Ramaphosa. We take great inspiration from the Rainbow Nation's extraordinary path to unity through action and justice. That is what our world needs: unity for action and unity for justice. We are confronting existential challenges. The climate crisis is spiraling out of control. A global cost of living crisis is raging. Poverty, hunger, and inequalities are growing against the objectives of the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. New technologies are raising red flags without a global architecture to deal with them. And geopolitical divides and conflicts are multiplying with profound global implications, especially the impacts from the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Excellencies, we are moving towards a multipolar world, and that is a positive thing. But multipolarity in itself is not enough to guarantee a peaceful or just global community. To be a factor of peace, equity, and justice in international relations, multipolarity must be supported by strong and effective multilateral institutions. Look no further than the situation in Europe at the dawn of the last century. Europe was multipolar, but it lacked strong multilateral mechanisms, and the result was World War I. As the global community moves towards multipolarity, we desperately need, and I have been vigorously advocating for, a strengthened and reformed multilateral architecture based on the UN Charter and international law. Today's global governance structures reflect yesterday's world. They were largely created in the aftermath of World War II, when many African countries were still ruled by colonial powers and were not even at the table. And this is particularly true of the Security Council of the United Nations and the Bretton Woods institutions. For multilateral institutions to remain truly universal, they must reform to reflect today's power and economic realities, and not the power and economic realities of the post-Second World War. In the absence of such reform, fragmentation is inevitable. And we cannot afford a world with a divided global economy and financial system, with diverging strategies on technology, including artificial intelligence, and with conflicting security frameworks. The IMF estimates that such a fracture could cost 7% of global GDP, a cost that would be disproportionately borne by low-income countries, mainly in Africa. And so I've come to Johannesburg with a simple message. In a fracturing world with overwhelming crises, there is simply no alternative to cooperation. We must urgently restore trust and reinvigorate multilateralism for the 21st century. And this requires the courage to compromise in the reforms that are necessary for the common good. And it requires full respect for the UN Charter, international law, universal values, and all human rights, social, cultural, economic, civil, and political. And it requires much greater solidarity. Of course, none of this is easy, but it is essential. And it is essential especially for Africa. The African continent, a historic victim of slavery and colonialism, continues to confront grave injustices. On average, African countries pay 4 times more for borrowing than the United States and 8 times more than the wealthiest European countries. And African countries accounts for just 4% of global greenhouse gas emissions, but it is an epicenter of climate chaos, suffering disproportionately impacts of climate change. And so looking ahead, I saw 2 priorities for action and justice. First, on the economic front, redesigning today's outdated, dysfunctional and unfair global financial architecture is essential, but I know it won't happen overnight. Yet we can and must take practical action now. The Sustainable Development Goals stimulus I have proposed, an effective debt workout mechanism, and other steps necessary to multiply the resources available for developing countries are vital for sustainable development in Africa and to give options to African governments to support the development of their peoples. We must also drastically step up climate action and climate justice. I have put forward the Climate Solidarity Pact, in which developed countries provide financial and technical support to help emerging economies in Africa and beyond to promote an equitable and just transition to renewable energy. And I have presented an acceleration agenda to boost these efforts, with developed countries committing to reach net zero emissions as close as possible to 2040 and developing countries as close as possible to 2050. And developed countries must also finally keep their promises to developing countries by meeting the 100 billion goal, doubling adaptation finance, replenishing the Green Climate Fund, and operationalizing the Loss and Damage Fund this year. And as a matter of justice, Africa must be considered a priority in all these efforts. Excellencies, we will not solve our common challenges in a fragmented way. Together, let us work to advance the power of universal action, the imperative for justice, and the promise of a better future. And I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations. Your Excellencies, there are almost 65 of us, and this forum has been designed so that everyone should be able to make a statement. I will not be making any commentary in between to ensure that we do conserve time. I similarly would like to request that when we speak, we should remind ourselves of the time limit that we have put aside for each one of us to speak. So I do beg for your indulgence in that regard. My next speaker will be His Excellency Azali Osmani, President of the Union of Comoros, but also the Chair of the African Union, President Asunami.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président et chers frères. Monsieur Antonio Guterres, Secrétaire général de l'Organisation des Nations Unies,
representative of the United Nations, dear colleagues, and then head of government, all protocol observed, I greet you in the name of God. It's an honor for me to take part in this gathering and then to bring a contribution of the African Union to this exchange, to this forum. And I'm hoping that this is going to be very fruitful for the countries that we're representing here. So allow me, before I get into the subject, to extend our thanks, our gratitude to President Ramaphosa, to the South African government and the South African people for the warm welcome that was given to us on our arrival in this country. So we're also expressing our gratitude for all the measures that have been taken to facilitate our meetings and then make our stay here in South Africa most enjoyable. The land of Nelson Mandela, our biggest leader, a figure who's making the continent very proud. So, dear delegates, the African Union that I have the honor to come to represent here this year, 2023, so is giving a very important meaning to work with countries in the BRICS. So it's considering that as a very most important opportunity for countries to explore together the areas of cooperation that would be beneficial to all of us. And then for that, to see how the bloc can also expand to other African countries, it's a process that will contribute to multiply benefits associated to this cooperation. So various capacity of BRICS in various sectors, it's a very important benefit that will foster the growth and the development of the African continent. So today, Africa is faced with many challenges, especially to the issue of food security, which is something we cannot accept because our continent, which possess 70% of arable land in the world, is registering a deficit every year in the area of food security, ranging up to $200 billion. So BRICS, with its multiform capacity, can help the Africa to become independent in the area of food security by putting in place new technologies to improve the sector of agriculture. So Africa is also faced with the issue of industrialization because the continent has got enormous reserves of raw material. But unfortunately, they do not have a capacity to exploit and then transform these minerals on our African continent. So the collaboration between BRICS and Africa would allow to develop production units and transformation units in the area of a big program of industrialization that will favor the transition. Finally, on the pharmaceutical sector, BRICS has got a capacity to develop a partnership with Africa in order to promote research in the pharmaceutical area, but as well encourage the increase of pharmaceutical products. The example of vaccines in South Africa, especially during COVID, that has demonstrated that African countries, not only they've got techniques and necessary technologies, but they also have a capacity to contribute to the world effort to improve to take this opportunity to reiterate the availability of the African Union in this partnership between BRICS and the African Union. It's a frank partnership that will last longer and win-win. So, ladies and gentlemen, trade relations between Africa and BRICS are multidimensional. So they are illustrated in many advantages that are linked in the South-South Summit. It's important to underline that BRICS represents one of the major trade partners in our continent, and our economic weight constitutes something major that cannot be compared with something else in the world. So African countries will wish in the area of this partnership and then funding that will be created by BRICS, such as the new development bank, which the objective is to fund a development project while underlining sustainability. At the moment where our continent is trying to go through some reforms in world financial infrastructure, we are urging BRICS to play a role of a pressure group for those reforms and also reform, structural reforms and deeper. The world financial architecture are very important to respond to the needs that are not being taken account into the world architecture. With regard to debt, that is putting African countries in trouble. So the African Union has put in place a working group in order to propose means so that to see how to sort out this debt. So that will be put in place to benefit countries in our continent if those funds became operational. In fact, this would allow African countries to access loans with better conditions of repayment, which will be advantageous for countries that are facing prohibitive cost to the world financial market. Beyond all this, so that is linking the two parties. Our continent is the potential to offer to BRICS benefit of opportunities, especially in the area of geopolitics, economics, security, and cultural sector. It's the case of the free trade the area that are offering to the countries of BRICS a unique opportunities to reinvigorate their efforts to foster trade relations with emerging and developing countries. In this regard, the political commitment of Africa in favor of the free trade, the African trade area, as it was last year, the year 2023, as being the year of the acceleration of the implementation. I'm inviting the BRICS to be more interested in this instrument, given that from the report from the CIA, the investment activities and trade of BRICS, they are going to offer important opportunities for the major agricultural sector that is not being exploited in Africa. Furthermore, the access of Africa in G20 that will offer also an opportunity to Africa, a central platform to amplify its position on world economic issues for a more inclusive multilateralism. It will also constitute an opportunity for the continent to work with BRICS in favor of the advent of a world economic governance that is more fair and just. All the actions that we are undertaking in the favor of BRICS and the development cannot last without peace and stability in the world. So I would also like to draw our attention on the agency so that we can seek together means to try and put an end to conflict in Africa, in particular for all extremism, the change of unconstitutional changes that is compromising the peace and stability and the prosperity of our continent. So we also need to continue to encourage Russia and Ukraine to put an end to war that is opposing them, given that the consequences of this war is not only affecting Europe, but is also affecting the world in general. So, ladies and gentlemen, opportunities given to us today to put together our effort to continue to make this world more just and prosperous by working together in synergy to build a new partnership, frank and then balanced, based on complementarity and not on a form of dependence. And only with that we can constitute a very important force in the world scene, so that we can deal with challenges that our countries are facing, and then to reach a peace, stability, and economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you, President Asunami. I now want to call upon His Excellency President Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of Burundi, and also the Chair of the East African Community. President.
Merci, Excellence.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, President of South Africa. Dear brother, Excellence, Head of State and Government, member and friend of BRICS, Your Excellency, Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of United Nations, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and participants, all protocol observed. Arrend grace, God who has all gathered us in this space in Johannesburg. Allow me to express my deepest gratitude to the government and to the South African people for having invited my government. The theme with the impulsion of Africa at the center of exchange, as well have for the warm welcome to my mem and my delegation. Excellences, ladies and gentlemen, this summit comes at a particular moment. The world is experiencing an economic crisis, geopolitical and security as well. The summit offers an
soutenu par leurs nombreux amis, de réfléchir à une réponse collective face aux défis contemporains
with
réaffirmant
challenges that we are faced with by
de respect et de compréhension mutuelle, d'égalité, de solidarité, d'ouverture et d'inclusion. Contrairement à ce que certains peuvent penser, moi je considère que la coalition des BRICS est une voie d'accélérer les projets concrets et communs et d'élargir le cercle d'amis à des membres. Cette coalition vient pour créer l'ordre dans la diversité afin de faire face aux défis mondiaux de ce moment. Le Burundi souscrit aux principales conclusions et recommandations issues des réunions informelles sectorielles visant la promotion de la coopération sud-sud, le renforcement des partenariats mutuellement bénéfiques avec l'Afrique dans un monde multipolaire et dans le cadre de la zone de libre-échange africaine. L'approfondissement du multilatéralisme progressiste, la stimulation des réformes de la gouvernance et des institutions mondiales. Excellence, Mesdames, Messieurs. Le Burundi a la ferme conviction que son indépendance ne peut être effective sans une réelle indépendance économique. C'est pourquoi, sur base des opportunités que le Burundi offre, nous nous sommes fixés une nouvelle vision, faire du Burundi un pays émergent à l'horizon 2040 et un pays développé à l'horizon 2060. Cette vision repose sur l'engagement de l'État burundais à développer et à diversifier l'économie nationale et à stimuler la production afin d'augmenter considérablement les exportations. Pour y parvenir, le Burundi veut nouer et renforcer des partenariats virtuels et mutuellement bénéfiques avec les membres et amis du BRICS pour améliorer nos performances. Dans le secteur minier, le sous-sol burundais reste inexploité. C'est pourtant l'un des secteurs prometteurs sur lequel le Burundi mise pour réaliser une percée économique. La technologie et l'industrie manufacturière restent les grands défis de mon pays, malgré une main-d'œuvre abondante. Je réitère ma disponibilité du gouvernement du Burundi à coopérer pleinement avec les partenaires sérieux qui souhaitent appuyer les efforts du développement et investir au Burundi. Pour accélérer le développement socio-économique du Burundi, nous espérons une fructueuse collaboration avec la nouvelle banque de développement afin d'accroître la production d'énergie, le développement des infrastructures, l'économie numérique, la gestion et l'exploitation des ressources naturelles. Excellence, Mesdames, Messieurs. Je suis venu participer à ce sommet des BRICS parce que je crois fermement qu'il constitue un tournant dans la marche du monde, un nouveau chapitre dans l'histoire de l'économie mondiale, dans la mesure où il couvrira de nouvelles opportunités basées sur de nouveaux paradigmes. Il y a beaucoup à dire dans d'autres circonstances, mais permettez-moi d'en mentionner à cette heure où des changements significatifs se produisent dans le monde. Mon pays est du côté de ceux qui appellent à des réformes de la gouvernance mondiale, en particulier dans les institutions décisionnelles telles que le Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies. Nous espérons que la voix des membres et amis du BRICS sera enfin entendue. Excellence, Mesdames, Messieurs, en conclusion, mon pays réaffirme son engagement à jouer son rôle dans la construction d'un ordre mondial fondé sur la primauté du droit, un monde pacifique, équitable et prospère. Nous renouvelons également nos vifs remerciements à tous les États membres des BRICS pour l'aimable invitation à participer à ce sommet dont les conclusions seront sans aucun doute bénéfique pour les BRICS et l'Afrique et le monde. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you, President. I now want to call upon His Excellency President Miguel Díaz-Canel, the President of the Republic of Cuba, also Chair of the Group of 77. President Canel.
Su Excelencia Cyril Ramaphosa, Presidente de la República de Sudáfrica, distinguidos jefes de Estado y de Gobierno y demás jefes de delegaciones, estimados participantes. Es un alto honor y un privilegio participar en una cumbre de BRICS, un mecanismo de integración que por su novedad y diversidad abre expectativas y esperanzas en el camino del fortalecimiento del multilateralismo que hoy resulta tan urgente como imprescindible para el destino mismo de la humanidad. Valoramos mucho que esta cita acontezca en tierras africanas, cuna de una parte de nuestros ancestros que alimenta de forma fundamental la esencia misma de la identidad cubana. La satisfacción es aún mayor porque nos trae a Sudáfrica, país al que nos unen históricos lazos de hermandad. Cerca de 400.000 compatriotas contribuyeron a la lucha contra el apartheid en tierras africanas. 2.289 de nuestros combatientes internacionalistas cubanos cayeron heroicamente, escribiendo con su sacrificio una de las páginas más hermosas en la historia de la solidaridad entre los pueblos. Quiero citar y recordar un conocido refrán africano: las huellas de los que caminaron juntos jamás se podrán borrar. En el caso de Sudáfrica y Cuba, esas huellas son tan sólidas e imborrables como la memoria de los líderes históricos de ambas naciones. Jamás podremos olvidar el abrazo de Nelson Mandela y Fidel Castro al encontrarse aquí y exigirse mutuamente el reencuentro, como ocurre entre hermanos muy entrañables. Asisto a este diálogo con la enorme responsabilidad que representa para Cuba presidir el grupo de los 77 y China, la más amplia y diversa agrupación de naciones en desarrollo. Somos 134 países, 2/3 de los miembros de la Organización de Naciones Unidas, donde vive casi el 80% de la población del planeta, enfrentando los desafíos colosales de un mundo cada día más desigual, en el que se han multiplicado la exclusión y la pobreza después de 2 años de pandemia, seguidos de dramáticos conflictos. En los últimos 10 años, las naciones del sur han visto duplicarse su deuda externa, ya pagada con creces. Aumentan las medidas coercitivas unilaterales. Más de 3.000 millones de personas se ven afectadas por la degradación de los ecosistemas. Más de 1 millón de especies de plantas y animales están en peligro de extinción, según se ve en el mensaje del secretario general por el Día Mundial del Medio Ambiente. Si no actuamos de inmediato, legaremos a nuestros hijos y nietos un planeta no solo irreconocible para quienes venimos del siglo anterior, sino tristemente condenado a resultar inhabitable. A 7 años del plazo fijado para el cumplimiento de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible de la Agenda 2030, el panorama es desalentador. La mitad de las 169 metas acordadas están muy lejos de ser cumplidas. Más del 30% de ellas no han experimentado ningún avance, o lo que es peor, muestran retrocesos con respecto a 2015, de acuerdo con el más reciente informe de Naciones Unidas. Los países desarrollados de Occidente y las grandes transnacionales han diseñado un orden internacional que no toma para nada en cuenta el progreso de las naciones del sur y solo resulta eficaz para exiguas minorías. El grupo de los 77, China y los BRICS, tenemos la responsabilidad y la posibilidad de actuar por un cambio de ese injusto orden mundial. No es una opción, es la única alternativa. Hoy nadie puede cuestionar la creciente autoridad de los BRICS. Por eso no dudamos en dar la bienvenida a su eventual ampliación, que contribuiría a reforzar su relevancia y representatividad. Ha sido un reclamo histórico del Grupo de los 77, como lo es también de los BRICS, emprender una transformación real de la arquitectura financiera internacional profundamente injusta, anacrónica y disfuncional. Creemos firmemente que el nuevo Banco de Desarrollo creado por los BRICS puede y debe convertirse en una alternativa frente a las actuales instituciones financieras que han aplicado por casi un siglo recetas draconianas para lucrar con las selvas del sur y reproducir sus esquemas de sometimiento y dominación. Saludamos de manera especial la designación de la querida Dilma Rousseff al frente de esa entidad y la loable iniciativa de los BRICS de crear un mecanismo de reserva de monedas extranjeras de base amplia que garantice certidumbre y estabilidad al sur. Seguramente, la extensión de ese mecanismo a otros países contribuiría a paliar los desequilibrios del sistema monetario actual. El establecimiento de líneas de crédito mutuas en monedas locales por los bancos de los países del BRICS y la posibilidad de crear una moneda única para sus operaciones son también iniciativas que pudieran aplicarse en las relaciones con otros países en desarrollo para reducir el abusivo monopolio de la moneda estadounidense que refuerza y garantiza una hegemonía dañina para el resto del mundo. Los países del BRICS son líderes mundiales en la producción agrícola, concentrando alrededor de un tercio de los alimentos producidos a nivel global. Su acción conjunta con el resto de los países en desarrollo sería un aporte sustancial a la eliminación del hambre que hoy padecen más de 700 millones de personas en el mundo. En materia de cambio climático, enfatizamos en el valor estratégico de la coordinación efectiva entre los BRICS y el Grupo de los 77 para salvaguardar el principio de las responsabilidades comunes, pero diferenciadas en la implementación de la Convención Marco y el Acuerdo de París. En la COP28, que tendrá lugar este año en Dubái, por vez primera se celebrará una cumbre de líderes del Grupo de los 77, convocada por Cuba para reforzar la coordinación estratégica. El desarrollo científico-técnico está monopolizado por un club de países que acaparan la mayoría de las patentes, las tecnologías, los centros de investigación y promueven el drenaje de talento de nuestros países. El G77 y los BRICS deben y pueden hacer más para cambiar esa situación, y en ese espíritu Cuba ha convocado una cumbre de jefes de Estado y gobierno del Grupo de los 77 y China sobre ciencia, tecnología e innovación como premisa para el desarrollo. Tendrá lugar el 15 y el 16 de septiembre próximo en La Habana. Ahí les esperamos. Para avanzar hacia un futuro más justo y sostenible, el momento de la acción colectiva no es mañana, es ahora. Creemos firmemente en el poder de la unidad en la diversidad y en que es la hora de actuar unidos en defensa de históricos reclamos que por no ser atendidos a tiempo han multiplicado los problemas que enfrentan hoy nuestras naciones. Y ya que estamos en la nación del arcoíris, que ha vencido el odio del pasado, integrando su rica diversidad de culturas, idiomas y creencias religiosas, asumamos todos los preceptos de la sabia filosofía humanista africana del Ubuntu, la ética del cuidado del otro, que frente al egoísmo y el individualismo promueve una vida solidaria, fraternal y respetuosa en la que nadie quede atrás. El G77 y los BRICS tenemos la oportunidad de generar una transformación histórica por el bien de las futuras generaciones. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, President Canel. I now have the honor to call upon His Excellency Ismail Omar Guelleh, the President of the Republic of Djibouti and Chair of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD.
Thank you, Chair. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. So, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, Excellencies, heads of states and governments, distinguished guests, leaders and guests. Firstly, I would like to express my appreciations to His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa, and the people of South Africa for their warm welcome and hospitality during our visit to this beautiful country. On behalf of all members of IGAD, as well as myself, I would like to extend my gratitude to you, Mr. Chairman, for inviting me to attend this 15th BRICS Summit held in Africa under African chairmanship with a focus on our continent. The partnerships between BRICS and Africa goes beyond convenience. It is a strategic imperative. Together, we have the power to reshape the landscape, promote inclusive growth, and eradicate poverty. By joining forces, we can create a world where no nation is left behind, where prosperity is shared equally, and where sustainable development becomes reality. Africa possesses resources, and when combined with the technological capabilities and investment potential of BRICS, it opens up unparalleled opportunities for both regions. By allocating resources to infrastructure, energy, agriculture, and manufacturing sectors, we can generate employment opportunities, enhance productivity, and uplift millions from poverty. This is a moment to seize in order to establish connections, promote trade activities, and enable technology transfer that will ensure Africa's emergence as a global economic powerhouse. Djibouti stands as a committed partner and ally to BRICS nations. We are also supporters of the African Union-led efforts toward economic integration through the implementation of the African Comprehensive Free Trade Agreement. It is a step that places Africa in its rightful position within the global order. We appreciate your efforts to advance and strengthen the partnership between BRICS and the continent. In summits, we have already identified key areas of focus that contribute to a mutually beneficial partnership. Your leadership in enhancing the relationship between BRICS and Africa serves as a motivation for us to make substantial contributions towards our shared goals and interests. Dear Chairman, I eagerly commend the BRICS partnership for creating a platform that offers an opportunity to diversify expand the global economic landscape. Undoubtedly, BRICS is a force with politically and economically. It is a success story evident from the growing number of countries aspiring to join this group, as well as the commendable performance of the new Development Bank with its extensive portfolio of projects aimed at maximizing development impact. I am delighted to announce that IGAD fully aligns with and supports the priorities outlined by the BRICS Chair for 2023. Specifically, Africa and IGAD aim to mobilize investment in order to develop infrastructure that connects parts of our continent, thereby boosting intra-African trade growth and value chains. Indeed, IGAD takes pride in being one of the fundamental elements of the African continent free trade area. We wholeheartedly welcome the important role that BRICS can play in supporting our collective endeavors as a continent to drive trade, investment, and infrastructure development within the context of this momentous undertaking. As we all know, it is widely understood that economic plans and agendas often falter without sustained commitment and financial backing. Therefore, we warmly embrace the opportunity to further explore and expand upon some of the ideas and decisions that were discussed during meetings of BRICS-Africa Outreach BRICS Plus Dialogue in 2013 and 2018. We sincerely hope that the establishment will extend its support to Africa's effort in bridging the enormous infrastructure gap across our continent. According to data from the African Development Bank, Africa requires an annual investment of $170 billion for comprehensive infrastructure improvements. The combination of external shocks that have disrupted progress in many countries, along with high borrowing costs and increasing debt service obligations, has made it challenging for our economies to attract new financial resources. Africa, with its resources, youthful population, and untapped potential, has become a symbol of hope and opportunity. It is a continent that has faced challenges but continues to rise with resilience and determination. Today, Africa finds itself at a turning point where it can unleash its potential and make substantial contributions to the global economy. Mr. Chairman, distinguished guests, at the core of the IGAD mandate is the obligation to strengthen multilateralism. Additionally, one of our principles is enhancing women's participation in peace process. Indeed, it is only last week that we launched the IGAD Women, Peace and Security Forum as part of our own unwavering commitment harness the transformative power of women's contributions to peace building and conflict resolution. Finally, we support the call for reforms to the international architecture and address the ossification of inequalities, gaps, and inefficiencies. We need to relentlessly work together to ensure that the new architecture is reset to be relevant to today's global challenge. Let's take advantage of this partnership today to strengthen the ideals and spirit of growth so that we can pave the way for a brighter and more prosperous future for all our people. I thank you.
Thank you, President. I now take this opportunity to ask His Excellency President Joko Widodo, President of the Republic of Indonesia, Chair of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, to take the floor.
Terima kasih Presiden Ramaphosa. Yang mulia, dunia saat ini seakan bergerak tanpa nahkoda seakan bergerak tanpa kompas yang jelas. Perang dan konflik telah menyebabkan tragedi kemanusiaan. Krisis pangan telah mengakibatkan puluhan juta orang jatuh miskin. Belum lagi ancaman perubahan iklim yang mengintai umat manusia. Dari pandemi kita telah diajarkan bahwa krisis global tidak akan bisa selesai kalau kita bekerja sendiri-sendiri atau oleh sekelompok negara saja. Dibutuhkan kolaborasi dan solidaritas bersama untuk mengatasinya. Kehadiran saya hari ini bukan hanya sebagai pemimpin Indonesia, tapi sebagai sesama pemimpin The Global South yang mewakili 85% populasi dunia yang menginginkan win-win formula. Kehadiran saya di sini juga didasari keinginan untuk terus menghidupkan spirit Bandung yang masih sangat relevan sampai saat ini, di mana soliditas, dan kerjasama antar negara berkembang perlu terus diperkuat. Yang mulia, sebelum kita membahas berbagai kerjasama, ada satu hal mendasar yang harus kita sepakati. Semua dari kita harus konsisten menghormati hukum internasional dan hak asasi manusia. Kita semua melihat tatanan ekonomi dunia saat ini sangat tidak adil, gap pembangunan semakin lebar, rakyat miskin dan kelaparan semakin bertambah, dan situasi seperti ini tidak boleh dibiarkan. Negara berkembang harus bersatu untuk memperjuangkan hak-haknya, diskriminasi perdagangan harus kita tolak, hilirisasi industri tidak boleh dihalangi, kita semuanya harus terus menyuarakan kerjasama yang setara dan inklusif. BRICS dapat menjadi bagian terdepan untuk memperjuangkan keadilan pembangunan dan mereformasi tata kelola dunia yang lebih adil. Terima kasih, Ketua.
Thank you, President Widodo. I now call upon Mr. Kasim Jomart Tokayev, President of the Republic of Kazakhstan and the Chair of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO.
Mr. President Cyril Ramaphosa, dear heads of delegations, thank you, Mr. President, for your invitation to this BRICS Plus dialogue. Today's summit can significantly bolster the role of the BRICS and will help tackle a range of urgent global challenges through open dialogue and mutual understanding. This summit takes place against a backdrop of mounting tensions in the international arena, marked by extensive political pressure, confrontation, and widespread use of sanctions. Therefore, as the current chairman of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, I wish to share our vision on the prospects and converging interests of cross-regional collaboration. The SCO's increasing role is widely acknowledged today. It unites rapidly developing economies with enormous human resources, natural assets, and technological potential. Taking this opportunity, I would like to extend my sincere congratulations to Prime Minister Modi of India on the historic landing of the Indian spacecraft near the moon's South Pole. Kazakhstan, as one of founding members of the organization, is determined to leverage its chairmanship to transform the SCO into a more effective organization able to meet the challenges we face. For more than 2 decades, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization has accumulated valuable experience in advancing multilateralism and cooperation at the regional level. Given the interests and priorities shared by the BRICS and the SCO, I propose to combine our efforts in the following key areas. We should seek a suitable formula for peace, stability, and security based on the UN Charter. To this end, at the SCO summit this year, I proposed the initiative on World Unity for Just Peace and Harmony. This initiative aims at making progress on global security and stability, as well as establishing a more rational political and economic international order. The BRICS and BRICS Plus partners could cooperate in advancing this initiative for the common good. Next, we should unite the SCO, BRICS, and BRICS Plus countries' record in the critical digital domain, e-commerce, cybersecurity, and increase information exchange. Kazakhstan will host the Shanghai Organization's Digital Forum next year, and I am pleased to invite the BRICS Plus partners to take an active part in this important event. Kazakhstan calls on all partners to join us in economic trade, transport, and investment projects along the north-south and east-west corridors. The Trans-Caspian International Transport Route, which complements crucial Belt and Road Initiative, offers valuable trade cooperation prospects. This synergy will boost inter-regional trade and unlock the full transit and transportation potential of our respective regions. We all admit that climate change has far-reaching negative effects on the global scale. Over the past few years, the global South and Central Asia have seen an acceleration of severe droughts and other natural disasters. In this context, Kazakhstan has proposed to declare 2024 as the Year of Ecology in the SCO and spearhead efforts in addressing this pressing issue. The SCO Action Plan for the Year of Ecology is a timely initiative that I hope will resonate with the BRICS family. Finally, against this backdrop, food security is gaining a special importance on the global agenda. Today, 3 of the world's 4 major food producers are BRICS members, and the BRICS countries' total agricultural GDP accounts for more than half of the global total. There is a need to enforce adequate measures to reduce food imbalances in our countries. We must depoliticize the global supply of food and fertilizers and exclude them from any sanctions and restrictions. Dear colleagues, under the BRICS and Africa banner of South Africa's presidency, Kazakhstan is willing to strengthen multifaceted cooperation with the BRICS countries and the African Union. Kazakhstan wishes to contribute to fostering the potential of BRICS as its participating state. I strongly believe that we need to accelerate a collective approach towards global security, sustainable development, and inclusiveness. Thank you.
Thank you, President Tokayev. I now call upon His Excellency, President Hakainde Hichilema, the President of the Republic of Zambia, Chair of the Common Market for East and Southern African COMESA.
Thank you very much, President Ramaphosa. Due recognition to you, other BRICS leaders, excellencies, heads of state and government, and all the dignitaries that are here from all our countries that are present or represented, and other organizations, UN, fully recognized. Thank you. First, let me congratulate President Ramaphosa for hosting this BRICS summit and inviting many of us to the summit. Thank you, President Ramaphosa. I also wish to effectively and firmly endorse the importance of this summit in providing us with an enhanced opportunity to work with the BRICS countries to be able to support our developmental agendas in our individual countries, regions, continent of Africa, and elsewhere. Mr. Chairman, we wish to express our appreciation that this forum provides to enhancing our partnership and in fostering development, as I said. And because of the importance of this platform, Mr. Chair, I simply want to express what we believe are critical. As Zambia, COMESA countries, we see this as a rare opportunity to address the challenges we've kept on talking about for a long time and on many platforms. One, that we need to reform the global order, in particular to address the inequities associated with critical ingredients to development, such as capital. The cost of capital is what I'm talking about. Africa, as we have already acknowledged, pays a higher cost of capital than any other on the globe. Certainly, the BRICS platform could and should be used to work through, to expedite the reform processes around this issue, which is inhibiting development, which our young populations much need to create opportunities for education, health, business, work, as it were, and other life-improving activities. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, to address access to technology. Access to technology so we can then engage in the genuine and mutually beneficial partnerships which we keep talking about all the time. Partnership that would deliver value for all our economies, our regions, continent of Africa, as well as obviously contribute positively to global economic success, which is important because global success, Mr. Chairman, it cannot be talked about in isolation. You can't call a global success to be there or delivered when a lot of countries are left behind, yet they're richly endowed with resources. So when we look at these opportunities, we look at the total resource envelopes that we all bring to the table. Capital at a fair price, technology, of course, at a fair price, but also the resource endowments, such as critical minerals, that are important to the industry of the future, EV industry, for example. So one of the things, Mr. Chairman, that we would like as Zambia, as COMESA, Africa, to endorse firmly is that as the BRICS nations look to enhance relationships with us in Africa and elsewhere, Asia, elsewhere, South America, the Global South, if I may say, we need to consciously agree that relationships must be structured in a manner that allows enhancement of domestic economic growth of those that are associated with the BRICS, and also using BRICS, Mr. Chairman, as an opportunity to correct the relationships that were structured wrongly with the old order. That old order, which we are now talking about reforming, we now have an opportunity under the BRICS platform to enter in those relationships in a reformed manner. That, for example, ensures that when we exploit resources, we must invest in value addition in the host countries where those resources are located. It benefits the investors, collective basket of investors. it creates opportunities for our young African population, and invariably, Mr. Chairman, delivers an opportunity to stabilize Africa, political, civil stability, which is important. I want to conclude, in the interest of time, Mr. Chairman, to reiterate the fact that we now have an opportunity, once again, the globe has an opportunity once again with the BRICS platform to work together to realize the enormous opportunities within BRICS, Africa, Asia, South America, Global South, let's call it that, that would deliver mutual benefits for all our individual countries and, of course, the continent. No question about that. Mr. Chairman, all of this should happen in the environment of peace, security, and stability, once more, in our individual countries, regions, Africa, continents, elsewhere, and the global community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President. I now call upon Mr. Musa El-Koni, representing the Arab Maghreb Union. Please take the floor.
شكرا جزيلا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اسمحوا لي في البداية لدي مجموعة من الكلمات من المستشارين المرافقين لي، لكن سأتحدث بقلبي لكم جميعا. سأسترجع الكلمة لأن هذا الحدث هو هام وتنتظره شعوبنا منذ فترة طويلة، كما أشار السيد رئيس إندونيسيا بأن مناطقنا أو عالمنا كان يفتقد إلى القادة، وهذه المجموعة الخمس والتي تمثل القادة الجدد لدولنا عليه. هذه تعتبر منطلق هام جدا ممكن البناء عليه وتخرجنا من الأزمات التي تعانيها دولنا. فتجربة الدول الخمس هامة جدا، لأنها أيضا نهضت من الأزمات التي كنا نحن نعيشها. فكانت أزمة كبيرة تعاني منها جنوب أفريقيا، والصين أيضا فرضت نفسها كأهم اقتصادات العالم بعد عدة إجراءات ونضال كبير خاضته في لرفع معيشة المواطن الصيني. لذا نحن نريد من الدول الخمس أن يساعدوا هذا العالم الشبيه لعالمهم الذي كانوا فيه، بمعنى بالخبرة، بالإدارة، بالإمكانيات. نعم، أفريقيا غنية وهي الأفقر، إذ في أفريقيا يباع الكيلو الكاكاو بدولار، لكي تشتري قطعة من الشوكولاتة ب$15. بمعنى نحن محتاجين إلى الصناعات التحويلية. نحن ليبيا دولة غنية ومنتجة للبترول، ونبيع البترول بأسعار بخسة لنشتريه مصنع بأرقام فلكية أيضا. لذا نحن أحوج ما نكون لأن نغير إدارتنا لمؤسساتنا ولأموالنا. بمعنى ما ينقص ليبيا ليس الأموال، بل تنقصها الإدارة الحكيمة، وأيضا مكافحة الفساد المستشري في معظم دولنا. ولهذا لابد من الاقتداء بالدول الخمس لمعالجة هذا الأمر الهام والمؤثر جدا على عدم نمو دولنا. إن شعوبنا الآن لا تنتظر منا أن نلقي الخطب أو ندغدغ العواطف، بقدر ما تنتظر منا شيء ملموس تراه على الأرض. لذا هذا التجمع الكبير ولقائه اليوم مع مجموعة البريكس يعني أن نحن ندعم هذه المجموعة، بل يستعد الجميع للانضمام عليها، ولا يعني هذا بأي حال من الأحوال استعداء أي طرف كان أو أي طرف خارج هذه المجموعة أو محاولة خلق عداوات مع أطراف الآن قد تتهجم على هذه المجموعة أو ما تحاول القيام به من تنمية وقيادة حكيمة لشعوبها. نحن في ليبيا كما تعلمون صبر الشعب الليبي طويلا ثم انتفض، وكما ترون في دول الساحل أيضا الشعوب تنتفض يوميا، وهناك الكثير من الدول قد يحصل فيها ما حصل في ليبيا أو غيرها. عليه لابد من معالجة هذا الأمر من الأساس، وهو توفير الوظائف. أقول توفير الوظائف، وهذا موجه للدول الأخرى التي يهاجر إليها أبنائنا. نحن لسنا سعداء بأن يموت أبنائنا في الصحاري وفي المناطق التي تشهد اقتتال ويتعرضون للخطر، أو يموتون في البحار أو يتشردون في شوارع أوروبا. نحن نريد منكم أن تساعدونا في إقامة الصناعات الصغرى والمتوسطة والاهتمام بالزراعة والصيد البحري وسواها، فنحن نريد أبنائنا أن يبقوا في أوطاننا. نحن أيضا لا نريد أن يدفع أبناء شعوبنا وخاصة الشعب الإفريقي أو سواه من آسيا أو غيره أو حتى أمريكا اللاتينية أن يتعرضوا للخطر أو يموتوا على حدود الدول الغنية. فيجب أن تكون هذه المجموعة أن تنضم إلى أو تتحدث إلى الدول الكبرى الأخرى بأنها أن تعمل معنا بخطط واضحة وجلية ومفيدة لشعوبنا. وأشكركم شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much. I now call upon His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Farhan bin Abdullah Al Saud to take the floor, representing the League of Arab States and President of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation.
Thank you, Chair. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على خاتم الأنبياء والمرسلين فخامة الرئيس سيريل رامافوزا، أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بداية أود أن أنقل لكم تحيات سيدي خادم الحرمين الشريفين وصاحب السمو الملكي ولي العهد رئيس مجلس الوزراء حفظهم الله، ونعبر عن تقدير المملكة للجهود المبذولة من قبل فخامة الرئيس سيريل رامافوزا لاستضافة وإنجاح هذه القمم، وعلى ما لقيناه من حسن الضيافة وحفاوة الاستقبال. تثمن المملكة الدور الذي تطلع به دول المجموعة في صحة الاقتصاد العالمي من منطلق ما تتمتع به من مقومات استراتيجية، ونتطلع في المملكة لأن تمهد القمم المشتركة لبحث سبل تعزيز التنسيق والتشاور والعلاقات القائمة على الاحترام المتبادل، وكذلك استكشاف فرص تعميق التعاون في كافة المجالات وخاصة الاقتصادية والمالية والاقتصادية. يأتي ذلك في إطار سعي المملكة الدؤوب للتأكيد على أهمية العمل الجماعي وتفعيل أطر التعاون المتعدد الأطراف لتجاوز التحديات المشتركة وتوفير ظروف الأمن والاستقرار الداعمة لمسارات التنمية والتقدم الاقتصادي. ويعد ذلك التوجه رافدا أساسيا لرؤية المملكة الطموحة 2030، وينعكس على حرصها لممارسة مسؤولياتها تجاه استدامة التعاون الدولي والمحافظة على صحة الاقتصاد العالمي من منطلق دورها الفاعل في المنظمات الإقليمية والدولية وانفتاحها نحو التعاون البناء مع الجميع. تمتلك المملكة الإمكانيات التي تجعل اقتصادها واعدا من حيث المساحة والكثافة السكانية والموقع الجغرافي الذي يربط بين 3 قارات، وما تتيح الممرات المائية المحاذية لها من دور في تيسير حركة التجارة العالمية، علاوة على ما تتمتع به من موارد طبيعية ممكنة لمشاريع الطاقة والتعدين والطاقة المجددة والبنية التحتية. إن المملكة تمضي قدما بخطوات واثقة نحو تحقيق الأهداف العالمية للتنمية المستدامة وتعزيز رفاهية الشعوب بامتلاك أدوات فعالة ودور مسؤول في تحقيق استقرار أسواق الطاقة والاستمرار في كونها مصدرا آمنا موثوقا لإمداد الطاقة من جميع المصادر مع تركيز استثماراتها على الطاقة المتجددة. كما وظفت المملكة قدراتها المالية وعضوياتها في المؤسسات المالية الدولية وعملت على بناء صناديق سيادية تحوي استثمارات عالمية ذات كفاءة بما يسهم في زيادة تدفقات الاستثمارات ويعزز التبادل الاقتصادي مع الدول. تتمتع المملكة بصداقة قوية وعلاقات تجارية وشراكات استراتيجية مع كافة دول المجموعة، وتعتز المملكة بكونها أكبر شريك تجاري لمجموعة بريكس بمنطقة الشرق الأوسط، بإجمالي التجارة الثنائية مع دول المجموعة تجاوز 160 مليار دولار في عام 2022، الأمر الذي يعكس علاقة متينة مع المجموعة. ونتطلع إلى تطوير هذا التعاون بما يخلق فرص تنموية واقتصادية جديدة ترتقي بعلاقاتنا نحو الطموح المأمول. إن العلاقة الاستراتيجية المتميزة بين المملكة ودول مجموعة بريكس تعززها أطر المبادئ المشتركة، ومن أبرزها الإيمان الراسخ بمبدأ احترام سيادة الدول واستقلالها وعدم التدخل في شؤونها، والتمسك بمبادئ القانون الدولي وتسوية النزاعات بالطرق السلمية، والحرص على صون السلم والأمن الدولي، واتخاذ أفضل الأطر الدبلوماسية متعددة الأطراف من أجل تحقيق التعاون الأمثل والتنمية المشتركة الفعالة. تتضمن أجندة هذه القمم الواعدة العديد من المقترحات القيمة التي تستهدف التعاون من أجل النمو المتسارع والتنمية المستدامة والتعددية الشاملة، مما يصب في مصلحة شعوبنا. لذا تؤكد المملكة على ضرورة مواجهة التحديات التي تعيق تحقيق التنمية المستدامة وتعطل التعاون الدولي من خلال تضافر الجماعي الفعال والشراكات البناءة لمعالجة التحديات المشتركة مثل الفقر والأمن الغذائي والطاقة والتغيير المناخي وغيرها، مع الأخذ باعتبار بأن الدول النامية تتأثر أكثر من غيرها عندما يتراجع التعاون الدولي ويتصاعد التنافس ويقل الاستقرار. ختاما، نتطلع أن تمهد هذه القمم لشراكة أكثر فاعلية وتنوعا بين دولنا، وأن تسهم جهودنا في توسيع مجالات التعاون بما يعظم مصالحنا المشتركة ويعزز السلم والتعاون الدولي. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness. I now call upon His Excellency Ms. Dilma Rousseff, President of the New Development Bank.
Senhoras e senhores, gostaria de expressar a minha sincera gratidão ao excelentíssimo senhor Cyril Ramaphosa, presidente da África do Sul, anfitrião da cúpula dos BRICS, pelo convite. Quero saudar o excelentíssimo senhor Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, presidente da República Federativa do Brasil. O excelentíssimo senhor Sergei Lavrov, ministro de Estado das Relações Exteriores da Federação Russa, em nome de quem cumprimento o senhor Vladimir Putin, presidente da Federação Russa. O excelentíssimo senhor Narendra Modi, primeiro-ministro da República da Índia, e o senhor Xi Jinping, presidente da República Popular da China. Cumprimento os novos integrantes do Banco NDB, a primeira-ministra da República Popular de Bangladesh, Sua Excelência Sheikha Hasina, o presidente dos Emirados Árabes Unidos, Sua Excelência Bin Zayed Al Nahyan, o primeiro-ministro da República Árabe, Sua Excelência Mustafa Madbouli. Cumprimento também todos os novos integrantes dos países BRICS, a Argentina, a República Árabe do Egito, a Etiópia, a República Islâmica do Irã, a Arábia Saudita e os Emirados Árabes Unidos. Ao saudar Sua Excelência, Sr. Antônio Guterres, secretário-geral da ONU, cumprimento os dignatários e líderes de organizações internacionais, ilustres participantes, funcionários governamentais dos países presentes, representantes de países africanos, acadêmicos, parceiros de desenvolvimento e membros da imprensa e dos meios de comunicação. Senhoras e senhores, os BRICS e o Banco UNDP faz parte da minha história. Quando era presidenta do Brasil, tive a felicidade de sediar a cúpula de Fortaleza em 2014, ocasião em que os líderes dos BRICS deram vida ao NDB, ou o Banco dos BRICS. Agora, como presidenta do NDB, tenho a oportunidade de levar adiante a visão que animou os países fundadores e materializá-la em ações concretas em prol dos BRICS e dos países do Sul Global. E quero falar hoje sobre a estratégica importância para o Sul Global do desenvolvimento do continente africano, que foi ferido ao longo da história pelo colonialismo, pela desenfreada exploração e até pela mais vergonhosa escravidão. A África é de onde viemos, e este século XXI é o resgate definitivo deste continente. Por isso, é um grande prazer, como presidente do NDB, me dirigir ao BRICS-Africa Outreach and BRICS Plus Dialogue. O mundo passa por um momento muito difícil. Vivemos uma crise de múltiplas dimensões. A combinação de grave crise climática, aumento brutal da desigualdade, baixo crescimento, protecionismo com fratura das cadeias globais de valor, conflitos geopolíticos e sanções desenfreadas. Tudo isso levando ao protecionismo e à fragmentação geopolítica. A insegurança e a instabilidade passaram a ser a regra e não a exceção, criando enormes dificuldades, mas também criando um momento de grande oportunidade para o desenvolvimento do Sul Global, se soubermos enfrentar os desafios. Nesse contexto, os BRICS se tornam ainda mais relevantes, uma oportunidade de modificar esse panorama. Os BRICS, os países BRICS, fazem a diferença, representam mais de 46% agora da população mundial e cerca de 35% do PIB. Em termos de paridade de poder de compra, estima-se que as economias do BRICS sejam coletivamente maiores do que a economia agregada dos países do G7. A expansão dos BRICS é uma força do Sul Global que jamais poderá ser ignorada. Nesse sentido, as relações econômicas, sociais e culturais entre os países dos BRICS, o Sul Global e especificamente agora o continente africano, têm uma base histórica profunda. A África, como já disse, é o berço da humanidade e também uma parte fundamental da solução para o nosso futuro. O advento dos BRICS e o crescente aumento do protagonismo da África como ator global suscita a esperança de novas possibilidades ao desenvolvimento do continente e do mundo. Os BRICS e os países africanos compartilham uma visão comum de uma comunidade global, dinâmica, inclusiva e sustentável. A legítima busca dos países africanos por agregar valor às suas riquezas vai gerar a necessária prosperidade. É urgente uma nova arquitetura financeira que canalize os recursos necessários para explorar a infraestrutura física e digital, viabilize a ampliação da educação, apoie o empreendedorismo. O Banco NDB, chamado também Banco dos BRICS, é parte fundamental dessa solução. Nessa empreitada, este grupo constitui um elemento estratégico que pode ampliar os resultados positivos que vêm se produzindo. Nos últimos anos, por exemplo, os BRICS expandiram seu envolvimento econômico na África. Em 2010, a parcela dos BRICS no estoque de investimento estrangeiro direto no continente africano era de 4,9% do total mundial. Em 2021, chegou a 8,8% e deve e pode subir muito mais. Quanto ao comércio internacional, entre 2010 e 2022, a compra e venda de mercadoria entre os países dos BRICS e a África aumentou de 280 bilhões de dólares para 473 bilhões de dólares. Os BRICS são bons parceiros comerciais da África e têm muito espaço e oportunidades para avançar. Sabemos que, apesar desses resultados alcançados, não são poucos os desafios a superar. Um deles está relacionado, como já disse, à expansão dos mecanismos de financiamento, notadamente utilizando as moedas locais e outros instrumentos financeiros que eventualmente possam ser criados, de forma a constituir um novo sistema financeiro mais multilateral e inclusivo. Outro aspecto é permitir cada vez mais que projetos conjuntos entre vários países possam ser realizados, como é o caso dos projetos de infraestrutura de caráter interregional. Aqui, no continente africano, por exemplo, temos o maior potencial hidrelétrico não aproveitado do planeta. Trata-se da bacia hidrográfica do complexo de Inga, que pode garantir energia renovável, contínua, de base segura e módica. Este aproveitamento é 3 vezes o aproveitamento de Itaipu no Brasil e 2 vezes o de Três Gargantas na China, que são os 2 maiores do mundo até agora. Inga é capaz de servir de lastro energético a todo um continente, porque é 2 vezes, como eu disse, Três Gargantas e 3 vezes Itaipu. Vale destacar ainda que o Sul Global precisa buscar agregar valor às suas riquezas e ao seu manancial de sustentabilidade. E, nesse sentido, é hora também de buscarmos uma reindustrialização com novas características. Torna-se evidente a necessidade de estabelecer, portanto, um novo modelo de financiamento que promova esses projetos renováveis, eficientes e que tenham conexão com o desenvolvimento das pessoas e também dos países. Isso permitirá acelerar o rumo da integração regional, além de aprofundar as parcerias do Sul Global. As plataformas multilaterais, como o Banco Asiático de Investimento em Infraestrutura, o Banco Africano de Desenvolvimento, o Banco Islâmico de Desenvolvimento e o NDB, por exemplo, são estratégicas na busca de um reequilíbrio mais justo e inclusivo da ordem financeira internacional. O MDB é o primeiro banco de desenvolvimento criado por e para economias emergentes. As prioridades do NDB estão alinhadas com a Agenda 2063 da União Africana. O NDB apoia projetos que reduzam as desigualdades sociais e de gêneros, garantam acesso ao serviço de saúde, educação e moradia e contribuam para melhorar os padrões de vida das grandes comunidades de pessoas excluídas que ainda existem nos países do Sul Global, na África, na Ásia e na minha América Latina. Mais uma vez, quero dizer, sinto-me profundamente honrada por ser presidenta do novo Banco de Desenvolvimento e por estar aqui na África. Estamos juntos para trabalhar pela redução das desigualdades, a geração de empregos, o crescimento econômico dos países membros. E nós sabemos que desenvolvimento só tem sentido se for sustentável e inclusivo. O NDB tem o potencial de ser um líder no financiamento de projetos que abordem os desafios mais urgentes dos países do Sul Global aqui, hoje, em especial no continente africano. Estou confiante de que juntos podemos realizar esta visão e esta missão. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. We now move forward to a statement by the Vice President of the African Development Bank, Mr. Solomon Kino, who will take the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, leaders of the BRICS nations, Your Excellencies, leaders from across Africa, Your Excellencies, leaders of the Global South, all other dignitaries. I'm here representing President Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank Group, who unfortunately could not attend in person because of extenuating circumstances. So I will therefore read the following statement on his behalf. The theme, BRICS in Africa, Partnership for Mutually Accelerated Growth, Sustainable Development, and Inclusive Multilateralism, could not be more appropriate. In a world that is moving and changing at hyperspeed, growth and development require the proverbial village working in tandem. So within this context, the African Development Bank, in conjunction with several partners, is innovatively addressing Africa's critical development challenges, well articulated in the African Union's Agenda 2063, and also being prioritized within what we call the African Development Bank's strategic high five priorities, which are: one, to light up and empower Africa; to feed Africa; to industrialize Africa, which we have been talking about today significantly; to integrate Africa; and also to improve the quality of life for the people of Africa. To date, more than 350 million Africans have been impacted positively from the Agenda 2063 being implemented through the strategic high five priorities of the African Development Bank. As a continent, we've had to contend with a simultaneous triple C's. That is COVID, conflict, and climate change. Let me talk a little more about climate change. While Africa has contributed the least to greenhouse gas emissions, as the UN Secretary General mentioned, it bears an inordinate burden and amount of devastation from the adverse impacts of ever-increasing climate change. This is one of the reasons that the African Development Bank is scaling up its support in Africa for both climate adaptation and mitigation. For example, we're implementing the $20 billion Desert to Power program that would deliver 10 gigawatts of solar power to over 250 million people across the Sahel. It was also good to hear the president of the new development bank talk about Grand Inga, but there's also Inga 3. Africa has huge hydro potential. Even in Zambia and Zimbabwe, we also have the Batoka projects. These are projects in which the African Development Bank has been leading in the project preparation, and we're very open to partnership with the new development bank, and also we welcome a Global South solution to implementing these projects, in an expeditious manner. But public sector alone is not going to solve the development challenges in Africa. Private sector has a strong role. This is why in 2018, the African Development Bank founded an innovative and highly acclaimed Africa Investment Forum, which to date has mobilized investment interest in excess of $142 billion. We would like to thank His Excellency President Ramaphosa for graciously chairing and hosting the first two forums. I take this opportunity to invite all of you to this year's forum in Morocco on November 8th to 10th. We continue to provide leadership as the African Union's anchor institution on the goal of integrating Africa. We have built several thousands of kilometers of cross-border roads and electricity transmission lines, and are also investing in railways and waterways. Through the African Stock Exchanges Linkages Project, we have connected 8 African stock exchanges with an aggregated market capitalization of $1.3 billion from Johannesburg to Cairo, and we have also supported the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat in its establishment, and also to operationalize the CFTA. For decades, I've remained adamant: no bird can fly with one wing. Likewise, nations and institutions. To address inequitable growth head-on, our Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, popularly called AFAWA, has deployed over $1.1 billion of financing to women-owned businesses, and we have also started rolling out the innovative youth entrepreneurship investment banks to provide opportunities for youth entrepreneurs, given the youth democratic and demographic dividend that we have in Africa. As we scale up our development support efforts, it's important that reforms of the global financial architecture are also implemented, which we've heard from the UN Secretary General and also the President of the new Development Bank. In this regard, the African Development Bank has provided leadership on rechanneling IMF special drawing rights to qualify regional development finance institutions, given our capacity to leverage these instruments 3 to 4 times for the benefit of our regional member countries and private sector. In conclusion, in Africa, the baobab tree is one of the largest trees. To encircle it, it doesn't take one pair of hands, it takes many hands joined together. So as I end, I would like to emphasize the power of partnerships, and we look forward to such with the new Development Bank. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. It is now time for us to have a luncheon where we will listen to Her Excellency, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, and Her Excellency, the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Ms. Sheikh Hasina, and thereafter we will come back and then continue with our speeches in alphabetical order, where the heads of states will take the floor, and thereafter we will take all others who are representing the heads of states from various countries. Let us now take time to go and have lunch, as we will be directed by protocol officers across this side. Thank you very much, and we will do that in 1 hour, and we will be back again. Thank you.
This month, the SABC brings you the BRICS Conference, a critical meeting of one of the world's most important powerhouse of nations and developing economies. That includes Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. A bloc that's proving to be a key driver for global economic growth, trade, and investment. As South Africa hosts the 15th BRICS Summit, SABC News will be your eyes and ears on the ground, bringing you all the highlights, breaking news, and in-depth analysis. Join us from the 22nd to the 24th of August, live from the Sandton Convention Centre. SABC News, independent, impartial.
My brother. Yes. That is
Good morning, sir.
That is first.
Oh, yes. We're enjoying it here.
My brother. Thank you for inviting me. Yesterday.
Your Excellencies, may I now invite you to the meeting. We will start with the meeting because we have been delayed for quite some time. Then we'll have a photo opportunity during the break. We'll have a break. May I invite you to the meeting? Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Zing. Quite a lot has happened thus far. We heard from all the BRICS member states as well as those who were invited guests there and have also spoken extensively. But we're now joined by Dr. Thapelo Tsilapedi, a political analyst from Rose, just to make sense of everything that has been stated this afternoon. Good afternoon, Doctor, and thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, and good afternoon to all your viewers.
No, it's a pleasure to have you with us. Perhaps to start with just the expansion, 6 new countries, your take on that?
Look, I think it's interesting. Obviously, there was a lot more countries that I had applied to be part of the BRICS. I think it was important, obviously, not to invite all of them. It makes sense. BRICS is not obviously the United Nations, but quite clearly BRICS is bigger than a G7 in that sense. So I think it's good. I think there was a clear and thought out process with this expansion. But I think as time goes on, we'll have a clearer picture as to why these countries were included.
Let's perhaps be more granular and look at Saudi Arabia. Yeah. It's one of the world's leading oil producers. It also happens to be the BRICS bloc's largest trading partner in the Middle East. What do you think specifically of its inclusion?
Look, I think let's sort of anchor the discussion on the history, right? The basis of BRICS has been to ensure that there are players who are part of BRICS that exercise influence in their respective areas or respective regions. And I think Saudi is a Middle Eastern power that's able to exercise that influence in that region. The same goes for South Africa, the same goes for Brazil. So I think to that extent, to get Saudi Arabia was a strategic move. Obviously, we'll see then how they manage the issue of the petrodollar, the discussions around ending that, and perhaps giving leeway to other countries' currencies to be able to buy oil. So I think there's going to be a lot more that we're going to see that moving forward.
And then from a political lens, what is your take? Because if we look at Saudi Arabia, of late it's been a country that has sought to be independent of any American interests. One example being what we saw when they cut the oil production just when Joe Biden's administration had thought they had secured an increase. And then another example being them now restoring diplomatic ties with Iran, a US-sanctioned Iran.
Yeah.
What are we to make of that nexus?
Look, I think when China interacts with a number of countries, it's coming with a value proposition. And I think that value proposition is around development. And I think a driver of that has been, how do we get these business arrangements that benefits us from in them able to drive development in their respective countries. And I think given that discussion, there must have been a lot of horse trading or sort of negotiations behind the scenes before this announcement took place. Because then, like I said, how do you then deal with this issue of the petrodollar, at least with regard to the Saudi Arabia and the United States? But I think China does come with a value proposition, especially looking at the Belt and Road Initiative that it has. And
it was China that brokered the peace deal as well between
certainly.
Iran and Saudi Arabia.
Certainly.
And then Iran right now is actually giving China oil at very discounted prices.
Yes. You'll remember that China, I think one of the lessons that it's learned is that for you to develop, you can't only just look at internal mechanisms, your labor. You have to be able to relate with other countries. You have to open up your markets. And I think there's that understanding in the Middle East. Precisely this is why you have the peace agreement between Iran and Saudi Arabia, because they understand that you can't move without one another. And I think China is what is bringing that on board to them.
It's honestly just so beautiful to analyze that clearly there was a lot of thought into this, in as much as many were thinking, is there a criterion?
Yeah.
We clearly are seeing here that there is some sort of a link.
Yeah.
Now, with Iran itself, if we look at everything that's been happening now with its economy, particularly with these sanctions, one would wonder that what is it that it would benefit from this particularly, or what BRICS bloc would benefit from in Iran currently?
Look, you have to obviously understand that Iran is sort of outside of the constellation of Euro-American power or Western power. And so in a sense, also BRICS, particularly with Russia and China, also operate outside of the Atlantic power. So there's a need, of course, to be able to make sure that these countries still develop even with all of these sanctions. I think Iran for quite a number of times has been circumventing the sanctions that has been imposed by the United States and broadly West. And I think it's an important player as well in the region. As to how then vis-a-vis the relationship with Israel, that's going to be interesting moving forward as well.
You know what, we actually do understand that there's a photo opportunity currently underway. I hope we can get you those visuals. Thapelo, please do just stand by for us as we just take you to that photo opportunity where all the leaders have gathered there. All right, we can actually see them there just making their way to the stage, and hopefully a number of our journalists will be able to capture that moment. All right, we'll await our journalists to capture that moment. Dr. Thapelo, as we're... Diversification, one would think, at the heart of it, that they've essentially been predominantly an economy that's driven by oil. Is there that potential now within the bloc? Diversification plans?
No, I think there are huge opportunities for them. Like I said, I think one of the drivers of change within the BRICS are businesses. And how do you then, instead of competing with one another within the BRICS bloc, how do you bring compatibility in the sense that, yes, okay, Saudi does bring oil. I think in China it's a manufacturing power. So from a manufacturing point of view, what does that bring? What does South Africa bring? So how do you then leverage or harness the powers of each country within BRICS to make sure that you bring development in the respective areas to business? So I think there's a lot of opportunities for it to move beyond the sort of resource of oil, and I think that's the same for all other countries within BRICS.
And then we move it to Africa, Egypt, the second largest economy. The inclusion there, what do you make of it?
Look, I think Egypt is going through its own problems. I think quite recently they had talked about potentially defaulting on some of the payments or debts.
Yes.
So it's quite interesting to see that inclusion. But I mean, this is the same as well for Argentina, given it's also debt restructuring and the problems
And
there.
one would have thought that President Lula would have pushed for an Argentina, which is dealing with a serious debt burden.
Yes. But look, I think I think given the optics, it may look like President Cyril Ramaphosa was able to push the African agenda, of course, with the inclusion of 2 countries into BRICS. I think benefit within the BRICS bloc. I think so to that extent he sort of held true on that promise. So that I think that's quite important. Egypt is a big player in the region in North Africa. You can't avoid them. But I think, of course, they also have their own relationship with Euro-American power that I think needs to be engaged.
I'm glad that you mentioned that because they seem to be a friend of both the East and the West. And we do know that currently Russia is building their biggest new nuclear plant, actually the first one in Egypt. So a country such as Egypt, which would be seen as having been recipients of great American aid, quite a significant amount, also having great relations with the East. It's a very balanced.
Mic test, mic check, then put volume.
Address some of the challenges in a particular country, and I think that's quite important. And I think that has been the basis of non-alignment. And I think for me, this is the practical expression of that. And like I said, I think whether Russia or whether China, there is value proposition for Egypt, South Africa, and Argentina to form part of the BRICS bloc, at least for the two, with Argentina and Egypt to form part of the BRICS bloc. But I said, I think there has to be a careful managing of all of these relationships in such a manner that it does not obviously create a situation where the West thinks of itself as being isolated now that Egypt is forming part of the BRICS alliance. I don't think that's the case. I think for me what's important with this BRICS development is that they've foregrounded the issue of development as a way to leverage political stability, not only in this continent, but also in the Middle East. So that's quite important, I think, when we look at this expansion debate.
All right, and then just Ethiopia in closing, your take of that?
Look, I think Ethiopia is quite interesting. You know, I was initially surprised given the that it's not quite a strong economy as such. But I think BRICS
and quite a bit of instability in Ethiopia.
Sorry?
And quite a bit of instability
yes,
at some point. The Tigray issue was then settled, but then there's now been instability again.
Look, it's one of the world's biggest humanitarian crises right now, I think, and there needs to be a wrestling with political stability in the area. But also it does give BRICS access to the Horn of Africa. I think roughly between 20 to 30% of world trade happens in that area, especially because it integrates 3 continents in that sense, or 2 continents in that sense. So it's quite an important trading route. And I think with BRICS getting involved there, and I think that basically saying that, look, there has to be development here to secure political stability. So that's important. But if you may permit me, what's important is that it must not, of course, BRICS position itself as a counter to Euro-American. That's not the case, given the many military bases of foreign powers in that area. So I think how they navigate that complexity of relationships would be key in moving forward for BRICS.
Doctor, thank you much for your insights this afternoon. That's Dr. Cyril Ramaphosa speaking to us. He's a political analyst from Rhodes. It's back to you in studio in Zinga.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Program Director, Your Excellency. And various guests who are here with us, members of the media, and leaders of various organizations. It is a pleasure to present to you 2 matters. The first is to inform and advise you that the BRICS leaders in the 15th BRICS Summit have over the past 2 days had occasion to have discussions both in a retreat form as well as in a proper official summit. And in the course of those discussions, have reached a conclusion to adopt the Johannesburg II Declaration as a declaration that encompasses and covers the various issues that the leaders had to decide on. These matters have been in discussion for over a year in various iterations and meetings, being prepared by our Sherpas and ministers in various meetings, and in the end, a declaration has now been adopted as Declaration 2, Johannesburg Declaration 2, as adopted. And now we come to the media statement, which I will read out, and thereafter each one of the BRICS leaders will make a statement. We have successfully concluded the 15th BRICS Summit yesterday. It is the first BRICS Summit to be hosted in person since COVID-19 pandemic and the subsequent global travel restrictions. Leading up to the summit, there was a wide-ranging BRICS business forum attended by some 1,500 business people from BRICS countries as well as from other countries from around the globe. This business forum was aimed at attracting investment, promoting collaboration, and showcasing opportunities within South Africa, the African continent, and indeed BRICS countries as well. We had an opportunity to receive a report from the President of the New Development Bank, Dilma Rousseff, on the vision and the role of the bank and the role that it intends to play to support infrastructure and sustainable development in Africa and in the global south. We celebrated the 10th anniversary of the establishment of the BRICS Business Council and welcomed their report and the subsequent recommendations that they made to the leaders. We also welcomed the work of the BRICS Women's Business Alliance in their first in-person engagement with the BRICS leaders. We particularly welcomed the participation of youth representatives in the summit. We endorsed our expectations for the BRICS economic partnership to generate tangible benefits for our communities and deliver viable solutions for common challenges faced by the global south. We shared our vision of BRICS as a champion of the needs and concerns of the peoples of the global south. These include the need for beneficial economic growth, sustainable development, and the reform of multilateral systems. We reiterate our commitment to inclusive multilateralism and upholding international law, including the purposes and principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter. We are concerned about ongoing conflicts in many parts of the world. We stress our commitment to the peaceful resolution of differences and disputes through dialogue and inclusive consultation. The summit noted that an unbalanced recovery from the hardships of COVID-19 pandemic is exacerbating inequality across the world. We encourage multilateral financial institutions and international organizations to play a constructive role in building global consensus on economic policies. We have noted that there is global momentum for the use of local currencies, alternative financial arrangements, and alternative payment systems. As BRICS, we are ready to explore opportunities for improving the stability, reliability, and fairness of the global financial architecture. In this regard, BRICS leaders have tasked their finance ministers and central bank governors, as appropriate, to consider the issue of local currencies, payment instruments, and platforms, and to report back to the BRICS leaders by the next summit. This summit reaffirmed the importance of BRICS people-to-people exchanges in enhancing mutual understanding, friendship, and cooperation. The summit appreciates the progress made over the last year in the fields of media, culture, education, sports, arts, youth, civil society, and academic exchanges. We adopted the Johannesburg II Declaration, which reflects key BRICS messages on matters of global economic, financial, and political importance. It demonstrates the shared values and common interests that underlie our mutual beneficial cooperation as the 5 BRICS countries. BRICS itself is a diverse group of nations. It is an equal partnership of countries that have differing views but have a shared vision for a better world. As the 5 BRICS countries, we have reached agreement on the guiding principles, standards, criteria, and procedures of the BRICS expansion process, which has been in discussion for quite a while. We have consensus on the first phase of this expansion process, and other phases will follow. We have decided to invite the Argentine Republic, the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates to become full members of BRICS. The membership will take effect from the 1st of January 2024. We value the interests of other countries in building a partnership with BRICS. We have tasked our foreign ministers to further develop the BRICS partner country model and a list of prospective partner countries and report by the next summit. Today, we will be hosting leaders from Africa and the Global South in the BRICS-Africa outreach and the BRICS Plus dialogue. This is so that we can have an inclusive dialogue on key issues affecting developing economies and identify actions that we can take together towards a more equitable, inclusive, and representative world. May I conclude by thanking the leaders of Brazil, Russia, India, and China, together with their delegations, for participating in this most successful 15th BRICS Summit held in Johannesburg South Africa. Through this summit, BRICS has embarked on a new chapter in its effort to build a world that is fair, a world that is just, a world that is also inclusive and prosperous. I thank you.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank especially President Ramaphosa and his team for the very warm hosting of the BRICS meeting and for the first face-to-face summit meeting at BRICS. I also would like to congratulate to the team of the foreign affairs ministers for all the extraordinary work that they did to conduct and the production of this declaration that we just signed here. The last time that I participated in a BRICS meeting was in 2010, and I am deeply, very well impressed with the maturity of the BRICS and with the results that we managed to reach. In 2011, South Africa joining the group gave much more representation to the groups, and including one of the regions that grew most in the world. Many said that we were too much different so that we can forge a common view. The experience, nevertheless, demonstrates the contrary. Our diversity strengthens the fight for new international order that will accommodate pluralism of geography, economy, and politics in the 21st century. This is a world of transition. BRICS offers us a source of creative solutions for the challenges that we face. The relevance of the BRICS is confirmed by the growing interest of other countries demonstrate to join our group. Amongst the many results summit meeting of today, I could stress the enhancement of the BRICS, including new members. As President Ramaphosa just said, it's with great pleasure that Brazil gives the welcome to the BRICS, to Saudi Arabia, to Argentina, to the new members, to Egypt, to the United Arab Emirates, to Ethiopia, and to Iran. Now, the GDP of the BRICS is going up to 37% of the world GDP in terms of purchasing power and 46% in terms of the world population. BRICS will continue open to new members, and for that we also approve the criteria procedures for future members. We also approve the creation of a working group so that we can study the adoption of unit currency as reference for the BRICS. This measure could increase our options for means of payment and reduce our vulnerabilities. I would like to stress that decision that was made to the reform of the global governance, and especially in relationship to the UN Security Council. And last but not the least, I would dedicate a special message to my dear Alberto Fernandes, President of Argentina, great friend of Brazil and of the developing world. We will continue to move forward side by side with our brothers, Argentinians, in another international forum. We will continue to advocate themes with direct impact of the quality of lives of our peoples, as fighting hunger, poverty, and inequality, and the promotion of sustainable development. We will promote the overcome of all ways of inequality that exists in the world, and that the BRICS will continue to be a driving force of a new international order that will have more fairness and an indispensable player to promote peace, to promote multilateralism, and in the defense of the international order and rule. Thank you very much.
Excellencies,
मीडिया के साथियों,
Your Excellency, Mr. President, dear friends, dear colleagues, just like other participants of today's event, I would like to thank our South African friends for the efforts they have made during our joint work. I appreciate their efforts, and I would like to note,
как выяснилось, эта работа была непростой, и президент Рамафоза проявил удивительное дипломатическое искусство при согласовании всех позиций, касающихся расширения BRICS. Бразильский коллега, президент Лула Сильва, в некоторые моменты отметил наиболее важные для всех нас, среди которых я выделил бы, конечно, вопросы расчетной валюты единой. Это сложный вопрос, но мы так или иначе будем двигаться по решению проблем. И второе, это касается организация расчетов между нашими странами в сфере экономической деятельности. Хотел бы поздравить новых наших членов, которые в полноформатном масштабе будут работать в следующем году. И хочу заверить всех коллег, что мы будем продолжать то дело, которое мы сегодня с вами начали по расширению влияния БРИКС в мире. Имею в виду налаживание практической работы с новыми членами организации и с теми, кто будет работать в сфере БРИКС в качестве аутрич с нашими партнерами, которые так или иначе уделяют внимание сотрудничеству с нашей организацией и хотели бы с нами вместе работать. Мы относимся к этому с вниманием и большим уважением и обязательно наладим эту работу. Конечно, в контакте со всеми партнерами будем советоваться, как эту работу организовать, и в ходе этих совместных дискуссий на уровне министров иностранных дел, других ведомств выстроим соответствующую регламент с тем, чтобы роль и значение БРИКС в мире продолжала расти. Большое спасибо. Уважаемый господин президент,
Your Excellency, Excellencies,
मीडिया के साथियों,
friends from the media,
नमस्कार।
Namaskar.
सबसे पहले मैं
First of all,
राष्ट्रपति
I would like
मेरे
to
मित्र रामाफोसा
commend my friend President Ramaphosa for the successful organization of this summit. I congratulate him for this. I am very pleased that this three-day meeting has had many positive outcomes.
हमने ब्रिक्स की 15वीं
On
वर्षगांठ
the
पर
15th anniversary of BRICS, we have taken the important decision to expand it. As I had said yesterday, India
ब्रिक्स की सदस्यता में विश्वास
has
विस्तार का
always
हमेशा से
fully
पूरी
supported
तरह समर्थन किया
the
है।
expansion of BRICS membership.
भारत का ये मत रहा है
India has always
कि
believed
नए सदस्यों के
that
जुड़ने से
the addition of
BRICS
new members
एक संगठन के रूप में
will
मजबूत
further strengthen
तथा
BRICS as an
हमारे
organization,
सभी साझा
and
प्रयासों
it will give
एक
our
नया
shared
बल
efforts
देने वाला
a new impetus.
इस कदम से
This
विश्व
will
के अनेक
also
देशों का
strengthen
मल्टीपोलर वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर
the
में
belief of
विश्वास
many countries in
और
the world
सुदृढ़ होगा।
in a multipolar
मुझे
world
खुशी है
order. I am
कि
pleased
हमारी टीम से
that our
मिलकर
teams have together
एक्सपेंशन के
agreed on
Guiding
the guiding
principles,
principles,
standards,
standards,
criteria और प्रोसीड्यूर पर
and procedures
सहमति बनाई है
for the expansion.
और इनके आधार पर
And on the basis of
आज हम
these,
अर्जेंटीना,
we have agreed
इजिप्ट,
to welcome into
Iran,
BRICS Argentina,
Saudi Arab,
Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran,
और यूएई का
Saudi Arabia and the
ब्रिक्स में
UAE.
स्वागत करने के लिए सहमत हुए हैं। सबसे पहले
First of all,
मैं इन देशों के
I
लीडर्स
would like to
और
convey
वहाँ के नागरिकों
my
को
heartfelt congratulations
बहुत बधाई
to
देता
the
हूँ।
leaders and people
मुझे
of
विश्वास
these
है
countries.
I'm confident that together with these countries, we will be able to infuse new momentum and new energy into our cooperation. India has had very deep and historic relations with all of these countries. With the help of BRICS, new dimensions will be added to our bilateral cooperation also. For the other countries that have expressed a desire to join BRICS, India will contribute towards building a consensus for them to be a part of BRICS as partner countries. Friends, the expansion and modernization of BRICS is a message that all institutions in the world need to mold themselves according to changing times. This is an initiative that can be an example for reforms in other global institutions that were established in the 20th century. Friends, just as my friend President Ramaphosa mentioned about the moon mission of India, there were so many words of congratulations, and since yesterday I have been here and have received so many words of congratulations from everybody and all across the world. In fact, this success is not to be viewed as the success of one single country. It is being accepted as the success of all mankind. It is a matter of great pride for us and for the Indian scientists. It's a time for appreciation and being commended from all across the world. Friends, last evening, India's Chandrayaan successfully made a soft landing on the South Pole of the moon. As I said, this is a great achievement not only for India, but also for the scientific community all over the world. And the area which was identified as a target by India is an area where no efforts were made for landing so far, and this effort has been successful. In fact, the terrain is very difficult and science was able to lead us to that terrain. So I believe that this is a success of science, a success of our scientists. On this very historic occasion, I have received, India has received, Indian scientists have received, the entire scientific world the entire world has received congratulatory messages and notes. I would like to thank all of you, not only from myself, but from all Indians, and also on behalf of the scientists, of my Indian scientists. Thank you very much.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank especially President Ramaphosa and his team for the very warm hosting of the BRICS meeting and for the first face-to-face summit meeting at BRICS. I also would like to congratulate to the team of the foreign affairs ministers for all the extraordinary work that they did to conduct and the production of this declaration that we just signed here. The last time that I participated in a BRICS meeting was in 2010, and I am deeply, very well impressed with the maturity of the BRICS and with the results that we managed to reach. In 2011, in South Africa joining the group gave much more representation to the groups, and including one of the regions that grow most in the world. Many said that we were too much different so that we can forge a common view. The experience, nevertheless, demonstrates the contrary. Our diversity strengthens the fight for new international order that will accommodate pluralism of geography, economy, and politics in the 21st century. This world of transition, BRICS offers us a source of creative solutions for the challenges that we face. The relevance of the BRICS is confirmed by the growing interest of other countries demonstrate to join our group. Amongst the many results summit we have today, I could stress the enhancement of the BRICS, including new members. As President Ramaphosa just said, it's with great pleasure that Brazil gives the welcome to the BRICS, to Saudi Arabia, to Argentina, to the new members, to Egypt, to the United Arab Emirates, to Ethiopia, and to Iran. Now, the GDP of the BRICS is going up to 37% of the world GDP in terms of purchasing power and 46% in terms of the world population. BRICS will continue open to new members, and for that we also approve the criteria procedures for future members. We also approve the creation of a working group so that we can study the adoption of unit currency as reference for the BRICS. This measure could increase our options for means of payment and reduce our vulnerabilities. I would like to stress that the decision that was made to the reform of the global governance, and especially in relationship to the UN Security Council. And last but not the least, I would dedicate a special message to my dear Alberto Fernandes, President of Argentina, great friend of Brazil and of the developing world. We will continue to move forward side by side with our brothers Argentinians in another international forum. We will continue to advocate themes with direct impact of the quality of lives of our peoples, as fighting hunger, poverty, and inequality, and the promotion of sustainable development. We will promote the overcome of all ways of inequality that exists in the world, and that the BRICS will continue to be a driving force of a new international order that will have more fairness and an indispensable player to promote peace, to promote multilateralism, and in the defense of the international order and rule. Thank you very much.
President Ramaphosa, colleagues, friends from the press, I am pleased to join you here. At the outset, I wish to thank President Ramaphosa and the South African government for the thoughtful arrangements they made for the BRICS summit this year. BRICS countries are all countries with important influence and shoulder important responsibilities for world peace and development. During the summit, we had in-depth exchanges on the current international situation and BRICS cooperation, reached broad consensus, adopted the declaration, and achieved fruitful outcomes. Leaders of the 5 countries unanimously agreed to invite Saudi Arabia, Egypt, the United Arab Emirates, Argentina, Iran, and Ethiopia to the BRICS family as official members. China congratulates these countries and highly appreciates the efforts made by our Chair, South Africa, and President Ramaphosa. This membership expansion is historic. It shows the determination of BRICS countries for unity and cooperation with the broader developing countries. It meets the expectation of the international community and the common interests of emerging market countries and developing countries. The expansion is also a new starting point for BRICS cooperation. It will bring new vigor to the BRICS cooperation mechanism, further strengthen the force for world peace and development. I am confident as long as we work with a common purpose, there's a lot that BRICS cooperation can achieve, and the future will be bright for BRICS countries. Let us work together to write a new chapter of emerging market countries and developing countries working together in unity for development. Thank you.
Our international news editor, Sophie Mukwena, as well as Mzwandile Mbecha, our politics editor here at SABC News, is joining us for the conversation. Good morning. Thank you so much for making time for us. I don't know if the sense that you get from the summit as well is that multilateralism really plays a key role. Just quickly looking at the theme, it says partnership of mutually accelerated growth, sustainable development, and inclusive multilateralism. And that emphasis for me also coming at a crucial time where some people have given up on multilateralism, Sophie.
Yes, indeed. You'd recall that it was the Secretary General of the United Nations, the real man who is responsible to ensuring that the countries, member countries of the United Nations, do work together and they find solutions in terms of problems facing the globe. But he is the one who uttered the words that the world is drifting apart, and therefore some countries, powerful countries, taking unilateral positions that are to the detriment of the entire globe. And therefore I think these leaders here, with this opportunity, they will have to look at that as well in terms of what role they can play to ensure that that multilateralism is revived, and not only revived in terms of talks, but in terms of implementation. And you have these two in the Security Council who can push for that, that is China and Russia, and the issue of the veto power that's being abused at times. It's not abused because that's what's leading to this fractured world body.
And also the call then, Mzwandile, for South Africa to play a much bigger role when it comes to global affairs. During the state visit as well, Xi Jinping yesterday mentioning that we support South Africa playing a more important role when it comes to global affairs, and of course the push for the African Union to be part of the G20, and the G20 taking place next month in India.
Absolutely. It makes sense, Aldrin. In fact, South Africa has been very prominent in the affairs of the world. The fact of the matter is that we have the G20 and we're the only African country represented there. So that is the kind of a prominent role you are speaking about. And even in that G20, if you look at how it's structured, it's actually 19 countries plus EU, which then broadens it. So then it makes sense that as much as South Africa is there, if the AU were to be part of that, so somehow some of the African countries will then be represented. So it will really make sense. But of course, traditionally from where we come in terms of the country and our democracy, we've always been leading in terms of pushing the African agenda. So this role that you are speaking about, you look at, I mean, we are part of BRICS now, and it's quite prominent. We are part of G20. So at some point we do get invited to G7. Well, not all the time, but sometimes we do get invited there, because those are international organizations. Those are organizations that are very important in speaking about global issues. So when you see an event like this nature happening in South Africa, and the kind of the structure it will create post this summit tells you the centrality of South Africa, as you've said.
Sophie, yesterday you said the eyes of the world are on Africa. what would the members of the G20 be looking at and what the outcomes of this conference would be, also considering that you have Vladimir Putin, who argued yesterday that the sanctions are illegitimate?
Well, I think they are watching. They are watching, not only the G20, including the G7. They are watching. And therefore, particularly the participation of African heads of state and government will be crucial, because they will be looking at whether BRICS is able to strengthen its relationship with this important region. Secondly, they will be looking at South Africa, their own member, in relation to G20. What message is South Africa communicating? And the last thing for me, it will be South Africa and these leaders. Are they pushing the African development blueprint, including the African Continental Free Trade Area and NEPAD, vigorously, so that they themselves can take Africa seriously? And therefore, they will be watching, and they will be watching and listening in terms of statements and the position of African leaders who will be here.
And with the retreat and the president mentioning this yesterday, of course, will be the discussion around the expansion of BRICS. Does it really pose a threat that there are so many countries that are interested in the BRICS development, new development bank, and does it position itself as an alternative to the global financial institutions that we already have? And we heard yesterday as well that the president is calling for some reforms in those institutions.
Well, it cannot be a competitor to these institutions that we have, IMF, your World Bank. What it has to do is to complement these institutions. Of course, in terms of how it conducts its business, it will be different. For example, with IMF and World Bank, clearly using the dollar will continue. But with this bank, the development bank or BRICS bank, there's now flexibility in terms of doing business with national currencies. And yesterday we saw a demonstration of that when the president of BRICS Bank made an announcement in terms of the loan that was given to South Africa in building of water infrastructure in relation to Lesotho Highlands Development Project. It is in rands, not dollars. Secondly, I spoke to the Minister of Finance yesterday. I wanted clarity on the de-dollarization. What does it mean? Does it mean launching of a BRICS currency or what? Then it was clear that it's not about a launch of a currency, but ensuring that you take a formal position in terms of doing business with your own national currencies. And therefore, de-dollarization is already happening, because now you are not tied to giving loans and making payments in relation to the dollar. But you also have to come up with a better payment system. You know that SWIFT is currently giving Russia problems in terms of clearing payments that are supposed to go to Russia due to the sanctions. So these are some of the issues that you have to engage with.
And on that issue around the de-dollarization, Mzwayi, what are the conversations that you are hearing that are taking place in the political space when it comes to de-dollarization? Earlier on, I was speaking to the Minister of Agriculture as well and asking her, what's the business case for an expansion of BRICS, for instance, when on the other hand you have, for instance, the Prime Minister of India saying that you can't just expand for the sake of expanding. There must be conditions that are attached to that.
Absolutely, and in fact, when you're talking about the de-dollarization, I think India itself, together with is it Russia?
Russia,
with Russia,
oil.
Yes, with oil. So they're already using,
including China.
They're already using their own currencies. So as you were correctly saying it, it's not a question of saying we are dumping the dollar, but all you are doing is that, yes, it's fine, we can use the dollar, but we have an alternative of also using this currency. So which then tells you it then doesn't become the preeminent currency going forward. So what you are hearing is that the Russian president was very clear he actually said there is already a decrease in the use of the dollar. I think he mentioned something like 26%. So amongst the BRICS members, so that conversation is not only a conversation now. You can see some action is taking place. The question is, how quick will this happen? Especially because you also want to admit other members, and I don't think even if they take a principled decision of accepting more members, I don't think they'll just accept everyone. It's probably going to be a structured way of saying, so you come in under these conditions. I mean, you know, Brazil itself as well is, okay, we are not saying people should not be accepted, but perhaps we need to have a better way. Same as India.
Science and technology quickly. Yesterday, the Minister of Higher Education and Science signing a number of memorandum with China as part of the state visit. Speak to us about the importance of science and technology also during a time where, as the President again yesterday warned, we have the agricultural sector which employs a lot of people in South Africa, we know. However, though, the threat that poses, this is now science and technology when it comes to employment, poverty as well as inequality.
If there is one thing that South Africa needs to learn and learn fast, is to upskill our people, because there is a lot that we can learn from these other these other BRICS countries, and of course in other African countries. I think Rwanda is a case in point when it comes to these issues. India spoke, Aldrin, about the digital technology, digital skills, and said we can share with you, BRICS members. If then we invest in subjects like science and technology, which are the subjects of the future, because the economy is now, the economy of the future is actually anchored around those. So if then you tap into that, you invest hugely, you are bound to have a much better country. You are bound to have children who will be so well versed about creating solutions. Right now, it's more about consumption instead of creation.
And two of those BRICS countries, just quickly in closing, Sophie, is you have China, you have India that plays quite an important role when it comes to the automotive industry. And now, for instance, a big story that we are watching this afternoon is the Chandrayaan 3 spacecraft that is expected to land on the moon later on today. But the expectation is that if it lands on the south pole of the moon, it will be a game changer. And mind you, this is India, which is a member of BRICS.
Yes, yesterday the President spoke about the digital economy and also issues of improving and upscaling the competency in terms of technology. The President of China was even more clearer, saying that when countries are embarking on innovation and science, don't stop them and don't be scared. I think he was taking a swipe on the US because there's this trade war and it relates to technology. That is why South Africa must continue to engage these countries, because we must have same capacity. We do have our SK, the satellite here, in terms of collecting data. So it doesn't mean we can't collaborate with these countries on issues related to space, and also to ensure that on automobile we are able to start this product on the continent. South Africa has signed an agreement with China. That's a big story for me, I think, and we're missing that story. In terms of China has made a commitment for the first time that they are willing to assist South Africa to be able to improve in industrial capacity and manufacturing. In other words, where you have these mineral resources, they are prepared to come here and help South Africa to start the manufacturing hub where you have platinum, these converters that you use for cars, you must produce them here and fully finished car. If you have lithium, these batteries for renewable, you do it there at the lithium mining, not send lithium to another country where these batteries are manufactured. If you have cobalt, like DRC, do a cell phone in the DRC. Don't take cobalt to China where you have these cell phones. And when it comes back, it's very expensive. So I think you are correct. Technology is the future. But you are correct also, you must ensure that on artificial intelligence, it doesn't lead to job losses because now the robots are doing the job.
Thank you so much. That is Sophie Mukwena as well as Mzwandile Mbeche, SABC political news editor as well as international news editor. Our international news editor. So
Good afternoon, Liesl, and to our viewers. Well, we're actually expecting the UN Secretary General to brief the media at around 1:30. It's now been postponed to 2:15, but we are joined in the studio by a journalist from America. He's also a political commentator, Michael Tracy, just to give us his experience of the coverage of BRICS from his American lens. Michael, good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good to be with you.
No, it's a pleasure to have you with us. Firstly, I'm sure you heard at the start of the summit, leader after leader belaboring the point that this bloc is not anti-West or anti-any fora. What did you make of just that desire to get that message through?
Well, the insistence that a bloc is not anti any other formation is kind of standard fare rhetoric from members of virtually any international bloc because they wouldn't want to overtly admit that they're counterposed against some rival state or some rival faction. Interestingly, I've been to many NATO summits and Western national security summits, and they make the same insistence. But of course, the critical thing is it's in the eye of the beholder as to whether their perceptions dictate that the other force is arrayed against them. So rhetoric, I think, only amounts to so much. Whether it can be reasonably said that BRICS is kind of constituted in opposition to anything else will really need to be evaluated on the basis of action and record rather than just words, which for many politicians all over the world, including in the United States, often a bit hollow.
Then let's look at the action. There's been a decision to expand. There's 6 countries that have been brought into the fold. If we just look at Saudi Arabia and Iran, Iran is a nation that has economic sanctions imposed by America. It has been included. Saudi Arabia of late have sort of displayed some sort of independence from American interests. We know what happened with the oil production. So it now include their restoration of diplomatic ties with Iran. What would you say of that? Would you say that is to you something that symbolizes some sort of anti-America?
Well, I think more importantly, what it symbolizes is the utter failure of the American policymakers' obsession with sanctions as this blunt instrument of U.S. statecraft. Sanctions is always the go-to action for retaliation for whatever perceived offense happens anywhere in the world. Iran being a hugely paradigmatic example of it, the crippling sanctions that administrations in both parties in the United States, Democrat, Republican, have imposed on Iran have resulted in what? Well, they've resulted in, from what I can gather, a lot of misery for ordinary Iranian people who are deprived of basic goods and services, access to financial systems and so forth. And also clearly, they've generated a political backlash of sorts where now Iran seems to be very much determined to join an alternate international formation or international body through which they can, at least to some degree, circumvent the ill effects of the sanctions. So
and as they have, because if you look at China, they've been able to sustain themselves by sending most of their oil to China through discounted prices. So it means to a certain extent, it's strengthened relations that are perhaps anti-West in this instance. So like you're saying, it's somehow defeated the purpose, because the ones that got hurt are ordinary citizens that are Iranian, but also strengthened ties with the likes of Saudi Arabia, where they decided to broker a peace deal, and China as well.
Yeah, you know, I was just upstairs actually with some of the heads of state observing the gathering, and it was remarkable to see the president of Iran side by side posing for friendly photos. They were raising their hands and celebrating with a minister from Saudi Arabia. It would have been almost unthinkable even a year or two ago, but now it almost comes across as normal. And I think you're right in that an underlying factor which has given rise to this very unexpected geopolitical circumstance is how these countries have endeavored to organize amongst themselves to mitigate some of the damages that
whenever
really
they are isolated.
Yeah, to mitigate some of the damages that really foolhardy U.S. policy has wrought. Sanctions in particular, it's incredible. U.S. politicians, again, Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal, whatever, they really never introspect about the incredible calamity that the policy framework of sanctions is. Sanctions are ultimately geared toward facilitating or effectuating some sort of regime change. That's the end state that the sanctions are supposed to achieve. And either it doesn't work or it prompts a backlash that is actually counter to U.S. interests, but there's such a narrow, myopic vision as to that as a tool of U.S. foreign policy that despite my best efforts, there's really not much appetite for a rational reevaluation of the prudence of that, I think, needlessly blunt instrument of coercing other countries to accede to U.S. dictates.
Let's look at what the expansion means, the aesthetics of it, geopolitical influence of this expansion. It is just on data alone, just on facts alone now. We do know that it has surpassed the G7's purchasing power parity. What does it look like from your lens?
Well, I think it's interesting because most Americans are not familiar with BRICS. They wouldn't have heard about it. It's not widely covered in American media. And to the extent that it is covered, it would largely be through the prism of pointing to China and Russia in particular as enemy states or adversary states that have forged increasingly close ties over the past year or so, especially in the wake of the Ukraine war. That tends to be what's emphasized in terms of the nature of the current governments in China and Russia, and especially since especially since the beginning of this year, there's been a constant barrage or the constant inundation of Americans with very negative and hostile coverage of China and Russia in particular, and proclamations that they have forged this new and dangerous alliance that is an existential threat to the United States somehow. And of course, that's used to justify increasing expenditures for military industrial output in the United States, so productions of weapons and whatnot. And so I think, again, to the extent that the expansion of BRICS is being interpreted in any such way by the United States, it really will be primarily focused on Russia and China as this nexus of geostrategic animosity that the U.S. politicians use for their own purposes. It's funny, there was a Republican presidential debate on last night. It was the first of this upcoming cycle for 2024. Trump did attend, and it was a non-stop fulmination about, Chinese communists, we need to send harpoon missiles to Taiwan.
Which is what we saw even with the G7, because China was actually quite taken aback. They thought really at the center of it would be the situation between Russia and Ukraine. But it seemed that they also formed a great part of the conversation, that perhaps they need to manage the supply there. And it was something that really concerned them quite immensely. But thank you very much for your time. We seem to have run out of time, but I thoroughly enjoyed the conversation with you. That is American journalist and political commentator Michael Tracy speaking to us. Lisa, let's back to you in studio.
Die hele klomp BRICS, ek dink is 10 van laas. Jy kyk op die stelsel daar is BRICS 1 to 10. Jy kan het kopie op BRICS 1 to 10 ook. Dankie Ilse. Bye bye. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Maybe when this mic was on and volume was on this mic. What mic? What? Mic test, mic check, then put put volume. I don't hear anything from the speakers for that matter, but let me hear if I sit there where the president is sitting. Keep this mic on.
She is supposed to be in the car with me.
Boyana.
Is seeing more females taking part in reporting. It's different from where I come from in Uganda, and absolutely very, very amazing. Yeah.
Noluvuyo, how do you find the summit?
You know what? It's a very different experience for me. I haven't been a journalist for long, so seeing colleagues that I grew up watching, working with them on the ground and reporting on the same information to different audiences, of course, it's quite eye-opening, and also just sharing the information with different people from different countries and different continents. It's really beautiful to see.
And the news angles.
Yeah, absolutely. The news angles have been fascinating. I'm from Uganda, reporting for an Indian channel. So you really have to pick something that is attractive to the Indian society and the Indian watchers. But then also you have to think broader. She's covering for a Russian channel. You have to have the blend of things. The key thing from this summit was the expansion. Yes. All of us were looking forward to that particular detail, the declaration. And I think now, after President Cyril Ramaphosa's comments, the energy levels are just to report about that, and everything else, will fall in place after.
Well, of course, the angles will be different because we are different media houses coming from different geopolitical situations. And obviously, what you say to your audience will be different to what you saying to SABC audiences. So, but it's not any different in the sense that, as my colleague mentioned here, it's the same information. We are reporting on the same outcomes that President Ramaphosa has just announced. But then, of course, because of the geopolitical situations, you have to be reporting in a certain way compared to someone else. So I'm finding it easy because it's my job and I've been doing it. So yeah.
And Leon, another issue, quite an interesting one, is the issue of currency, the de-dollarization.
Yes. It's come out subtly from the declaration there. So I think we have a whole year of waiting until that topic comes up. But definitely it should be a very good idea for the BRICS bloc. Things are changing, the economies are changing. The lacunas therein is how all the other governments or states will try and mix up with their financial regimes, monetary policies to make this work. That is what we look forward to, but just like President Cyril said, that it's a job for the finance ministers and the bank governors to work this out and give a report.
To be honest with you, the way it was so hyped up and the way everyone was making noise about it, I thought it was going to be at the top of everything. But during the past few days, it really took the last position. And I also guess from I think there was a report by Finance Minister Inoko Dongwana saying that it will really be a different task to do to implement an anti-dollar situation. But you know what, we just have to wait and see. I do also feel like it's going to be different, but it needs to happen as well. So we just wait to see how our officials take care of that one.
Leona, how do you find accessibility to political principles at the summit?
Every nation here has come with a different agenda. But the common goal is the same. We need to have good governance that is fair and reasonable. That's been the gospel that has been preached here. How we achieve that, of course, depends on how all the other governments exist. China exists different from Russia. South Africa exists different from India. So to bring all those minds together and ensure that, yes, you think the same, plus all the other partners that have been added, and also now the encouragement that Africa is being pulled closer to the group, tells a lot about how times have changed, the need for governments to try and think together. And again, ultimately, multilateral systems has been the key word through this whole summit. And I believe we can achieve it globally and try and change things around the world.
Okay, Noluvuyo?
Well, it will be interesting to see how everything pans out because these are all very big, powerful countries that have now joined the BRICS, and it's no longer as we know it. It's different cultures, different governments, everything is just different. So we just have to be patient in the sense that
we might not see what we were expecting, but we will see the end goal because the officials and the leaders did say that the goal is one, the mission is one, and the motive is one. So I just find it interesting.
Yeah. Leon, I don't know, okay, have you covered other BRICS summits before?
No, this is my first, but I'm coming from the Russia-Africa summit.
Yes.
So yes, it's an African thing, it's a Russian thing, and it's a government thing.
Okay, because I just wanted to ask about the different experiences. I mean, I know that I was working elsewhere in 2018 when we covered the, the BRICS summit, and of course, this is my second time covering this BRICS summit. I just wanted a comparison of, the summit.
I probably will say I'm looking forward to the Kazan one next year and see how it all goes.
And it's going to be interesting because it's going to be in Russia.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think also, just despite the political principles and despite the leaders that we've seen, at the end of the day, it's about disseminating news to the people on the ground, How was that experience, and also maybe your news reports, how have they been received in your various countries?
On my end, I'm from South Africa, but I'm working for a Russian company, so I'm not really aware of what the response has been. Also, I haven't really checked, but I would like to believe that they're probably happy with what I've been providing them, because I've been trying my best to be as honest and truthful as possible. The only way to be an excellent journalist and standing for those that don't have a voice and being their voice is just to be yourself, be honest. I think that's the main goal of just reporting on matters like this, because I'm sure we watch each other. What Natasha's going to report on and what Unolvia is going to report on, it doesn't have to be the same, but the honesty and the truthness of it all needs to be there, because now if you change the narrative, that's a problem.
Definitely. Leon?
Well, I'll start off with a small story. On my old boys forum, they just posted that 6 new members have joined BRICS, and I told them, you know what, I can give you a live update from Sandton itself. So that tells much about the consumption of the news elsewhere. And I think it's very good that African journalists are taking this tape to have this conference. That is in Africa itself, to try and spread just as much news information about it. And I think the excitement therein is that our 2 African countries have now joined the bloc, and we look forward to bigger spaces in terms of reporting the African stories and the purpose for which BRICS is intended for.
Colleagues, thank you so much.
Thank
Interesting
you.
conversations coming out. Hopefully we'll go to the next BRICS
We'll
summit
be there.
next year in Russia.
Absolutely.
Well, with that said, of course, we're having interesting conversations here on the sidelines of the BRICS summit. And of course, talking about media reporting on the 15th edition of the BRICS summit.
hele klomp BRICS, ek dink is 10 van laas. Jy kyk op die stelsel laas, BRICS 1 to 10. Jy kan 'n kopie op BRICS 1 to 10 ook. Dankie jou. Bye bye. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Maybe
Ready,
when
Cash?
this mic was on and the volume was on this mic. What mic? What?
Yeah. I don't know. It was not back. It was a speak now.
Mic test. Mic check. Then put. Put volume. I don't hear anything from the speakers for that matter, but let me hear if I sit there where the president is sitting. Keep this mic on.
She is supposed to be in the car with me.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président et chers frères. Monsieur Antonio Guterres, secrétaire général de l'Organisation des Nations Unies,
representative of the United Nations, dear colleagues, and then head of a government, all protocol observed, I greet you in the name of God. It's an honor for me to take part in this gathering and then to bring the contribution of the African Union to this exchange, to this forum. And I'm hoping that this is going to be very fruitful for the countries that we're representing here. So allow me, before I get into the subject, to extend our
Ladies and gentlemen of the media, it is wonderful to be in Johannesburg, and I thank the people and government of South Africa for their warm welcome. The Rainbow Nation has been an inspiration to nations everywhere, navigating their own paths to reconciliation and unity. And today, South Africa is a powerful champion of the calls by the Global South for greater equality and justice in international affairs. Calls the world is hearing loud and clear, and also here at the 15th BRICS Summit. My message to the leaders assembled here was clear. Our world is in dire straits. We face existential challenges, from the worsening climate emergency and escalating conflicts to the global cost of living crisis, soaring inequalities, and dramatic technological disruptions. So this is a time to come together and to work together. But instead, divisions are growing and tensions are rising. Several factors contribute to these divisions: diverging perspectives on global crises, contrasting approaches to non-traditional security threats, different strategies towards new technologies, and of course, the consequences of COVID-19 and of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And I remain deeply concerned over the risk of a fracturing of the global order. We are entering a multipolar world, but history has shown time and again that multipolarity without strong multilateral institutions is no guarantee for stability. It might even become a catalyst for chaos. So we must urgently restore trust and reinvigorate multilateralism. And this requires the courage to compromise for the common good. It requires effective international institutions rooted in 21st century realities based on the UN Charter and international law. And as I emphasized today at the summit, it requires a special focus on Africa. The Security Council, the Bretton Woods system, and other international organizations reflect the world of 1945, when many African countries were still part of European empires. To this day, the continent is underrepresented in the global financial architecture, just as it lacks a permanent seat on the Security Council. The world has changed, and so global governments must change with it. It must represent today's power and economic relations, and not the power and economic relations of 1945. And that is why I've been advocating deep reforms to make global frameworks truly universal and representative of today's realities, and more responsive to the needs of developing economies. We need more inclusive institutions at every level, including through greater representation of women and young people. But all this in a context in which I believe two areas require a particularly important reform effort. One is the Security Council, the second, the Bretton Woods system. If we are not able to reform our institutions and make sure that they reassume a truly universal character, we risk fragmentation, and fragmentation can be, one day, a factor of confrontation. And we also need, in each society, a new social contract based on respect for all human rights, social, cultural, economic, civil, and political. And finally, we need to act in solidarity and with greater urgency in several future defining areas. And allow me to refer some of them. First, action to save our planet. Developed countries have a particular responsibility, and so they must lead and they must deliver. On $100 billion promised to developing developing countries, on the loss and damage fund, on doubling adaptation finance, on replenishing the Green Climate Fund, and on plans for early warning systems to protect every person in the world, including 6 in 10 Africans who still lack those systems. As a matter of justice, Africa must be considered a priority in all these crucial commitments. Every country has a role to play. That is why I have proposed the Climate Solidarity Pact, in which all big emitters make extra efforts to cut emissions and wealthier countries support emerging economies to do so. And I have put forward an acceleration agenda to supercharge these efforts in order to guarantee that we maintain the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit as a reality. So it's time to break our addiction to fossil fuels and to invest in a just and equitable transition. And we must bring affordable electricity to everyone on Earth, and particularly in Africa, while simultaneously reaching net zero electricity by 2065 in developed countries and 2040 elsewhere. I commend South Africa for stepping up as pioneers of the Just Transition Energy Partnership, a crucial tool to unlock emission cuts, boost renewables, and grow.
Let us all settle down so that
Second, we need action to save economies and reduce inequalities. The pandemic has underscored once again how the global financial architecture is outdated, dysfunctional, and unjust. It has failed in its basic function as a global safety net, and so it needs deep structural reform. But I also know that such change will not happen overnight. And so I have proposed a number of measures we can take right now, and they include providing Sustainable Development Goals stimulus to direct investments towards the Sustainable Development Goals with a funding equivalent of $500 billion US, overhauling the business models of multilateral development banks so that they massively increase affordable financing and leverage far more private finance to the developing world, including also the need to increase their own capital. Establishing an effective debt workout mechanism to support payment suspensions, longer lending terms, and lower rates. The debt situation in many African countries, as well as in many other parts of the developing world, is today absolutely intolerable. The majority of African countries pay more
Hoy la imagen de Mandela que me acompaña en estas palabras, un ser humano de dimensión universal, asume una particular trascendencia, mi querida Argentina. Efectivamente, vivimos con alegría sumarnos a este espacio que fortalece y crea nuevos puentes entre nuestros países y regiones en un contexto que nos demanda impulsar más instancias de diálogo política en el sur global. Es un anhelo de años que hoy empezamos a concretar. Nos honra aún más el ingreso de la Argentina a este grupo de naciones que refleja la multipolaridad emergente y que convoca países que seguramente no poseen una visión única y uniforme de todas las problemáticas que enfrentamos, pero que respetan sus diferencias, procuran identificar denominadores comunes y buscan incidir en el orden global del mundo inestable, desigual, que concentra el ingreso en unos pocos y distribuye la pobreza y la segregación entre millones de seres humanos. Precisamente Mandela se preguntaba si cuando se escriba la historia de nuestro tiempo, seremos recordados por haber hecho lo correcto o por haber dado la espalda a una crisis global. Ante ese dilema expuesto en sus palabras, estoy seguro que hoy estamos haciendo lo correcto. Los problemas globales no pueden resolverse unilateralmente. Tampoco pueden abordarse con recetas genéricas que no distingan las realidades particulares que atravesamos los países emergentes. Enfrentamos una crisis del sistema multilateral, shocks en las cadenas de suministros, imposición de sanciones unilaterales y acuerdos para restringir el acceso a desarrollos tecnológicos estratégicos. Además, fenómenos de inflación generalizada, crisis climática, la desaceleración de la economía mundial, la insostenibilidad de las deudas externas, todos temas sin resolver, que completan un difícil panorama. El resultado conduce a este mundo injusto en el que vivimos, que acaba promoviendo una mayor desigualdad social al interior de nuestros países y una profundización de la brecha que divide al norte y al sur del mundo. A ello se suma el debilitamiento de muchos de los foros y mecanismos que nos habíamos dado para resolver problemas, como preservar la paz y promover el desarrollo. Ya hemos comprobado cómo en el pasado la falta de cohesión del mundo en desarrollo nos terminó colocando en posiciones desventajosas al momento de negociar términos en cuestiones fundamentales para nosotros. Por ello, hoy más que nunca, la negociación multilateral y regional es impostergable. Y el foro BRICS, al igual que este diálogo que han propuesto, adquieren en este contexto una relevancia singular. Estimados presidentes y ministros, la Argentina y los países del BRICS pertenecemos al mismo grupo de países de economías emergentes, el G20. Allí mantenemos muchas posiciones en común que podemos reforzar hoy de cara a la próxima cumbre del G20, el mes próximo, en Nueva Delhi, en India. Consideramos que la presidencia pro tempore de India y las próximas presidencias de Brasil y de Sudáfrica, sumadas a la reciente pasada de Indonesia, son una gran oportunidad para reinsertar las prioridades del sur global en la agenda del G20. Necesitamos bases de consenso sólidas para avanzar hacia una arquitectura de desarrollo sostenible, reformada, que iguale las condiciones en el mundo que hoy existe. Necesitamos ser los motores de una recuperación económica sostenible y que tenga en su centro a la equidad, a la inclusión y al respeto de la igualdad soberana. Las condiciones de posibilidad para que ese logro sea alcanzado y sostenible en el tiempo implican asegurar más recursos para financiar el desarrollo y no la especulación financiera. Aplicar medidas inmediatas para hacer sostenible la deuda y poner fin a las peores prácticas que hoy exhibe el Fondo Monetario Internacional. Necesitamos favorecer intercambios comerciales más equilibrados que no profundicen las asimetrías. Y también promover las inversiones y la cooperación científica y tecnológica. Los BRICS, por su enorme peso institucional y financiero, juegan un papel determinante en esta exigencia de diseñar una arquitectura financiera mundial que garantice las necesidades de crecimiento, de comercio, de inversión y de bienestar social. Y un BRICS fortalecido a través de la presidencia y participación de nuevos socios creará una nueva plataforma para proyectar la voz de los países en desarrollo en el escenario internacional. La Argentina hoy celebra haber sido invitada a ser miembro de los BRICS. Seremos el segundo país de Latinoamérica en conformarlo y el primer país de habla hispana. Desde este lugar continuaremos ampliando los esfuerzos para dar un nuevo impulso a las asociaciones Sur-Sur y a la voz del sur global. No quiero terminar mi participación sin expresar mi particular agradecimiento a mi querido amigo y amigo de la Argentina y al presidente de la República Federativa de Brasil, Ignacio Lula da Silva, por haber llevado a ese foro problemas que mi patria afronta y por haber acompañado con tanta firmeza mi deseo expresado al presidente Xi Jinping en 2022 de sumarnos a esa alianza de la que ya nos sentimos miembros. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. It's now to call upon Her Excellency, Ms. Sheikh Hasina, the Prime Minister of the People's Republic of Bangladesh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I thank President Mr. Ramaphosa for his invitation. I feel a personal attachment to South Africa, having enjoyed the affection and blessings of President Mandela. I recall his joining our celebration for the 25th anniversary of Bangladesh's independence in 1997. Like him, our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, lived a life of sacrifice for his nation. He has spent more than 13 years in prison to secure our people's right of self-determination. In 1974, at the UN General Assembly, he condemned apartheid as a crime against humanity and called for decolonizing Zimbabwe, Namibia, and Palestine. Following his legacy, we have come here to BRICS outreach to reaffirm our solidarity with Global South. We also maintain a spirit of friendship to all nations of the world with malice towards none. The lesson we take from the global health, cost of living, and climate crisis is that none of us is secure until everyone is. Mr. Chair, Bangladesh is now the world's 35th largest economy with a strong commitment to sustainable development. We have cut poverty from 41.5% in 2006 to 18.7% in 2022. We have reduced extreme poverty from 25.1% to 5.6% in the same period. We have provided electricity to all households. We are about to eliminate the curse of homelessness under my free social housing project, Ashrayam. Around 108% of our population has access to cellular mobile connections, higher than the global average. In the last fiscal year, the mobile financial systems recorded transactions with US dollar 111.27 billion. This has hugely benefited our rural women, among others. We now have more girls than boys in our primary and secondary schools. Our average life expectancy is almost 73 years. Last week, we introduced the Universal Pension Scheme for 100 million people, with all the transactions taking place online. Government employees are already receiving pension benefits. Our government's next target is to build a smart Bangladesh by 2041. Keeping pace with our economic growth, we see considerable merit in Bangladesh's share in the new development bank. We need predictable financing to support our investments in infrastructures, industries, and clean energy. We must have viable options while waiting for reforms of the international financial architecture. Mr. Chair, Bangladesh has traditionally championed the cause of LDCs, with most of them in Africa. Bangladesh feels proud to engage in UN peacekeeping and peace building in different parts of Africa. With 1.2 million Rohingyas from Myanmar living in Bangladesh, we understand the burden shouldered by refugee hosting nations in Africa. We stand ready to share our expertise with the continent on food production, affordable medicine, financial inclusion, and disaster risk reduction. We can enhance collaboration in combating terrorism, human trafficking, cybercrimes, and money laundering. We should increase air and maritime connectivity to promote mutual trade and investment. Together, we must continue to seek our dues for international financing and technologies. We need to unite around climate justice, migrant rights, digital equality, and debt sustainability. We must preserve the rules-based multilateral trading system with scope for using our own currencies. In Global South, we should say no to artificial choices and divisions being thrown at us. We must reject attempts to weaponize universal norms and values. We need to stop the cycle of sanction and counter-sanctions. We must speak out against all threats, provocations, and commission of war. I keep calling for channeling resources from dangerous arms race to global public goods. We need to take responsibility for peace, justice, and stability around the world. Mr. Chair, we need BRICS as a lighthouse in a multipolar world. We hope to see BRICS emerge as an inclusive platform responding to our times. We must prove to our children and youth that our nations may suffer but will never be defeated. I conclude with the parting words of our father of the nation, my father, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, at UNGA, and I quote, "For us in the emerging world, we must have faith in ourselves and in our capacity to fulfill our destiny and to build for ourselves a better future," unquote. The message he conveyed 50 years ago still rings true. I thank you all. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. I now call upon Mr. Luis Alberto Catacora, the President of the plurinational state of Bolivia.
Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Convention Centre.
Well, we are here at the Sandton Convention Centre. As you heard earlier on, the UN chief spoke to the media, but earlier on he spoke to the leaders. These leaders are from different countries on the continent and the South, and also different regional organizations. It was a huge platform to communicate different issues. SG, good afternoon, and
good afternoon.
Welcome to my country, South Africa, a beautiful country.
It is a beautiful country, and it is a lesson for us all. My first visit to South Africa was during the transition. I came to see Nelson Mandela when I was co-chair of the African Committee of the Socialist International, and from then on I've been accompanying South Africa with a lot of interests. And you represent, in a world where unfortunately so many divisions exist, a symbol of unity in diversity that I want to underline.
SG, let's talk about the divisions. When you spoke to the leaders, you spoke about multipolar world, good, but you have to manage this well in terms of not using this transition or those changes in terms of dividing the world further. But it is what it is. It looks like the world is drifting apart.
Well, we are facing enormous challenges. We have climate change, a defining issue of our time, and we see the devastation that is already causing, and we see that it is moving out of control. We have a cost of living crisis all over the world, a dramatic increase in poverty, in hunger and inequalities. And we have technological developments that nobody is able to control. I mean, countries and international organizations are unequipped, both legally and technically, to deal with some of the developments that we see in artificial intelligence that have many positive aspects, but also many threats to our common future. Now, with these challenges, it's dramatic that the world is so divided. And it is essential to bridge these gaps and these divisions. Now, the world is becoming multipolar, and that is a good thing. But the experience of the past shows that multipolarity is not enough. You need to have some global governance institutions, multilateral institutions, to be able to bring together the international community in addressing these challenges. Now, for that, we need to rebuild trust. And indeed, we are in a low moment of trust, and the war in Ukraine is a factor that complicates it enormously. But one reason more for us to persist, and one reason more for us to explain that if South Africa was able, after apartheid and after what has happened in the past, South Africa was able to create a united society, we must be able to create a united world to face the challenges that are now threatening our future.
You spoke about climate change. The Paris Agreement, those agreements were not honored by the developed world, particularly your industrialized nations like your G7 and moving to the G20. Why the developed North is not honoring the agreements? Because the developing South, they are looking up to the developed countries to take them on board.
Now, I said once again today, it's absolutely essential that developed countries are able to match their commitments. Commitment of $100 billion per year for developing countries, the commitment of doubling the financial support to adaptation. I mean, we see dramatic impacts already in place, and we need to invest in the resilience of communities and infrastructure. That's what it's called, adaptation, and that requires much more financing, and there was a promise of doubling. It needs to be materialized. We managed to have a big victory in Cairo with the creation of the loss and damage fund, but now it needs to be operationalized, and we need to replenish the Green Climate Fund. So these things are the minimum that needs to be done. But then there is more. And we have asked for what we called a global solidarity, climate solidarity pact. All emerging economies must come together, and developing ones supporting developing emerging economies in order to effectively being able together to reduce emissions. There was a positive step that was done with the Just Energy Transition Agreements, one in South Africa, one in Vietnam, one in Indonesia. There was a recent similar agreement in Senegal, but it's too little. We need to have a real, I mean, there are common but differentiated responsibilities according to the capacities of different countries. That's why we are asking developed countries to reduce more quickly emissions than developing countries, but everybody must do an extra effort, and there must be a strong support from the developed world to the developing world for the developing world to be able to do it.
You spoke about the Loss and Damage Fund, the agreement in Sharm el-Sheikh, and are you confident that going to the United Arab Emirates, the COP28, we are going to see the implementation thereof?
I can tell you, this must be done. And the frustration that would come out of a failure of this is such that I believe that the member states will come together on a solution.
Let's talk about the war in Ukraine. The war in Ukraine has affected, again, developing countries and poorer nations. You have spearheaded what is known as the Black Sea Grain Deal. Unfortunately, the Russian Federation has taken a decision not to honor or to renew the agreement. And the argument of President Vladimir Putin is that in terms of those agreements, in relation to Russia got nothing, but also the grain went to the developed countries, while the developing countries and poorer countries, Africa in particular, got a small percentage. You are in this pot. You know better in terms of reports. What is your message to the Russian Federation?
Well, first of all, a lot of things were done to facilitate the exports of Russian food and fertilizers. There are still problems that were not yet solved, but a lot of things have already been done. And we were working and we are working to solve the remaining ones. And the fact that the initiative was interrupted doesn't help us in those efforts. And so my message is, let's work together to see if this can be solved. Second, the truth is that you need to distinguish, first of all, what is for animal feed from what is for human feed. Yes. Globally, developing countries had a share slightly larger than developed countries, but in human feed that difference is even bigger. The fact is that in these developing countries you have, because this was done through the mechanisms that exist, you have many countries that are middle income countries that are there, and indeed the percentage for the least developed countries was relatively reduced, as it is in all markets for all purposes. And that is the reason why we involved the World Food Programme in this action, and the World Food Programme had meaningful support to Yemen, to Somalia, to other countries in the same situation, exactly to compensate the fact that the natural operation of the market is not favorable to the countries with less dimension, less capacity, less resources. But there is one thing that's important to underline. When the operation took place, prices came down. And when prices come down, they come down to everybody and to all kinds of operations.
The whole world.
So the benefit was for everybody, including those that were not receiving those grains. So it is not true that the least developed countries did not beneficiate from the Black Sea Grain Initiative.
There's a criticism that this war in Ukraine exposed the weaknesses of the United Nations, including the Security Council. And this institution, when it was formed after the World War II, the intention was to maintain world peace and unite the globe. What is your response to the criticism that the UN is at its weakest moment?
The UN are many things. The UN are humanitarian agencies that have not been as active as they are now and as important as they are now to rescue people everywhere. The UN is the work done by our peacekeepers in very dramatic circumstances. The UN is many things. It's not only the Security Council. It has the General Assembly, it has the Human Rights Council. But it is true that the Security Council has been blocked in relation to most of the more dramatic crises that we face. And this is one of the reasons why I've said today, as I've repeated in many other occasions, we have institutions that were created out of the Second World War. The world has changed. So the Security Council, as the Bretton Woods institutions, reflect the world of 45. And they need to be reformed. And Africa is particularly important on this because the African countries were not, I mean, a few were. Ethiopia was there, Egypt was there, but most of the African countries were not yet free from the colonial powers. And so they were not there where these institutions were created. And the most obvious injustice in the Security Council is that there is not one single permanent member of the African continent. The good news is that I believe that for the first time this year, I saw everybody recognizing this, including the permanent 5 members, that this problem needs to be solved. It's probably big, complicated, but it needs. So I think there is a growing conscience that both in relation to the Security Council and in relation to the Bretton Woods institution, we need to transform them, to adapt them to what the world is today. The power relations of today, the economy of today, which is very different from what it was in 1945.
The SG Peace and Security, just spoken about the challenges of peace and security. We have a problem on the continent: Sudan, Libya, the DRC, now Niger. Your observation, why are we back where we see so many coups on the continent?
I think that we have a situation in which terrorist groups have emerged, and they are more and more powerful. And I've been insisting on the need for the international community to recognize that it is important to have peace enforcing and counter-terrorism operations done by robust African forces, but with a mandate from the Security Council and with guaranteed funding from so-called assessed or mandatory contributions. I've been saying that this is needed. The fact is that this has not happened until now, and we see growing insecurity. And when we see growing insecurity, then you need to find scapegoats. And unfortunately, one of the scapegoats that we are witnessing is the existence of democratic institutions in themselves. And so we see this absurd thing, which is the military that should be fighting the terrorists, are not very effective in fighting the terrorists.
They want power.
They want power. And in my opinion, we need to address the root causes of this situation, and to address the root cause of this situation is to invest in robust African capacity to address its security risks, not to give this kind of pretext to those that, instead of doing their job, are trying to grab power for whatever purposes.
Finally, SG, you are going to Kenya. You are going to the G20 in India. You'll be at the G77 plus China in Cuba. And then you have the UN General Assembly. And on the margins, you have this climate summit. And of course, the climate summit in the United Arab Emirates. All these important engagements from different regions. What would be one strong message at a time where the economy of the globe is very sluggish? You called for a compact when you were addressing the Nelson Mandela lecture during the COVID-19. But what we saw was hoarding of vaccines.
Well, I think we need to have two complementary things. One is the immediate action plan. That's why we have proposed the so-called SDG stimulus involving the injection of $500 billion in the developing countries to be able to respond to the dramatic situation they face now with that, and to the need to invest in their youth, to create jobs, and to be able to address the challenges of climate change. And other aspects that need be done in relation to debt relief mechanisms, change of model of multilateral development banks, and the way they need to be much more effective in mobilizing private finance at reasonable cost to developing countries. So there are a number of things that can be done immediately. And then we need to think about what are the reforms that are necessary for multilateralism to be able to provide what it needs to provide to the world. And that is why I'm so much insisting on the need to look seriously into the reforms of the Security Council, of the Bretton Woods system, and the different other international institutions, and reforming also many of the mechanisms that we have today, and increasing the capacity of both countries and multilateral organizations to be able to deal with those aspects that unfortunately we are not controlling today. One is climate, and the other is the development of certain technologies that, if not properly regulated, can become a big threat for all of us.
Thank you so much, SG.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, sir. That was the UN chief speaking to us here at the Sandton Convention Centre on the margins of the BRICS summit. He has been very consistent. The message from the G7 is the message he's communicated here. And it looks like in Kenya, it will be the same message.
Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for the honor that has been given to us to take part in this summit, and then the warm welcome that was reserved to myself and my delegation. Allow me to translate my gratitude to my brother Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa, as well as to the South African people. So it's the opportunity also for me to present my sincere thanks to the head of state for BRICS to have invited me in this summit, which is of a high level. And then I hope that the conclusions will be relevant, capable to strengthen our efforts and then to deal with challenges that is being a stop for the development in Africa. I've said that many times, but the multipolar world that we call has now arrived. So we are very happy for that. Mr. the head of state and then the government and member of BRICS, your fight, your strive for an international order, equitable and just, is also our fight. The Africa in general, the Congo, my country in particular, subscribe to your objectives of a multilateral partnership that is inclusive and representing the world as it is today. With you, so we are sharing the idea that international cooperation need to be established on the basis of respect and then mutual benefit. So it's that spirit that we find in our dialogue with you. So I really wanted to thank you for that. So we are very sure that the partnership between BRICS and Africa would be beneficial in the going toward development. So it would be a real mutual construction that will profit everyone. But the condition for success for this partner in the service of development is to deal with real issues of the continent. With that spirit, our conviction is that we need, before everything else, to underline, to put an interest on a basic infrastructure aiming to build production capacity and then the physical integration of our territories. Otherwise, how are we going to take advantage of the implementation of the free trade area, the African free trade area, without basic infrastructure, transport, telecommunication, energy? About 600 million people do not have access to electricity. How are we planning how can we plan the industrialization of the continent? So these questions are very essential. So the continental African free trade area is an opportunity to guarantee a sustainable growth. So, adding to that, to concerns that have been raised, the access to drinking water, sanitation, so the building capacity of a human capacity, the quality of life, these are priority for us. So the list is not exhaustive. face to this. So the key to progress in our continent is, without any doubt, it's the facilitation for the access of our different countries to finance. So I'm expressing my wish. The partnership between BRICS-Africa and the BRICS, it must be a supported access to facilitate fund for development. So we are hoping that this will be available, especially through the new development bank that will contribute actively to the finance solidarity toward Africa, where the necessity to make our country eligible. So we are also formulating some wishes that BRICS to the G20 meeting, so that they could also raise the request of Africa, for which a specific need to be taken into account in these world organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, the part of Africa in the international governance must increase and become finally representatives of its real weight. So Africa is ready to start with new initiatives in a multilateral framework, a renewed framework, so to bring responses to the challenges to which the humanity is facing. So that is touching mostly, be it the threat to peace or to environment, it's Africa that is affected. It's in this perspective that we have initiated Brazil, Indonesia, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Gabon and Congo, to organize in Brazzaville a summit of the three basin forests, namely the basin of Amazonia, the basin of Mekong, and then the basin of Congo. So we are hoping through this summit to bring a concerted answer and effective for the big basins that is supporting the planet for the fight against climate change, and then also for the importance extreme for the protection of biodiversity. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, head of states and government, to take this opportunity to invite you to come and attend to the Brazzaville summit, afin to put together our effort in the to find adapted solutions to face effectively the agency of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, so as the theme is saying, it BRICS and Africa is calling to a firm commitment in favor of development. So a commitment to make to prosper in a peaceful Africa, a stable Africa, where the virtues of dialogue must always be taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President. I now call upon His Excellency President Teodoro Obiang Nguema Basogo, the President of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea.
Su Excelencia Cyril Ramaphosa, Presidente de la República de Sudáfrica.
His Excellency President Ramaphosa of South Africa, Your Excellencies, heads of the BRICS states, Your Excellencies, leaders and heads of governments and delegations, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank my brother, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the South African Republic, for his lovely invitation, which he made us to take part in this very important BRICS summit with the theme BRICS and Africa partnerships for mutually accelerated growth, sustainable growth, and inclusive multilateralism. Mr. President, the government of the Guinea Equatorial government reaffirms its opinion about the pertinence and relevance of the creation of the BRICS and the need for strengthening it and its universal quality to keep a more globalized platforms able to correct the injustice predominating in the world, which ensure that inequalities prevail in the current international relations system. We effectively support the decision to expand the BRICS group, through which we believe that our country is a good candidate to be a member state of this expanded BRICS group because of its conviction and the BRICS capacity of creating a more just and fair global system with a more equitable international order in relation to relations between the countries. The Republic of Guinea, Equatorial Guinea, believes that South Africa has overcome the times of theoretical dogmatism to travel towards realities that does indeed impose effective change in the emerging nations of the global South. This struggle can only bring to us this effective victory with monetary and economic power and with the will and determination from the BRICS being guided to the accelerated economic growth, sustainable development and also inclusive multilateralism amongst its member states, fighting against the injustice of the current political and economic system which continues to make the African people to suffer from the countries that hold the reins of the world economic and its institutions for keeping their economic power status quo over the emerging nations. Mr. President, in order to be able to face this situation, our country believes that the reinforced BRICS, bolstered with a more universal structure, may indeed create a convertible currency even stronger, supported by the resources of its member states, with the aim of doing away with the current system and offering a more just financial system, allowing its members to have a more equal share as far as having benefits within the international financial arena. In conclusion, I'd like to say that all countries in the world, be them big or small, and from all different locations, that they enjoy the critical rights to develop their potential of having access to prosperity-related opportunities as well as peace, and also of the benefits from the global economic processes. The BRICS need to be the engine of this inclusive and sustainable development drive, offering fruitful results. And it is very important to have been at the 15th BRICS Summit that has given us such important results.
Thank you, President. I now call upon on the virtual platform President Nicolas Maduro, the President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Excelentísimo compañero Cyril Ramaphosa, presidente de la República de Sudáfrica y
Cyril
presidente
Ramaphosa,
pro tempore de los BRICS,
President of the Republic of South
querido
Africa,
presidente
and
Xi
President pro
Jinping
tempore of the BRICS.
de la República
Dear
Popular
President
China,
Xi Jinping of the People's Republic of China.
querido presidente compañero Lula da Silva, presidente de la
Dear
República
President and brother and
Federativo
colleague
del
Lula da
Brasil,
Silva, President of the
estimado
Federal
primer
Republic of
ministro de la
Brazil,
India,
esteemed
Narendra
Prime
Modi,
Minister of India,
estimado
Narendra Modi,
presidente Vladimir Putin.
respected President
Quiero saludar
Vladimir
con mucho
Putin.
entusiasmo
I would
la
like to
celebración de esta
express
histórica
enthusiastic greetings
decimoquinta
on the
cumbre
occasion of this historic
del bloque de economías
15th summit
emergentes
of the emerging
conformado
economies
por Brasil,
comprised by
Rusia,
Brazil,
India,
Russia,
China y
India,
Sudáfrica,
China, and
que ha
South
venido
Africa,
sentando
which has
bases muy
been laying
sólidas
very strong
de cara a la
foundations
construcción de un nuevo
for the
sistema
creation
mundial
of a truly free,
verdaderamente libre,
inclusive, just,
inclusivo,
and supportive
justo y
new
solidario,
global system.
donde se restituyan
This
los
new system
principios del
aims to
derecho
restore the
internacional,
principles of international
amenazado
law,
por el viejo
which
sistema
have been threatened
hegemónico
by the
imperial.
old hegemonic imperial system.
Venezuela agradece sinceramente la
Venezuela
invitación
sincerely
cordial
appreciates
que
the gracious
Sudáfrica,
invitation
en
extended
su
by
condición de
the Republic
presidente
of South
pro
Africa,
tempore
in its capacity
de
of
los
President
BRICS,
pro tempore of the BRICS,
nos ha extendido
to
para
participate
participar en esta
in this
histórica cumbre
historic summit
y
and
contribuir
to contribute to
en
the
el diálogo
BRICS
de acercamiento
plus
BRICS
outreach
Plus.
people.
Estoy muy complacido de transmitir además la admiración y el reconocimiento de todo el pueblo de Venezuela hacia los pueblos y gobiernos de los BRICS. Países que han asumido la vanguardia
Extend
en
the
la
support of the
construcción de un
Venezuelan
mundo
people
de
to the
paz
BRICS
y de
countries.
prosperidad económica basado en el respaldo a la
We are
diversidad
working on
civilizatoria.
supporting the diversity
En ese sentido,
of
es
our
importante y
civilization.
oportuno
In this
recordar las
regard, it
palabras
is
del gran
important to
Nelson
recall the
Mandela,
words of the great Nelson Mandela,
pronunciados aquel 24 de mayo de
spoken on May
1994,
1994,
en su discurso de toma de
during his
posesión,
inaugural
a
address.
pocos días de haber asumido la
This was
presidencia en la
just
nueva
days after
Sudáfrica
assuming the presidency of the
post-apartheid,
new
cuando
post-apartheid
hizo un
South
llamado al
Africa. He
establecimiento
called for the
de un
establishment
nuevo
of
orden
a new
mundial
world
de cooperación,
order of cooperation,
justicia, prosperidad
justice, prosperity,
y paz,
and peace,
mutuamente beneficiosas
mutually
para
beneficial
nosotros
for us
y para las naciones
and
del
for the
mundo,
nations
como afirmó Nelson Mandela.
of the world, as Mandela
Al
affirmed.
vernos aquí, junto a
As we
ustedes,
gather here
Venezuela,
with you,
participando en esta cumbre
Venezuela,
histórica de los BRICS,
participating in this
viene a mi
historic
mente
BRICS summit,
el comandante Hugo Chávez,
I think of our commander,
junto a
Hugo
otros
Chávez,
líderes del
who,
mundo,
along with other world leaders,
durante décadas levantaron sus
raised
voces
their
para la
voices for
construcción de un
decades
nuevo
in
orden
the pursuit of
internacional,
a new international order
cultural, económico,
that is
sustentable.
more sustainable in a
En
political,
este
cultural,
contexto
and
que recordamos
economical way.
la también
In this
histórica cumbre
context,
de los
we
BRICS
recall
UNASUR,
the also historic BRICS
realizada el 15 de
UNASUR
julio del
summit
año
on
2014
July
en
15,
Brasil,
2024
Allí
in
estuvimos.
Brazil. We were there.
país que para ese año desempeñó la presidencia
This country
de este
that
poderoso
year
bloque de
presided
economías
over this
emergentes
powerful block of
y
emerging
propició
economies,
dicho encuentro para avanzar en el
and they
diseño de una nueva
facilitated
geopolítica,
this encounter
en
to
un nuevo
design
mapa mundial
a new
para la
geopolitical
cooperación
structure,
política,
creating
financiera,
a new
económica
global
y
map for
energética,
political, financial, economic,
principalmente.
and energy
Hoy estamos
cooperation.
convencidos
Today,
de que ese
we
nuevo
are
orden
convinced
mundial
that this
ya es
new
una
world
realidad
order is a
y
reality.
los BRICS desempeñan un rol
And the
fundamental
BRICS are playing
de
a
la dinámica
fundamental role
geopolítica
in the
que
geopolitical
ha generado
dynamics that have
la
fostered
confianza
trust
entre los pueblos y gobiernos de América
among the
Latina,
peoples and
el
governments
Caribe,
of Latin
África y
America, the
Asia,
Caribbean,
con su
Africa,
modelo
and
de
Asia,
desarrollo
with the
y sus
development
valores
model
de
and
respeto
values
mutuo.
of mutual respect.
Los BRICS hoy
The
por hoy
BRICS
representan a
countries
nivel mundial
represent
el 31.7% del Producto
31.7%
Interno
of the
Bruto,
global GDP,
el 30% del territorio,
30% of the
el
territory,
43% de la población
43% of the
y el
population, and
18% del comercio
18% of the
internacional.
international trade.
Los países que conforman este
These
bloque
nations
controlan el
control 8.7% of the world's oil reserves, 25.2% of gas reserves, and contribute 40% of global energy,
representan el
42% of the renewable energy
y el
usage,
37%
and
del
37%
consumo
of
de energía.
energy consumption.
Definitivamente,
Without a doubt,
la unión
Unity is strength, and this collective strength drives a new paradigm of global relations and propels a new world geopolitics in the 21st century. Esteemed Presidents, Prime Ministers, Excellencies, Venezuela joins the aspirations of countries seeking to join the BRICS. We officially expressed this in a letter in 2015, and we recently reaffirmed it. We are willing to contribute to this global integrated model with the richest oil reserves, certified oil reserves. They are in our country. Furthermore, our nation possesses abundant mineral resources, accounting for over 20% of global reserves of iron, copper, and gold, as well as deposits of silver, bauxite, coltan, nickel, rhodium, titanium, among others. Additionally, we have a privileged geographical position in northern South America. Out of the 23 aspirants in the potential BRICS expansion process, 7 of us are members of the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, which supplies a crucial portion of the global market, and collectively we hold 77% of the world's oil reserves. The inclusion of these OPEC nations in the BRICS group would ensure control of over 83% of the proven global oil reserves, not to mention the proven reserves of non-OPEC and OPEC Plus countries. Concerning global gas reserves, out of the 23 BRICS aspirants, 7 are part of the Gas Exporting Countries Forum. This includes Russia. This forum manages 72% of the world's gas reserves and supplies 44% of the global markets. Venezuela's accumulated experience in the face of illegal imposition of criminal sanctions and unilateral coercive measures is another vital aspect that we are prepared to share with the BRICS group and its friends. The reality is that in recent years, we have highlighted, we have seen the clear evidence of the need to progress on the process of the global economic de-dollarization, considering the rampant and indiscriminate use of the US dollar as a mechanism of economic warfare against the free peoples of the world. Recent studies have shown that at least 30 nations, representing 28% of the global population, which is around 2,178 billion human beings, are affected by imperialist sanctions and other extortionary measures and economic warfare. The damage to our economies and development models is undeniable. The implementation of these measures negatively impacts the enjoyment of human rights, as recognized by the UN Human Rights Council in March 2023. Colleagues, presidents, prime ministers, from we come together to shape a new financial architecture that allows for transactions with innovative physical and digital means and a wide range of national currencies. This would provide access to new forms of financing that contribute to the recovery and growth of our economies. In Venezuela's case, the growth projection of over 5% in 2023 is the highest in the region, according to the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. It is our desire, Mr. President, to join the BRICS Think Tanks Council to contribute our modest experience to counteract the harmful effects of Western sanctions on the world economies, as well as to dismantle the financial and commercial domination system. Furthermore, we undertake the responsibility of promoting political and economic relations between the BRICS architecture and the key mechanisms of consultation and cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean. Among these, I am talking about the Bolivarian Alliance for the Peoples of Our America, the People's Trade Treaty, this is ALBA TCP, and the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, CELAC, aiming to advance the formation of regional blocs, as was envisaged in the historic Summit 2014 between BRICS and UNASUR. The consolidation of these ambitious alliances requires a high level of people's awareness about realities, strengths, and capacities for united progress. To that end, we propose strengthening the communicational alliance by revitalizing cooperation between the BRICS and Telesur and the Latin American Caribbean Multimedia and Multi-State Platform. Colleagues, Excellencies, since its inception, BRICS has been conceived with an inclusive and complementary vision, with the multilateral system at its core, including the World Trade Organization and its reform. It supports the growth of micro, small, and medium enterprises, integrating them into the global value chains, and expanding cooperations in the fields of digital economy and green development, among other actions. Therefore, the call to expand its membership represents hope for those of us with the noble and modest aspiration to contribute from various perspectives to becoming part of a new development model. This model has been growing under the leadership of BRICS and undoubtedly finds a momentous impetus toward the future in this grand gathering in Johannesburg. 200 years ago, during the struggle of our independence, the independence of the Americans, actually, our liberator, Simón Bolívar, envisioned the construction of what we could call now a multipolar and pluricentric world. As he said, to achieve the long-awaited universal balance. I sincerely believe that with the emergence of BRICS, we are closer than ever to realizing the dream of Simón Bolívar. This is the dream of the greater homeland, the dream of a human homeland, a global homeland. This is why President Ramaphosa reaffirmed our wholehearted willingness, support, gratitude for being invited to this historic summit. Venezuela takes a step forward with BRICS towards a world of peace, cooperation, the world of the 21st century. We say it from the heart, long live the peoples of the Global South. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President. I now have the honor to call His Excellency President Isaias Afwerki, the President of the State of Eritrea.
Excellency, thank you. May I first join previous speakers to express our gratitude to Your Excellency and other heads of state and governments of BRICS for convening this 15th summit. Our deepest thanks too for the people and government of South Africa for their renowned hospitality. This meeting is taking place at a critical time when our global community is at a veritable crossroads. The flaws and deficits of the prevailing global governance architecture, whose defining features are dysfunctional, non-inclusive, and unfair rules and regulations are too evident to merit emphasis. U.S. exceptionalism, or Pax Americana, has unleashed malaise that have gravely impaired global progress for almost a century now. Bipolarity ushered in after the end of the Second World War, and attempts to impose unipolarity in its sequel in the past 30 years have resulted in endless spiral of conflicts and perpetual instability. Opportunities for global progress, meaningful participation between nations and peoples based on inherent commonality of interests and aspirations, social harmony within societies that depend on fair access to and distribution of the national pie have been squandered. This, in spite of mankind's exponential technological progress in the last 2 centuries, a capability which could have changed the quality of life for all humanity if it were seen, indeed as it should, in purely ethical terms, as a common public good. And at this 11th hour, the principal advocates and proponents of hegemony are pushing our global village to the brink of unprecedented disaster. The tendency for unbridled escalation of the war in Ukraine, led by the United States and NATO, is fraught with consequences that are ghastly to contemplate. Yet, the United States and its allies continue to doggedly pursue this perilous path in a desperate attempt to turn back the clock of history and assert what they term as their unassailable global superiority and dominance. Differences of scale aside, the devastating wars incubated by these policies in Africa, the Middle East, and other parts of the world in the past decades have and continue to incur colossal losses. The situation in Niger is only symptomatic. It's symptomatic of modern slavery. Imagine bringing back all the uranium that have been going to Europe to electrify this marginalized continent. Vast literature on and related institutions for conflict resolution and the maintenance of peace aside, costly wars unleashed directly or through proxies find no solutions in the majority of cases and are instead compounded by deliberate subterfuge. Peacekeeping forces, humanitarian assistance, etc., are mere palliatives to project semblance of serious concern. Most of the times, the institutions and conceptual pillars of global governance, the cogent principles enshrined in the UN Charter, are circumvented and supplanted by illegal frameworks and approaches. Grave issues of international peace are not addressed by and referred to legitimate international bodies for adjudication. Alliances and power blocs, coalitions of the willing, are the preferred tools in order to breach international law. Illegal and unilateral sanctions, weaponization of US-dominated financial, economic, and judicial institutions, as well as other punitive instruments in their toolbox, are routinely invoked to punish those who do not toe the line. These suffocating and malicious policies are embellished by high-sounding phrases in order to claim the moral high ground. They are also propagated extensively through their wide and subversive media outlets. But for all their efforts, these misguided and reckless policies have and continue to endanger or engender robust and growing popular resistance in all corners of the world. The tiny few aside, the lofty aspirations of humanity as a whole is for a just and fair global order where justice and the rule of law prevail, where nations and peoples forge meaningful and symmetric ties of cooperation and partnership on the basis of respect for national independence and sovereignty, for societies anchored on compassion and social justice. These amorphous movements will require higher coordination in their critical layers. BRICS and other international organizations and platforms that broadly share these values and aspirations must shoulder the responsibility of better articulating and mapping out concrete objectives and strategies. The judicious approach will certainly involve a basket of concrete and consensual instruments that can roll back and sustainably dent the most vicious measures in their toolbox of repression. In this respect, the measures of de-dollarization, already on the offing with varying pace and through different alternative frameworks, could be supplemented by continuous consensus building and joint action in appropriate international forums to prevent conflict. Mechanisms can be worked out to expedite fair and comprehensive resolutions when and if they erupt. Similarly, the opportunities for coordinated and effective action may be explored to rectify systemic weaponization of judicial and other instruments that they have developed for ulterior ends and that are not in consonance with international law and the Charter of the United Nations. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I now call upon Your Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed Ali, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia.
Your Excellency, President Ramaphosa, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished ministers, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, allow me to thank our host, President Ramaphosa, for the kind invitation and hospitality. I would also like to express my profound appreciation to Your Excellency for your able leadership as the current chair of the BRICS, in which you have amplified the collective voice of Africa. This BRICS summit is taking place at a critical moment in time, when often unheard voices in the global arena are striving to be heard. The many crises we have faced as a global community, particularly after the COVID-19 pandemic, have further exposed how cooperation is key for our collective survival. Hence, a growing and inclusive multilateralism is essential to overcome common challenges. A reformed multilateralism entails inclusivity, cooperation, and diversity of voices and interests. By amplifying voices from various corners of the globe, we can collaboratively work for an equitable and peaceful world. In an ever-interdependent world, collectivity is essential to adequately solve global challenges. Transnational problems requires joint solutions. At this crucial time, promoting dialogue and harmony is highly critical for overall peace and prosperity. That's why Ethiopia has always been a champion and a defender of multilateralism. And the BRICS is indeed one key initiative, responding to the repeated calls for a new and inclusive multilateralism. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the name Ethiopia evokes memories of origins and of an ancient and wealthy civilization. Remarkable works of architecture and monuments grace its land. Multiple kingdoms ruled over the dominion thousands of years ago. In this modern history, Ethiopia has remained uncolonized, and it has a long history of diplomacy stretching over 100 years. As a founding member of the League of Nations and the Organization for African Unity, Ethiopia's engagement in the international stage has been quite meaningful and impactful. Ethiopia is Africa's second most populous country, with around 120 million people, a greater majority of which are young and dynamic. This demographic dividend, if harnessed properly, can be a significant asset for cooperation through driving innovation, consumption, and providing a large workforce. Located in the Horn of Africa, Ethiopia also serves as a crucial gateway between Africa, the Middle East, and wider Asia. The efforts we are making in intensive infrastructure development within and across the whole region is a testament to our endeavors toward this regional integration. Our strategic position could provide the BRICS with enhanced connectivity opportunities across these regions. Ethiopia's substantial investment in roads, airlines, clean energy, and telecom infrastructure not only demonstrate our ambition, but also our potential to be a hub of connectivity for the African continent. Our positioning offers a vital link to East Africa's market and has the potential to foster a richer and a more inclusive integration of the global economy. Excellencies, my country has also recorded one of the highest economic growth rates in Africa and has showcased its potential to become one of the continent's largest economies. This growth is backed by a mix of agriculture, manufacturing, and service, demonstrating a diversified and resilient economy. For the past 5 years, Ethiopia has also been in the driver's seat to practical solutions to address climate change. Through our massive Green Legacy tree planting program, the initiative launched in 2019 will be the largest afforestation program in the world, when by 2026 we will have planted 50 billion trees in a total of 8 years. Till last week, we have already planted 32 billion seedlings. Over the past 2 years itself, our Green Legacy program has spread to neighboring countries in the home region as we collaboratively work on green diplomacy. Furthermore, Ethiopia has been an active participant in regional and international diplomacy, including its long-standing contribution to UN peacekeeping missions. Therefore, Excellencies, our rich historic past, the breadth and depth of our bilateral ties across the world, as well as being forerunners in the establishment of key global and regional multilateral institutions, not only makes Ethiopia instrumental to BRICS bloc, but a key voice for inclusivity in the global arena. Excellencies, in joining hands with the BRICS, Ethiopia aspires to build BRICS, foster understanding, and work towards a shared future that benefits all. As I reiterate my gratitude to you once again, Mr. President, let me conclude by reaffirming Ethiopia's commitment to further enhancing multilateralism towards inclusivity. I thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I now ask His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm grateful for the opportunity to address the 15th BRICS Summit, in which everyone present here is in agreement about the intensity and scale of the challenges facing our world and the urgent need to address them. It is appropriate that the theme of this 15th Summit has Africa as its focus. And I thank President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa and the South African government and people for the invitation and for the warm hospitality the Ghanaian delegation has enjoyed here in South Africa. For an organization that represents some 30% of global GDP and some 42% of the world's population, the importance of BRICS, comprising Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, to the economic growth and the promotion of progress and prosperity around the world cannot be stressed enough. And I must applaud successive leaders of the BRICS countries for sustaining the relevance of this body. Excellencies, never has there been a time in recent history where malevolent forces have combined in such a manner to bring hardships to the world, especially to those of us in Africa. We are indeed operating in the most difficult of times. The interlocking challenges and the convergence of crises we are faced with pose existential threats that require immediate solidarity and collective action. It is obvious that the world has virtually run out of time to work together in the spirit of multilateralism. If we do not renew our commitments to build, keep, and consolidate peace and democracy all over the world, we would have to brace ourselves to live in a new and more dangerous world today and in the future. The issues of peace, progress, and prosperity in BRICS countries and Africa are deeply intertwined, which presuppose that ensuring the development of Africa should be in our common interest, which will help right the historic injustice of Africa, the richest continent in the world, being as a result of systemic exploitation, the continent with the highest number of the poorest people. Africa, I need reminding you, has 1.3 billion inhabitants, nearly 18% of the world's population, and in 2050 will be 2.5 billion, meaning that 1 out of every 4 persons in the world will be African. Now more than ever, strong partnership between the BRICS nations and Africa, reinforced political dialogue, and expanded cooperation in the fields of economic growth and international security are required. We have to work together to achieve our goals, including a fair, equitable process of energy transition, which recognizes that the entire African continent is responsible for less than 4% of global emissions, and which safeguards the prospects of Africa's development. Excellencies, I urge this meeting to address one issue of importance for us in Africa, and I believe for the world generally. That is the urgent necessity for the reform of the United Nations, especially of the composition and structure of its Security Council. The contemporary world has moved on significantly from the post-1945 world, which gave rise to the birth of the United Nations and the makeup of the Security Council. The world of 2023 is not the world of 1945. The crisis of the global financial institutions and of global governance under the United Nations system, which were created from the rubble of the Second World War, is a deep crisis. It will continue until a fair system is put in place, a system that reflects the new balances, no longer based on who won or lost the Second World War, but on the major contemporary and future balances. I believe strongly that despite its numerous challenges, Africa is on the cusp of building a great new civilization, which will unleash the considerable energies and huge potential of the African peoples, so that we will make our own unique contribution to the growth of world civilization. Together, working with the rest of us on the continent and with our increasingly educated, skilled, dynamic and growing youthful population, operating under the aegis of the African Continental Free Trade Area, whose Secretariat Ghana has the honor to host, I'm confident a strong partnership with the BRICS nations can help construct a prosperous and self-confident Africa. Now, I'd like to end by extending hearty congratulations to Prime Minister Narendra Modi on India's historic achievement of yesterday. I thank Your Excellencies for your attention.
Thank you, President. I now have the honor of asking Dr. Said Ibrahim Raisi, President of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
In the name of God, the most beneficent, the most merciful. صدای رئیس رو نمیشنوم. نه فلو رو ندارم. و the Honorable President of the South Africa, at the outset, I deem it necessary to thank you and the government and the people of South Africa for inviting me and for the warm reception that has been accorded to me and my delegation. I need to thank you and also the presidents of Russia, China, and Brazil, and Honorable Prime Minister of India for providing this opportunity. My gratitude to you and express my pleasure and delight for being amongst my colleagues from the African continent and the friendly countries of BRICS. Without any doubt, the decision made by the members of BRICS for expanding this group was a commendable move that paves the ground for the global expansion within the framework of justice, and the benefits of Iran's membership to BRICS is going to make history and open a new chapter and a stronger step towards justice, fairness, ethics, and sustainable and lasting peace on the international stage. And Mr. Chair, this is the third time that South Africa assumes the chairmanship of BRICS. And in each and every one of these times, the good efforts and determination of South Africa for bring about more cooperation, not just in the BRICS, but also in the African continent, is praiseworthy. And the African continent is one of the main capitals of the global South, and there is this cultural diversity, ethnic diversity, richness, and also the languages, and also natural attractions and the rich mineral resources. These have all made this continent distinct from others. Fortunately, the political and economic weight of the African continent is increasing on a daily basis, and the most important portion of the future of the world, the developing world within this geography, is happening. Mr. Mandela, the late Mr. Mandela, and the African heroes who stood against colonialism. I should salute them and remember their memory kindly. The Islamic Republic of Iran, since a long time ago, has been a friend and an ally of Africa, and strengthening economic interactions and cooperation has been very high on our agenda. And bilaterally and multilaterally, we have had different plans to cooperate with different countries of African continent. Honorable audience, dear participants, hegemony, injustice, the discriminations, and ethical crisis have put the world in a complicated and difficult position. The emergence of problems like hunger, the global changes, and no access to energy and medicine and medical equipment, coupled with cyber insecurity and cultural threats and to the values and identities are just some of these challenges faced by the world, and they require more convergence and a global drive to deepen the dialogue of justice and to have a fair order that is coming from the collective interests of the people of the world. BRICS is the symbol of such a change and transformation into international equations that can and is capable enough to contribute positively to the resolution of the global problems, especially considering the fact that it has its effectiveness and the trust in the world is increasing. The expansion of the BRICS to other parts of the developing and the global south is making this vision more consistent and more globalized. The Islamic Republic of Iran believes that the political, economic, as cooperation, significant one with each and every 5 main members of BRICS, and in the current era, we are clearly seeing the rise and the deepening of such cooperation. And the different strategic cooperation between Iran and the members of BRICS, especially when it comes to transit, energy, and trade, and that is on the agenda of BRICS. Support this approach adopted by Iran, and also lasting benefit. It has lasting benefits for our people and for the world. The Islamic Republic of Iran very resolutely supports the successful endeavors of BRICS in line with the dollarization from the trade and economic interactions between the members, and also making use of the local and national currencies, and also reinforcing the mechanisms for payments and also settlements. The Islamic Republic of Iran has exemplary and unique capacities and is ready to put them at your disposal at the 3 main activities of the BRICS, that is politics, security, and economy, and also the social ones and the financial ones, and to have maximum interaction and to foster multilateral cooperation, especially with the independent developing countries. It is in the center of Iran's foreign policy, and in this line, and because of Iran's very special geopolitical and also location geography, and having a lot of energy resources and a lot of engineering and technological and scientific capabilities like industrial and nanotechnology and medical advancements that we have achieved, we announce our readiness to have any kind of cooperation, to have joint investments and other types of cooperation with the other countries. Honorable participants, in conclusion, I would like to make mention that one of the existing challenges in the global south is the continuation of the racist policies and the insecurities emanating from the occupation and the operations and the hegemony and terrorism, state terrorism, especially by the Zionist regime, that has not only deprived the people of Palestine from the right to their determination, but also the right to development. Mr. Chair, Excellency, once again, I deem it necessary to thank you and the people of the friendly and brotherly country of South Africa for hosting this very important gathering, and I would like to thank you for your attention. That's it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, President. My next speaker is His Excellency Ntsukwane Samuel Matekane, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho.
Your Excellency President Ramaphosa, Your Excellencies President of the BRICS nation, Your Excellencies Heads of State and Government present, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm deeply honored to address you on this momentous occasion of the BRICS-Africa outreach and the BRICS Plus dialogue. On behalf of the people and the government of the Kingdom of Lesotho, I would like to express our gratitude to President Ramaphosa for inviting us to this historic summit and for the foresight to dedicate this session to the Africa outreach. In the like manner, I wish to applaud the BRICS leadership for striving to create a better world. We pledge our support to them and cooperation in building a stronger and more cohesive South-South cooperation. This platform provides us with a unique opportunity to establish partnerships with the BRICS countries, the private sector and business communities for the growth and development of our African countries and the global South as a whole. Excellencies, today we gather against a backdrop of uncertainty as the world grapples unprecedented multitude of global crises. The prevailing geopolitical tensions, global pandemics, and the far-reaching effects of climate change continue to have a devastating impact on human life, livelihoods, economies, and communities around the world. This is further compounded by soaring food and fuel prices, as well as the unsustainable levels of debt. Tragically, it is the people in the global South who bear the heaviest brunt of all these challenges. Therefore, the agency of a dialogue among developing countries to promote economic development, peace and prosperity has never been greater. We call for dialogue and negotiation as fundamental tools for achieving economic development and peaceful resolution of conflicts around the world. In this regard, the reform of the UN security is central to the achievement of sustainable peace. We call on the BRICS countries to support the African common position in this regard. In the same token, the reform of the Bretton Woods institution is key to ensuring equitable economic growth. This is an agenda that we must all join hands in pursuing. Excellencies, we commend the rising influence of the BRICS bloc in recent years and believe it can serve as a valuable platform for addressing the key challenges faced by the global South. By fostering stronger relations among developing countries, we can unlock considerable opportunities for trade, investment, and technological development. BRICS countries are among the largest export markets in the world, and their role and influence in global trade cannot be overstated. There are considerable opportunities for BRICS countries to pursue in Africa, including opening up the markets for products from smaller countries, investing in key sectors such as manufacturing, agriculture and agro-processing, services industries, energy, tourism, transport and general infrastructure in small countries like Lesotho, and extending support to our countries as they strive for industrialization. industrialization and technological advancement. Excellencies, as we approach the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, it is evident that many countries lag behind in our collective pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. To address this situation, Lesotho recently signed the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework 2024-2028, aptly entitled Kalebelo la Ntshwege, and loosely translated as fast-paced implementation. This serves as a testament to our resolve to accelerate progress towards achieving the SDGs. In addition, we are actively engaging the youth to explore more innovative approaches to ensure swift yet effective implementation of the UN Agenda 2030 for the benefit of current and future generations. Excellencies, the need for immediate action is crucial when addressing global challenges like climate change. Our ability to confront these challenges relies on our collective unity. In addressing climate change, Lesotho has embarked on an ambitious clean energy initiative. In the current public sector investment program, there are several infrastructure projects that are aimed at addressing the gaps in the energy and transport infrastructure. Lesotho is endowed with natural resources, specifically water and diamonds. Moreover, we have a huge potential for green energy generation, such as hydro, solar and wind power for domestic markets and export into the Southern African power pool. We therefore invite BRICS countries to partner with us and invest in these ventures which offer guaranteed lucrative returns on investment. Allow me also, Excellencies, to inform you that we are planning to convene the Water and Hydrogen Conference and Expo in Maseru, Lesotho from 12 and 13 October 2023. This conference will showcase the steps and action that Lesotho is undertaking towards becoming the world's first sustainable digital hydro nation. We welcome strategic partners with like-minded nations and institutions. We invite all of you to grace this groundbreaking conference with your presence. Further, we recognize the importance of infrastructure as catalyst for promoting economic growth and attracting private investment. Therefore, the development of air transport and road network is equally important. In light of this, the government has prioritized the construction of interconnecting roads that will link Lesotho and certain parts of South Africa with the Port of Durban. Moreover, efforts are being made to enhance and upgrade the international airport. This presents an auspicious opportunity for investment and collaboration with the BRICS countries and the business sector. Excellencies, as I conclude my remarks, allow me to indicate that with the establishment of the new development bank, we anticipate funding opportunities to implement various agreements, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement and China and India Provincial Arrangement. These funding possibilities can facilitate real growth and meaningful participation in regional and global value chains. Even as that happens, we need to place greater emphasis on the three fundamental pillars underpinning BRICS, namely promoting financial and economic development through cooperation and openness, respecting the sovereignty of other countries and pursuing peaceful resolutions to conflicts, and working to ensure justice and representation in the global governance system. With BRICS and Africa in partnership, the better life for all is achievable. I thank you.
Thank you. Somebody has lost their wristwatch. If you have lost your wristwatch, please come to the table or send somebody to come and pick it up. My next speaker will be His Excellency Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, the President of the Republic of Malawi.
Your Excellency, Mr. Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa and Chair of the BRICS. Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. This BRICS dialogue comes at a critical time for us as nations in the global South, a time in which 3 consecutive global crises, namely the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change impact, and the war in Eastern Europe, have exposed 2 harsh realities we can no longer deny nor find acceptable. First, they have exposed the extreme vulnerability of our countries to external shocks owing to weak infrastructural, food, health, environmental management, governance, educational, and social protection systems that we need to develop to make our economies more resilient. Secondly, they have exposed the global financial and institutional systems' incapacity to respond to our needs speedily and fairly. So now that we know how vulnerable to shocks we are and how unresponsive to our needs the global financial system and multilateral institutions are, what remains is for us to do something about it. And we are more than capable of doing something about it, for not only is there strength in our numbers, because the nations gathered here represent close to half of the human population, but there is also abundance in our resources. For the nations gathered here are the custodians of the bulk of the natural resources the world needs for the creation of the digital and green economies of tomorrow. The place to start is for us to confront the barriers that have denied us a stake in global prosperity in the past. One such barrier is our own failure to build our own institutional and financial systems, systems that can better facilitate the implementation of instruments like the African Continental Free Trade Area, AfCFTA, and the aspirations of platforms like the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, FOCAC, the Russia-Africa Summit, and the India-Africa Forum Summit, IAFS. A second barrier we must confront is the monopoly that some countries enjoy of multilateral institutions like the UN Security Council, where we must insist that it is no longer acceptable for a handful of countries that claim to love democracy and equality to have the power to undemocratically make decisions about us without us. 5 months ago, as outgoing chairperson of the least developed countries, LDCs, I presided over the launch of the Doha Program of Action for LDCs for 2022 to 2031 in Doha, Qatar, under the auspices of the United Nations. And yet none of the 46 nations that are part of this program have a permanent representation on the UN Security Council, where decisions are made affecting its progress. This is unacceptable. 5 months ago, I led my nation in mourning the loss of over 1,000 Malawians, the displacement of over 500,000, and the destruction of crops and infrastructure that over 2 million depend on, following the devastation caused by Cyclone Freddy. And yet Malawi has no nation to permanently represent its interest on the UN Security Council, where the nations that are the greatest cause of climate change remain unaccountable for meeting their obligations for climate change mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage. That is unacceptable. In the face of these global challenges, Malawi is determined to work with BRICS nations to promote multilateralism and uphold international law in a new and better framework, because Malawi is not satisfied with a post-colonial geopolitical framework that has failed to deliver equitable prosperity for our people. We must reboot the system. We must reboot it now. And we are here to help BRICS nations design the software. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, President. I now call upon His Excellency President Filipe Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique.
Obrigado.
Thank you very much,
Caro irmão e bom
my
vizinho,
dear brother and good
President
neighbor,
Cyril Ramaphosa,
Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa,
Presidente da
President
República
of
de
the
África
Republic
do
of
Sul
South Africa,
e Presidente de
and
exercício
the Chairperson
BRICS.
of the BRICS nations,
Senhores Presidentes e
Your
chefes de
Excellencies,
governos das nações
Presidents and heads
BRICS,
of government of BRICS nations,
Senhores Presidentes e Ministros
Your
dos
Excellencies,
Estados convidados,
Presidents and Ministers
Excelências,
of
minhas
invited
senhoras e meus senhores.
states, Your Excellencies, ladies and
Ao
gentlemen,
iniciar a minha intervenção como
as
Estado
I begin my
convidado
remarks
a esta
as an
semana
invited
dos
state
BRICS,
to this
quero
outreach
em nome
BRICS
da
summit,
República de
I wish
Moçambique
on behalf of the Republic
e
of
meu
Mozambique and
próprio
on my
agradecer
own
o
behalf,
honroso
wish
convite
to thank
endereçado
for the
por Sua Excelência
gracious
Cyril Ramaphosa,
invitation
Presidente
extended to me by President Cyril
República de África do
Ramaphosa,
Sul.
President of the Republic of South Africa.
Esta participação
This
confere-me a
participation
oportunidade
provides me with an
de
opportunity
participar nos diálogos
to
BRICS Plus e BRICS
participate in
Outreach,
the BRICS Plus
fórum que
and
constitui
BRICS Outreach
mecanismos
Dialogue, a
importantes
forum which is an
de
important mechanism
fortalecimento da
to
cooperação
strengthen
internacional
international
e
cooperation
promoção de
and
aceleração do
promote
crescimento econômico dos países
acceleration of
emergentes
economic
e em
development
desenvolvimento.
of emerging and developing
Senhor
countries.
Presidente, na dinâmica da
President,
atualidade, a cooperação
under
multilateral
the current
para o
dynamics, multilateral
desenvolvimento
cooperation for
constitui
development
grande desafio
is
para a esfera
a
das
major
relações
challenge in the sphere
entre os
of
Estados na
relations between
perspectiva
states in
de inclusão
prospect of
sul-global,
the inclusivity,
nos sistemas
inclusion of the
multilaterais
global
como
South
forma
in a
de
multilateral
promover o
systems as a
crescimento
way of
econômico.
promoting economic growth.
Permitam-me que
Allow
ressalte
me to highlight
alguns aspectos que,
a
a
few
nosso ver, são
aspects
críticos no
that
contexto
in our
atual.
view are critical.
Primeiro,
First,
aspecto relevante que
relevant
decorre de
aspect which is
recuperação
arises
econômica no período pós-Covid-19,
economic cooperation in the period
apesar de haver
post-COVID-19,
indícios de uma
despite
trajetória de
there
melhoria
being
na maioria dos países,
indication of a trajectory
ainda
of most of the
prevalecem
countries
fatores
of
negativos
growth, there are still
que amortecem
negative
a
factors
velocidade de
that
crescimento,
hamper
nomeadamente
the speed of
a
development,
persistência da
namely
inflação
the
em quase
persistence
todo o
of
mundo
inflation almost
e a
all over
alta
the
das
world,
taxas de
and
juros
the
dos
high,
países credores
interest
acarretou
rate of
o aumento de custo de financiamento
lending
para os
countries
países
which has
africanos.
brought
Esta realidade
has
implica o
increased
aumento
the
do
price
serviço
of
da dívida, a
loans,
quebra das
and this
das
increases
reservas
debts,
externas,
and also
com consequência
the
na
disruption of
depreciação cambial.
external reserves
Segundo
and depreciation of
aspecto
exchange
crítico que
rates.
se relaciona
Secondly,
com a
a
transição
critical aspect
energética
which is related to
e as mudanças
energy transition
climáticas.
and climate change.
O efeito,
As a
o
matter
nosso
of
continente
fact,
tem
our
contributo
continent has
insignificante
an
nas emissões de
insignificant
carbono
contribution
e é
in
habitado por milhões de
carbon
pessoas que
emissions,
ainda
and
não
it
têm
is
acesso à
inhabited by
energia.
millions of people who have no
Ao mesmo
access to
tempo,
power.
Nossos países são
At the same
vítimas de
time, our
ciclones
countries
tropicais
are
e secas
victims of
recorrentes,
tropical
com impacto na
cyclones
produção
and
agrícola, o emprego
droughts, which are
para os
cyclical,
jovens, a qualidade
employment
da
for
vida das pessoas
youth
e a
and the quality of
deslocação
life for people,
de
and
milhares de
also
pessoas dentro do
displacement of
continente
a
em relação
million
à
of people
Europa.
within the continent and
Assim,
to Europe.
torna-se premente
Therefore,
que se
it is
adote uma transição energética justa
important that we adopt
que permita a
a fair
capitalização do
energy
potencial
transition
econômico
that
dos
will
países africanos
unlock the
com
potential
recursos
of African
energéticos em
countries with
desenvolvimento e,
energy resources for
indubitavelmente,
their
jogam
development,
papel
which
fundamental
plays a key role in the global energy security for the next decades. Third, industrialization through the consolidation of regional value chains of different commodities or products, having as a basis the building of infrastructures in the African continent to leverage the African free trade area. And there are strategic minerals in our countries which will combine resources from different countries for gains, for economies of scale and access to energy in feasible conditions where Mozambique could play an important role due to its potential of the energy matrix and due to its geographic location. Mr. Presidents and heads of state of BRICS nations, the initiative of cooperation of BRICS with non-BRIC members like Mozambique, coupled with its expansion, is one of the initiatives of the Africans, which is reflected on the Agenda 2063 for the development of Africa, which is in line with sub-regional agendas, and this development will only be possible with peace and stability. And fight on terrorism and maritime piracy on the continent and on the world, based on multilateral fora with the active participation of least developed countries in line with the provisions of the international law, without the influence of geopolitical rivalries. Last, I would like to commend the initiative of BRICS regarding the new development bank, which should reduce the deficit of infrastructures in on the African continent. We commend the fact that you prioritize the component of financing of vital socio-economic infrastructure. Therefore, there is a need for the construction of roads and bridges, schools and hospitals, dams and other systems for retention and water management. From these important infrastructures for leveraging economic progress, this can bring about welfare for the Mozambican. Mr. President, Your Excellency, as we associate to this dialogue, Mozambique does it with the conviction that the BRICS can constitute an important platform to share interests and efforts through concrete and tangible actions which will provide mutual benefits in an environment of complementarity and solidarity that characterize the global South on different issues of important issues of our states. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your attention.
Thank you, President. My next speaker will be, and it is an honor to call upon President Hage Geingob, the President of the Republic of Namibia.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa and host of the 15th BRICS Summit, and other excellencies who are members of BRICS, other heads of state and government, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to express my gratitude and appreciation to President Cyril Ramaphosa for hosting this important BRICS-Africa outreach and BRICS Plus dialogue. The attendance of so many African nations today under the BRICS-Africa outreach initiative is testimony to the strong desire and commitment of Your Excellencies to the expansion of BRICS through greater African and South-South participation and cooperation in global economic and financial affairs. The historical dominance of the Bretton Woods financial institutions, whose modus operandi is built on low conditionalities and political prescriptions, which has at times bordered on disregard for national sovereignty, has increased the appetite among many nations for a counterweight such as BRICS. Hence, BRICS offers that alternative option by assuring like-minded countries an opportunity to participate and do business in an international economic and financial system which is based on universally recognized international principles and values such as non-interference in domestic affairs, mutual respect, and win-win cooperation. In Namibia, we do hold dear these principles as a condition sine qua non to build a shared, peaceful, and prosperous global community in which all countries, big and small, interact as sovereigns on equal footing, without any country being left out or subjected to the forceful imposition of particular value system. The African Union has themed this year the year of the acceleration of the African Continental Free Trade Area implementation. Namibia is at an advanced stage in the development of its green hydrogen industry and the supply of critical raw materials, including lithium, which is needed for the green energy transition as part of our fight against climate change. We invite you to come and invest and assist us in the development of the green energy infrastructure to consolidate regional energy value chains and off-take agreements. We are open for business. In conclusion, I trust that this dialogue will elaborate on some of the crucial modalities of how an expanded BRICS Plus will function in the best interests of all its members. We hope that BRICS will not be divided like United Nations, which has a Security Council for the few of the veto powers and a General Assembly for the majority of member states who don't enjoy the same privilege of a veto. We believe that an important global grouping of nations such as BRICS, which is born from a collective desire of the countries from the South to make the international order more just and equitable and favorable to peace and development for all, will, if that we do that, will go down or break down the barriers of division, confrontation, and conflicts. I wouldn't like, if we are going to have, and I don't know the conditions for membership for others, I wouldn't like to see we're going to have a BRICS, the original members, to be like the United Nations Security Council, and the rest will be others, will be General Assembly members, no veto rights. In that case, we're not adding anything. We are going to have a group of original members who will be the Security Council 5 with veto rights. And we come in, if you come in as BRICS and others, are you going to be named one by one or just others? We don't have any veto power or say. We must first report to you maybe, and then you approve, and then we can then say we are members. That kind of a situation is not going to be good. So since we are starting a new organization of equals, I'm not saying because Namibia is very small, but I'm saying because Namibia fought for freedom against South Africa, not Cyril South Africa, the other one. And we won. So therefore, I want equality. And I would like to know what are the conditions under which we, the small countries, will be members of reformed BRICS. With these very few remarks, I look forward to further engagement during this dialogue. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, President Gengop. BRICS does believe in equality, and I can assure you there won't be any UN Security Council effect in BRICS, with some countries having a veto power. Our belief in equality and respect is what really defines what BRICS is all about. So be rest assured, your fears must be waylaid. So fear not, my dear President. I now want to call upon His Excellency President Ibrahim Ghali, President of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, to take the floor.
فخامة الرئيس السيد رامابوسا رئيس جمهورية جنوب أفريقيا الرئيس الحالي للمنظمة
Your Excellency, Mr. Ramaphosa, President Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa and the current Chair of BRICS, Excellencies and Honored Presidents of BRICS, Member States, distinguished heads of delegations representing the BRICS group, colleagues, Your Excellency, and the guests of Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I'm pleased to express my sincere gratitude and appreciation to South Africa, the country of Nelson Mandela, government and people, with his presidency of His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, for the gracious invitation that we have received in the name of the BRICS group. And also, I wish to thank you for the warm reception and excellent arrangements that have been made for this important event to make this meeting a success. Africa is a continent that has immense potential, vibrant youth, and abundant resources. However, it has suffered and continues to suffer from marginalization, exploitation, and debt that has impoverished many of its countries, hindering their economy and social growth. The Sahrawi Republic believes that peace and stability in our continent depend on the responsibility of the international community, particularly the members of the Security Council, in enforcing respect for legitimacy regardless of double standards. The Sahrawi Republic addresses you with the conviction that in the 21st century, the peace-loving nations must uphold international law and fight against glaring injustice and continuous violation of its natural resources of the Sahrawi Republic continue to be exploited by international parties seeking to impose unilateral and oppressive choice even within the framework of the United Nations Security Council. Thus preventing the Sahrawi people from realizing their full sovereignty over their national territory. Therefore, Your Excellencies, honorable guests, the Sahrawi Republic firmly believes that a multilateral global system, in order to meet the aspirations of humanity, must be built upon justice and respect for international law. It is guaranteed, for this, it must be guaranteed that the right of people to self-determination, independence, decolonization, and its ramifications as key pillars. This system should ensure the creation of a new dynamic that eradicates unjust political, social, and economic disparities between different regions of the world, ultimately serving the collective interest of humanity. This distinction that will set the BRICS group apart. Wishing you all success and prosperity. Thank you, and may peace be with you.
Thank you, President. My next speaker is His Excellency Carlos Villanova, President of the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Príncipe.
Sua Excelência Cyril Ramaphosa, Presidente da República da África do Sul. Excelências, chefes de Estado e de Governo do Brasil, da Rússia, da Índia e da China. Ilustres chefes de Estado convidados. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores. Quero, em primeiro lugar, agradecer o honroso convite que me foi formulado pelo Presidente Cyril Ramaphosa, Presidente da República da África do Sul e Presidente pro tempore dos BRICS, para, na minha qualidade de chefe de Estado de São Tomé e Príncipe, um pequeno Estado insular, participar nesta prestigiada 15ª Cimeira dos BRICS, nomeadamente nesta reunião BRICS-Africa Outreach. Quero igualmente felicitar o Presidente Ramaphosa pela excelente iniciativa de ocasionar, uma vez mais, o encontro BRICS-África. A nossa presença aqui sublinha a importância de forjar parcerias entre os BRICS e as nações de África, um continente repleto de potencial e oportunidades de crescimento, com vista ao desenvolvimento sustentável. Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, a Aliança BRICS emergiu como uma força poderosa na cena mundial. Representa não só a proeza econômica, mas também o compromisso de promover a colaboração entre nações com histórias, culturas e aspirações diversas. Ao reunirmos-nos, reconhecemos a importância de aproveitar o nosso potencial coletivo para enfrentar os desafios que abrangem continentes e sociedades. O meu país, São Tomé e Príncipe, personifica a resiliência de uma nação que convive cotidianamente com complexidades dos recursos limitados e das restrições geográficas. Encaramos as nações que compõem os BRICS como parceiros valiosos da nossa caminhada rumo ao crescimento e ao desenvolvimento sustentável. Acreditamos que, ao combinarmos os nossos pontos fortes, podemos encontrar soluções inovadoras para desafios comuns, como as alterações climáticas, a redução da pobreza e o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas. Na verdade, uma abordagem colaborativa entre os BRICS e a África pode conduzir a avanços transformadores que proporcionarão a melhoria das condições de vida das nossas populações, no respeito da salvaguarda do nosso planeta. Excelências, o desenvolvimento sustentável não é apenas uma simples retórica, é um imperativo moral e uma responsabilidade partilhada. Os países que compõem o BRICS vêm demonstrando a sua dedicação a esta causa, por exemplo, através de iniciativas que promovem as energias renováveis, a transferência de tecnologia e o investimento responsável. Estas são algumas dentre muitas áreas em que a cooperação BRICS-África reveste-se de extrema relevância. Com efeito, ao alargar essas iniciativas às nações africanas, podemos promover um crescimento econômico inclusivo que ajude as comunidades mais vulneráveis. O meu país, por exemplo, pode servir de centro de experimentação de energias renováveis, demonstrando como as práticas sustentáveis podem ser integradas mesmo nos ambientes geograficamente mais limitados. Através do compartilhamento de melhores práticas e cooperação em políticas, poderemos adotar abordagens mais eficazes para enfrentar desafios socioambientais. O princípio do multilateralismo inclusivo está no centro das nossas aspirações. Num mundo cada vez mais interligado, é imperativo que os nossos parceiros reflitam a diversidade de perspectivas e vozes. A ênfase dos países BRICS numa ordem mundial multipolar alinha-se perfeitamente com o desejo de África de ter uma plataforma onde cada nação, independentemente da sua dimensão, possa contribuir de forma significativa. Assim, a parceria com os BRICS, além de configurar um espaço de cooperação mutuamente vantajosa, pode representar para as nações africanas uma plataforma para ampliar a sua presença no palco global, assegurando que as nossas preocupações são ouvidas e que as nossas soluções são integradas no discurso mais alargado. Ao concluir, e na convicção plena de que os nossos desafios, embora numerosos, não são insuperáveis, quero aqui reforçar a parceria entre os BRICS e a África. É um farol de esperança, um testemunho do poder de colaboração e dos objetivos partilhados. Juntos, podemos forjar um conjunto para o crescimento e desenvolvimento sustentável, a paz e o multilateralismo inclusivo. Agradecendo uma vez mais o convite que me foi formulado para participar neste importante evento, faço votos que as conclusões e deliberações aqui chegadas sejam válidas contribuições para construirmos um futuro em que as nossas nações e os nossos povos prosperem e o nosso mundo se torne um lugar mais justo e equitativo para todos. Muito obrigado pela vossa atenção.
Thank you, President. We now move on to my next speaker, and I ask His Excellency, President Macky Sall, President of the Republic of Senegal.
Merci beaucoup, Président.
Thank you very much, President Cyril Ramaphosa, dear colleagues of member states of BRICS, and then invited nations, the General Secretary of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, President Cyril Ramaphosa, for your kind invitation and then the generous hospitality that we received during this 15th BRICS Summit. I would like, before I start, to extend my gratitude, my warm gratitude and congratulations to the member states that has just joined BRICS as a full member, namely Saudi Arabia, Argentina, Egypt, United Arab Emirates, Ethiopia, and then the Islamic Republic of Iran. That is an indication that BRICS is working in the direction of history. So we need to continue with this journey to expand more. So Senegal is saluting the spirit because we would like a new world order that will be more inclusive, more just, and then equitable. In a global context of world crisis aggravated with the impact of a high-intensity conflict. So I would like to raise 4 priorities that I think are more crucial. First of all, it's very important for us to work on a peaceful world environment in order to attenuate the effect of a crisis and then to avoid an escalation that can lead the humanity to a major crisis. Secondly, Senegal wish that BRICS support fully advocacy of countries from the south for the implementation of financial commitment agreed in regard to the Paris agreement in relation to climate and also for the energy transition by taking into account responsibility, each one a responsibility, and also this is like it's a delay in our process of industrialization, and also to have universal access to electricity, which more than 600 million Africans who do not have access to electricity. Thirdly, we are calling for the mobilization of a special draw for eligible countries and for the consequent implementation of G20 initiatives post-COVID in the relation for the funding of South economies. So these issues are very pressing because from United Nations estimate 50 countries are behind with payment. So the majority of these countries, the least developed, the most vulnerable countries in climate change. Fourthly, the reform of political governance, political, economic, and financial governance is an imperative. Everybody knows that the composition of main international institutions, their working method, including their process of making decisions, do not reflect the world realities. So together we should work for the evolution of the United Nations Security Council so that it could become more representative and then represent the interests of all the member states. It's the same for the reform of the valuation systems in practical, mostly the over-evaluation in the countries, in developing countries, in particular in African countries, that's lead and then lead to consequences to have a loan cost that are abusive, that goes even up to 80%, 8 times superior to developed countries. So I would like to finish to thank our friend for BRICS for their support for the candidature of the African Union to G20. With regard to our subscription to G20, so you are contributing to an advent of a more inclusive multilateral. I thank you.
Thank you, President. I now have the honor to call upon His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit, the President of the Republic of South Sudan.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Cyril Ramaphosa, President of South Africa, Republic of South Africa, and Chairman of the BRICS, Excellencies, heads of state and government, allow me to extend my sincere thanks to His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa for inviting me to attend this historic summit. Let me congratulate him for successfully organizing this remarkable event in this beautiful city of Johannesburg. As Africans, we are all proud to host a summit of this magnitude here in the continent. Excellencies, I would like to pay tribute to the founding members of BRICS for their courage and bold leadership to create a new vision for a multipolar world. The world that is governed by inclusive and genuine economic interdependence. The theme of this historic summit, BRICS and Africa, partnership for mutually accelerated growth, sustainable development, and inclusive multilateralism captures this new spirit. With BRICS, people in the global south can now imagine a new world where nations can cooperate and trade on mutually acceptable terms. With BRICS countries, we can enter into economic cooperation without any fear of strategic considerations of certain powerful states coming in between the mutually agreed economic and trade arrangements. Your Excellencies, given that BRICS stands for alliance with our vision of multilateral institutions, I am publicly announcing that South Sudan is interested in joining the bloc, subject to meeting criteria set by the organization. Like other states that have expressed their interest in joining this organization, we hope that BRICS will become for us the institution that believes in and cherish sovereign equality of states, not only in words, but also in its practices. As a young country with numerous development-related challenges, South Sudan will be looking at BRICS alternative financial system as an avenue to borrow from, to fast-track roads building, boost agricultural production, and in the long term, build its industrial and manufacturing capacity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. It's now my honor to call upon Her Excellency, President Samia Suluhu, President of the United Republic of Tanzania.
Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, heads of state and government of BRICS member states, fellow heads of states and governments of the African Union member countries, ladies and gentlemen, it is both a pleasure and an honor to join you in this beautiful city of Johannesburg for the 15th BRICS Summit. Mr. Chairman, allow me to use this brief time allotted to me to applaud you, members of the BRICS, for keeping this association going since its establishment in 2009. Indeed, the international challenges that inspired the creation of BRICS have evolved, and one may say to the worse. Henceforth, in the face of the Poly crisis and rising global uncertainty, there is a great need to have a meaningful dialogue that seeks to find common solutions to common challenges. That's why I welcome and commend the selection of the theme for this dialogue. I'm very optimistic that this dialogue will advance deliberations geared toward resolving the complex challenges which our countries are facing both individually and collectively. Excellencies, one aspect which I personally consider critical in the course of the dialogue is the call to redouble efforts and take concrete actions to address the North-South divide, so as to deepen strategic, financial, trade, investment, and economic partnerships based on a just international economic order. It is gratifying, however, to note that amidst these challenges, the BRICS offer a possibility of coming up with a more equitable, balanced, and fair mechanism to deal with an international economic order that has thus far remained unattainable and an elusive aspiration. It is on these grounds that BRICS-African partnership needs to focus on unlocking potential opportunities on the continent towards realization of both Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals, which includes the operationalization of African Free Trade Area. Forging ahead, Tanzania envisages the BRICS-African partnership that supports African endeavors in promoting and strengthening regional value chains, and furthermore, partnership that can promote or help African producers to be able to gain access to broader export markets. Excellencies, the second issue which I wish to underscore is the continued relevance and the validity of multilateralism. I note with satisfaction that this has been captured in the theme of this summit. Indeed, multilateralism stands as the major tool in addressing most of global geopolitical challenges. And in this regard, as we convene in multilateral fora such as this one, we should not lessen our efforts to strengthen the United Nations. At its 78th years of existence, it remains the sole body with universal membership. And so, Tanzania, at this point, would wish to reiterate this, in the strongest voice on the need to reform the UN Security Council to make it fairly representative, effective, and reflective of the current geopolitical realities. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I would wish to commend the Republic of South Africa for the excellent hosting of this summit. I should also commend the BRICS countries for their efforts geared toward the advancement of the South-South, as well as the African agenda for growth, development, and integration. It is Tanzania's hope that African issues and concerns, as well as priorities, will continue to feature in the upcoming BRICS engagements. The United Republic of Tanzania is and remains a staunch supporter of multilateralism, more inclusive and fair global system, a well-functioning financial architecture, and a deeper South-South cooperation. This regard to remain a true friend and partner of BRICS in all its interventions. I thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, President. Please accept my apology. I have to step out for a while. Deputy President Paul Mashatile, Deputy President of South Africa, will take the meeting forward as I now call upon His Excellency Dr. Joseph Dion Ngute, Prime Minister of the Republic of Cameroon.
Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, your brother and counterpart, the head of state of Cameroon, His Excellency Paul Biya, received your kind invitation to attend the 15th BRICS Summit here in Johannesburg. The head of state would have liked to be here in person, but owing to a prior engagement, he has asked me to represent him. I hereby take this opportunity to express our sincere thanks to you, to your government, and to the friendly people of South Africa for the very warm welcome given to us since we arrived here, and of course, of the excellent arrangements you've made for this summit. At this moment, I would like to pay a vibrant tribute to the leaders of BRICS, their excellencies, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva of the Federative Republic of Brazil, Vladimir Putin of the Russian Federation, Narendra Modi of the Republic of India, whom we heartily congratulate for the successful landing of the space vessel on the south side of the moon. Excellency Xi Jinping of the People's Republic of China, and of course our host Cyril Ramaphosa of the Republic of South Africa. I wish to emphasize that Cameroon has excellent cooperation ties with each of your countries. Your Excellencies, Head of State and Government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, further to the 14th BRICS Summit held in Beijing, China in June 2022, which affirmed the ambition to foster a high-quality partnership between the BRICS and open up a new era for global development. The BRICS leaders are at this 15th summit discussing the BRICS-Africa partnership for mutually accelerated growth, sustainable development, and inclusive multilateralism. The challenge is to ensure that we continue to work together to build solidarity around the core values that motivated the establishment of this important group. Our world is currently facing many challenges, including, amongst others, insecurity, terrorism, climate change, cybercrime, the militarization of space, and the malicious use of social media. Faced with these global challenges, the hopes and expectations of our people continue to grow. Individually, countries are finding it difficult to respond promptly and adequately. To this end, Cameroon welcomes and appreciates the various initiatives under discussion for the development of the African continent and for the drive towards a fairer, more united, and more equitable world. This vision of the world is in line with that of Cameroon, based on a commitment to inclusive multilateralism, respect for the sovereignty of states, and other principles of peaceful coexistence in the quest for shared growth and prosperity. Your Excellencies, Heads of States and Government, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Under the leadership of the head of state, His Excellency Paul Biya, Cameroon is actively engaged in this path. In fact, Cameroon has embarked on a vigorous plan to implement the SDGs and the Agenda 2063 through the adoption of a national development strategy designed to make Cameroon an emerging country by 2035. For example, Cameroon is one of the pioneers in the implementation of the Agreement on the African Continental Free Trade Area. In addition, Cameroon, in conjunction with other members of the Congo Basin Forest, which is one of the forest lungs of the world, is working actively to find solutions to climate change. To conclude, I would like to express the hope that the recommendations resulting from this summit will help to strengthen and consolidate cooperation between BRICS and Africa. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I now invite Prime Minister, His Excellency Salef Kezabo of the Republic of Chad. You may make your statement, Prime Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Excellency, and then head of state for members of the BRIC, and then members from the African Union, Mr. the Secretary General of the United Nations, and then Chair of the Economic Regional Community. Allow me to join my previous predecessors to congratulate the President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, his government, and also the people of South Africa for their warm welcome that reserved to us since we arrived in Johannesburg. Allow me also to inform you that given the last-minute commitment, His Excellency Dramat Idriss Déby, the President of a transition, the President of Chad, and the President of Sandton could not travel to be with us today. Therefore, so he asked me to come and deliver his message, the message that I was going to read for you as it is written. I would like to express my gratitude to the members of BRICS for this invitation, which is a sign of consideration for us in SAT, which will be an opportunity for us to deal with challenges of the time that requires special attention. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this summit titled Partnership BRICS and Africa for an accelerated growth, mutual growth, and then inclusivity. Remind me to remind your meeting that the member of SAT in a world context to deal with challenges of development, to live together in peace and then political stability. I would like to remind that member states of SAT, there are also other countries that are going through some challenges where the peace and then stability are permanent challenges. So in fact, the security situation in the Sahel region is for our member states a challenge in the fight against terrorism and then violent extremism, especially for the proliferation of light arms and then weapons and criminality that are organized. From 2011 to 2023, we have all witnessed the degradation in Libya that was caused by international powers, which the consequences are still visible in the Sahel. The security situations in our respective countries is progressively degrading, one after the other. The last example is the Sudan, which is living one of the worst period of its history, with the million of people who have been displaced, especially in my country, Chad. Those refugees need urgent help. So we are trying to mobilize. It's now time to ask BRICS and then all of the international communities to be more human by showing solidarity. The member states of SENSAT are facing this situation with responsibility and then determination in order to ensure their part in history and then their contribution on human development. Regardless of these challenges, member states of SENSAT, especially Chad, are a country of economic opportunities that will interest all the BRICS countries. We've got a young population which got a lot of future ahead of them. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, a member state of our regional economic community possess a lot of economical resources, especially in farming, and also on top and then under the surface. Our countries could be excellent partners for BRICS enterprises in these areas that I've just cited. Our countries need to be accompanied so that they can exploit their resources. So BRICS, with their actions, could help member states of SENSAT to increase their living standards. So in terms of mineral exploitation and also in the area of agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen and Excellency, nothing can be achieved in an area where there's uncertain economic growth. Nothing of now concrete can be achieved. For this, we're inviting BRICS member states to ask their commercial banks to come and open offices in our countries to facilitate exchange, facilitate development and infrastructure in the backdrop of a world. It's here the place to salute the birth of the new development bank of BRICS. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, around us we are observing that the world is changing. So we should not remain a spectator to suffer all the laws that is not favoring us. We need to have the courage to question all the institutions that came after the World Cup that were created without taking our interest and then the interest of our population. Yes, the world is changing. All those institutions, all those type of development, all those architecture were designed not for us, but for us to be exploited in these conditions. So we need to put an end to this. For instance, for the conference of Bandungu, we need to put in place a new solidarity currency or thought, and then so we are supporting BRICS. So we've got a subscription from African countries like Egypt and Ethiopia. I declare to you that Chad is ready to adhere to the BRICS. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I now invite His Excellency, Mr. Jean Michael Sama Lukonde, Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Congo. You may now deliver your input.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you, President, Excellency, members of BRICS, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, head of state and government and head of delegations, the Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished guests. It's an honor for me to be invited in the name of His Excellency Mr. Félix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, to this 15th summit of BRICS. So I would like, as everyone who spoke before me, to thank the government of the Republic of South Africa for the warm welcome that was reserved to myself and my delegation. So this summit is in the backdrop of the change of paradigm in the macroeconomic in the world, and also for our respective countries. So we have the responsibility to find appropriate solutions to big challenges that the humanity is facing, such as COVID-19, the climate change, and also to achieve the SDGs, and also the transition for energy and the biodiversity. Facing all these realities, there's a need to say that a Kati number in Russia in Johannesburg in 2023, there are steps that have been realized, namely the one for the existence of the new development bank and then a common fund for exchange of BRICS in order to consolidate the optimism to face the challenges that humanity is faced with. Going in the same direction, we need to bring our contribution in the Democratic Republic of Congo, who is also facing an aggression war in his eastern part. So he's coming to this summit as a solution country, a country that will solution because the Democratic Republic of Congo has a potential which would be very important for the challenges that I've just listed. First of all, taking from its space, it's a big space, 2,345,000 square meters, having 80% of arable land, which is essential for the development for big agricultural projects. My country has got a 50 million of labor, that's of youth in the area of ecosystem. The DRC has a forest of more or less 155 million of hectares, almost 10% of the tropical forest and 60% of the forest of the Congo Basin. Again, there's important reserves of natural resources. Natural resources of more than 30 dioxide of carbon, and again with is a forest and wildlife. The Democratic Republic of Congo is ranked the 5th world power in terms of biodiversity. With the response on the energy deficit, my country has got a potential of photovoltaic estimated at 70,000 megawatt, thanks to this natural exposition in the equator line. Again, an important energy potential of almost 37% of African potential and 6% of the world potential. So it's capable to supply 100 megawatts through its Inga hydro electric dam. Fourth, on the issue of energy transition, it's worth noting that the Democratic Republic of Congo has got beyond 60% of the world's production in cobalt. Other than lithium, which is known, my country has got other important, crucial minerals that facilitate the manufacturing of batteries, and which is the request is increasing during this time of renewable energy. So, taking into account all this, I'd like to draw everybody's attention beyond of financial commitment in the program aimed at CITE, specifically to those oriented in our semi-urban centers and in the villages that are being selected for energy transition, for the protection of the environment. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, and head of state and of governments and head of delegation. The evaluation of potentials that my country is having pushes me to reaffirm its character as a country with solutions, because investments that are being looked for, that are being subscribed in a win-win multilateral cooperation that will allow the world to deal with the challenges that are there. By also reiterating my gratitude, I wish successful to these meetings, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. May I now invite Prime Minister Dr. Mustafa Medbouli of the Arab Republic of Egypt. You may deliver your address.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فخامة الرئيس سيريل رامافوزا
His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, Your Excellency, Heads of States of BRICS and friendly countries, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to participate today in this meeting that is being held in the format of BRICS Plus under the theme BRICS and Africa, Partnership for Mutually Accelerated Growth, Sustainable Development and Multilateralism. And please allow me to start to express my deep appreciation for the President of South Africa, for the host of this important meeting in these exceptional circumstances that is the world seeing, which sees unprecedented complexities that has impacted on the developing and countries. I would like to welcome the step that is recognized by the BRICS in terms of expanding the BRICS, which I believe that it will make it more effective and more able to express on the international scene. Egypt was keen to enhance the relations with BRICS countries through the participation in various sessions that was held under the BRICS Plus format, and it also joined a new development bank in 2021. And we also look forward for Egypt to be an effective member in the bloc, to contribute in its effort to find practical solutions to address the challenges that are faced by our countries, which require intensify the cooperation in the framework South cooperation. And please allow me to review the Egypt view regarding the areas that could be that needs to be cooperated on. First of all, there is a necessity to intensify the efforts to deal with one of the most dangerous or one of the risks that is the food crisis and its implications through the coordination and intensify the efforts in the frame of multilateral work, also to develop agriculture and food processing and transfer of agriculture technology, in addition to the Egypt readiness to cooperate with the international community to host an international center to supply and store grains in order to contribute in addressing the food crisis. Secondly, reform the international financial structure to make it more fair and responsive to the needs of developing countries, including the mid-income countries, and put mechanisms to alleviate the debt burdens on the developing nations, in addition to the proposals to fix or reform the international financial system. And we also look forward to your support for the initiative for the debt alliance to create a common framework to cooperate with each other in addition to the importance of common work to encouraging the equal deals and trading in local currencies between the BRICS countries and the developing countries, and also with the African countries. Thirdly, importance to build on the COP27 results that was hosted by Egypt in 2022 and enhance the role of the development banks, multilateral development banks, and financial institutions in funding the climate work, and also to implement the outputs of the Sharm el-Sheikh conference and support the efforts of just transition to renewable energy. And in this context, we appreciate the importance of balancing the needs of our countries from energy and to address the climate change. We must uphold the principles of international law and the UN Charter in terms of the relations between nations, and to respect the sovereignty of countries and non-interference in its domestic affairs, to confront the common challenges, and to rely on the tranquilizing policies to reach peaceful solutions for disputes, particularly because peace and stability is a condition to achieve development. Enhance the cooperation between BRICS and Africa to realize the common interest and to contribute to utilize the untapped potentials. And Egypt will use its opportunity in Nepal to push the averages of the economic integration, and also to push the agenda of 2063 and the objectives of the AFCFTA, with harnessing the Egyptian potentials in terms of the infrastructure and the telecommunication and industrial transformation and food security, with the participation of private sector, and through continuous deliberation with our partners in African countries, in addition to mobilizing the funding through adopting the proposal of Nepal. And in conclusion, I would like to confirm that Egypt looks forward to enhance cooperation and continue the common work with BRICS in different areas on bilateral and multilateral level. And Egypt welcomes all initiatives and projects that aim to achieve mutual interest. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I'd like to now invite His Excellency, Mr. Kashim Shettima, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa and Chair of the 15th BRICS Summit, Your Excellencies, distinguished heads of state and government of the Global South, ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Gathered here for the third BRICS-Africa outreach and BRICS Plus dialogue, alongside the 15th BRICS Summit, I convey warm greetings from His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu of Nigeria. Regrettably, due to pressing official matters at home, he couldn't join us today. President Tinubu, on behalf of the government and people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, extends our deepest gratitude to the government and people of the Republic of South Africa for convening the 15th BRICS Summit and bringing together stakeholders from around the world. We are also witnesses to the host's warm hospitality, and my delegation and I are grateful to you for providing a home in Johannesburg for your brothers and sisters from the other edge of the Atlantic. The prevailing theme of this summit, BRICS and Africa, partnership for mutually accelerated growth, sustainable development, and inclusive multilateralism, resonates as a compass guiding the trajectory of the world. It underscores the profound realization that the cornerstone of stability within our intricate multipolar landscape lies in fostering developmental partnerships. Your Excellencies, the disruptive events of the past and present years have rendered emerging economies and many developing countries vulnerable, leaving them in search of beneficial alliances. But I assure you that Nigeria is committed to shaping and fortifying the global framework and governance concerning all major international issues, particularly in the fields of economics, finance, environment, climate change, bridging the digital divide, adopting a comprehensive strategy towards debt alleviation, addressing food and energy insecurities, instituting post-pandemic recovery measures, and fostering financial inclusion within developing countries. Your Excellencies, the international global governance structure to which we currently adhere was established prior to the independence of the African continent and many countries in the global south. So it's indeed imperative to reform global governance to align with the realities of today's world and to acknowledge the necessity for partnerships that ensure shared prosperity, inclusivity, and sustainable development. Your Excellencies, the trajectory of President Tinubu's economic reforms and diplomatic alliances is intended to attract investments and partnerships to Nigeria, while aligning with international and regional cooperation that corresponds with the government's objectives. The new government, which began less than 3 months ago, is examining the variables and evaluating the scope and level of regional and global cooperation to pursue in order to establish Nigeria as a desired friend and partner. The government's final decisions will be determined once our ongoing in-depth discussions within the Economic Advisory Council, the National Assembly, and the Executive Council are concluded and adopted. It is needless to add that Nigeria is Africa's largest economy, and with a population of 220 million people, is undoubtedly the most populous country in Africa. Mr. Chairman, as we approach the target completion date of the Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals, the reality of achieving the SDGs remains bleak for many countries, especially developing ones. These nations confront historical developmental vulnerabilities and challenges that are beyond their control. Thus, it is imperative for us to unite within regional groups and forge a novel form of international cooperation. This endeavor aims to foster global economic governance reform while enhancing the representation and voice of emerging market economies or developing countries. Your Excellencies, in a multipolar world, creating mutually beneficial partnerships is challenging, but can be overcome through proper alliances, realignments, and the use of rules-based multilateralism. The key is to establish effective partnerships that will effectively respond to these challenges, based on 1, harnessing the agricultural potential of our nations, 2, harnessing renewable energy to revolutionize Africa, 3, fostering technology, innovation, and job prospects for holistic and equitable progress, 4, collaborative efforts on climate change and nature-centered approaches to development, 5, strengthening vibrant private sector participation among countries of the global south, and 6, nurturing youth employment and skill building as a deterrent against terrorism, organized crime, and related challenges. 7, proactive crisis management and heightened resilience. And lastly, promoting proactive involvement of business leadership in shaping and improve an ideal landscape for trade and economic exchanges in the global south. We therefore look forward to working closely with BRICS members and other regional alliances. Our aim is to join forces with nations sharing our vision. Our aim is to foster a partnership aimed at expediting growth and sustainable development across the African continent and the global south. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I now invite Her Excellency Ms. Jessica Walupo, Vice President of the Republic of Uganda.
Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa and Chair, I am here to represent His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and to present to you his message, which reads as follows. Your Excellencies, heads of state and government of BRICS countries and all other invited countries, I have sent Her Excellency, the Vice President Jessica Alupo, Major Retired, to represent us because I had an internal program that had been arranged long before. However, these are our brief comments. The human race has been here for 4.5 million years, ever since man evolved into Homo sapien from lower primates. During all that time, man has faced two major oppressions. These are oppression by nature, e.g., disease, hunger, droughts, floods, earthquakes, etc., and oppression by fellow man, e.g., slavery, imperialism, aggression, feudalism, dictatorship, etc. Man has been responding to both oppressions. He has been responding to oppression by nature through scientific discoveries and better socio-economic organization. Hence, the discovery of fire 1.5 million years ago, the domestication of crops 10,000 years ago, the domestication of animals or livestock 10,000 years ago, the invention of the steam water pump in the year 1698 by Thomas Savery, and the invention of the steam engine in the year 1823 by George Stephenson, etc., etc., are all the phenomena that enabled man to handle better the oppression of man by nature. These are steps that the whole of the human race should welcome and share. Unfortunately, on account of ideological bankruptcy and parasitism, these advances in human knowledge are more often than not used to reinforce the oppression of man by man. That was the situation with the invention of the use of iron tools and weapons, the invention of gunpowder, etc., by some communities that pioneered these advances against those communities that were still lagging behind in respect to those inventions. God equipped man with three characteristics that have enabled him to find solutions to the two oppressions against man mentioned above: oppression by nature and oppression by fellow man. The three characteristics are a superior brain, bipedalism or ability to walk on two legs, and a hand that can do work, create tools and use them to do work and create more complicated tools and machines. Therefore, oppression of man by nature, e.g. by droughts, floods, diseases, should not be a problem anymore if it was not for the parasitism which leads some actors not to share knowledge with others or use knowledge to oppress others. This distortion that needs to be This is a distortion that needs to be combated. Your Excellency, by sharing scientific knowledge and management practices, many problems caused by nature to man would be solved if we also banish parasitism. The danger to the environment is, for instance, caused by greed and parasitism of some actors in the world and individual countries. Your Excellencies, the struggle against oppression of man by fellow man has been progressing, but again, with unnecessary interruptions caused by imperialism in the last 600 years, feudalism and other forms of dictatorships. In the fight for freedom from oppression of man by fellow men, it is important to remember what the Bible teaches us. In the book of Acts of the Apostles, chapter 17, verse 26, it goes as follows. And he has made from one blood every nation of man to dwell on all the face of the earth, and has determined their pre-appointed times and the boundaries of their dwellings, so that they should seek the Lord in the hope that they might grope for him and find him. I close quotes. Therefore, Your Excellencies, nations and the boundaries of those nations are the work of God, and nobody should interfere with the work of God. Imperialism is therefore a heathen, unchristian idea. Therefore, in the fight for the emancipation of man from oppression of man by fellow men, we should respect the choices of the different nations and countries. The Bible again states in the book of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 16, I open quotes, "Let your light so shine before men that seeing your good deeds, praise our Father in heaven," I close quotes. In other words, influence people by example and not by coercion, manipulation, etc. Your Excellencies, bearing the foregoing in mind, you can see the relevance of the BRICS effort. It is aghast with fresh air that after 600 years of slave trade, colonialism, genocides, imperialism, neocolonialism, aggressions, etc., a group has come up to illuminate a new way for human race, a new way that insists on justice, equality of people, and respecting independence of people and countries. Uganda therefore supports the effort of the BRICS countries, and at the right time, we will want to join. I thank you, Your Excellencies. Signed, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. I now invite His Royal Highness Sheikh Saud bin Saud Mohammed Al-Qasimi, member of the Federal Supreme Court of the United Arab Emirates, ruler of Ras Al Khaimah. You have the floor. You will be followed by Botswana. Botswana, be ready.
فخامة Cyril Ramaphosa, رئيس جمهورية جنوب
of South Africa,
أصحاب الفخامة
Your Excellencies,
والمعالي رؤساء الدول والوفود,
presidents and their prime ministers, ladies and
السلام
gentlemen,
عليكم ورحمة
greetings.
الله وبركاته. أود في
I
البداية
would like in the beginning to thank His Excellency Cyril
على
Ramaphosa
التنظيم الناجح
for the successful
وكرم
organization
الضيافة
and
التي تلقيناها
the hospitality that we have
حكومة
received
وشعب جنوب
from
أفريقيا.
the people of South
نحن
Africa.
نقدر
We appreciate
موافقة
the
قادة
position
مجموعة
of the BRICS
على
members
ضم
to include the UAE into this group. In the recent years, the UAE has continued its search to obtain membership in international organizations while committed to enhancing dialogue and international economy, and our approach is to follow cooperation in order to find solutions to the problems facing our world, such as climate change, poverty, and healthcare, education for the most vulnerable segments of our society. Many loopholes, economic loopholes or developmental loopholes in areas, and we would like to take the opportunity to communicate with other countries and peoples within this group and outside the group in order to achieve prosperity at large space that includes all the people of this world. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the BRICS community, which represents a quarter of the world economy and home to half the population of the world, is prepared to play a pivotal role in shaping international agenda and setting the international agenda in the coming years. In this regard, I see that it is most important to emphasize that United Arab Emirates is considered one of the most of commercial partners, investment partners to the members of the BRICS group. As the non-oil trade has reached $750 billion and investment $38 billion between the year 2018-2023. It is worth mentioning that the United Arab Emirates is the second country that is not found to join the new development bank in 2020. This emphasizes our understanding, a very early understanding of the role that BRICS can play in enhancing international development and economic growth for all. On the other hand, the United Arab Emirates has shown a strong commitment to political participation and close diplomatic participation with the BRICS countries, and in a wider area, using an open approach to international affairs, whether the framework of partners with COP28, which was going to be held in Dubai in November, or other forums of multi-parties. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the meeting of today in Africa indicates our joint objective, which aims to build something more than multilateralism. The United Arab Emirates is keen to benefit from international forums, including BRICS, to establish new partnerships and to support development agenda in the global south, in the sense that it is a trade partner and investor in the African continent. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to reiterate that the United Arab Emirates, being a country that lies in the crossroads of trade routes, is very keen to enhance peace and stability, prosperity in the Middle East, and aspires to enhance partnerships, wider partnerships with BRICS today and tomorrow. I am very happy with regard to our discussions today, and I would like once again to reiterate my appreciation of having invited me to participate in this platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Shukran.
Royal Highness. I now invite His Excellency Slamba Tsohwane, Vice President of the Republic of Botswana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, allow me to recognize His Excellency Mr. Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa and Chair of BRICS, and his deputy. Allow me, equally important, to observe that the BRICS leaders have already been recognized. Allow me to deem protocol as observed. Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank the BRICS Summit host, President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa of the Republic of South Africa, to have invited His Excellency Dr. Mokgweetsi Eric Masisi, the President of the Republic of Botswana, to participate in BRICS-Africa outreach and BRICS Plus dialogues under the theme BRICS and Africa, Partnership for Mutually Accelerated Growth, Sustainable Development and Inclusive Multilateralism. Unfortunately, due to other pressing commitments, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Botswana, who would have loved to be here, is unable to be here today. His Excellency has delegated me to represent him. Today's theme is apt because it acknowledges and recognizes the important role the BRICS plays in promoting strategic partnerships that spur accelerated growth and sustainable development, and inclusive multilateralism, particularly for developing regions such as Africa. Excellencies, it is worrisome that economic growth on the African continent remains sluggish, dragged down by a series of severe and mutually reinforcing shocks, including COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, surging inflation, and low investment growth, food and energy crisis, to mention but a few. Excellencies, despite being hit by a confluence of shocks, African economies remain resilient. However, there is need to accelerate growth by, among others, scaling up energy investments. 2, increasing the employability of workers as well as the productivity of enterprises through skills development. 3, enhancing digital cooperation and developing dynamic innovation ecosystems. 4, partnering with countries of Global South in creating mechanisms for intellectual property protection and commercialization. 5, strengthening participation in manufacturing global value chains through increasing value-added exports and promoting innovation. And 6, lastly, broadening and diversifying financial products. Mr. Chairman, recognizing that BRICS economies represent a significant share of both global trade and world GDP, there is an opportunity to enhance economic cooperation and open new opportunities, boost economic exports and attract foreign investment to the African continent. Excellencies, the Sustainable Development Goals report of 2023 illustrates that halfway to the deadline of 2030 agenda, we are leaving more than half of the world behind, casting doubt of the likelihood of realizing sustainable development goals. On that note, Mr. Chairman, I must recognize milestones by different countries. they demonstrate pockets of successes. In that note, Mr. Speaker, in the context of the health target of the Global Sustainable Development Goal, Botswana has achieved a milestone under what is regarded as 95-95-95. We are able, or we have been able to achieve 95-98-98. This is what raises hope, Mr. Chairman. Within the African Union, we are gearing up into second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063, whose goals and targets have a 70% inherent interconnections with those of Agenda 2030. Excellencies, about half of the Agenda 2030 targets are off track. Then inadvertently, Africa's Agenda 2063 is also in peril. Like Agenda 2063, Mr. Chairman, there exists an SDG financing gap that is exacerbated by climate change and conflict on the African continent. Clearly, reforms of the global finance system and more targeted financing solutions are needed to get back on track to meet the global goals. The BRICS New Development Bank stands to make a meaningful impact in providing valuable resources to help fill the massive gap in investment and infrastructure and sustainable development in developing countries. Excellencies, Botswana remains committed to a more equitable, inclusive, and effective international order. We are of the conviction that Africa ought to have an enhanced presence and voice at the table of global diplomacy. For us, this is a legitimate demand, as Africa is increasingly being recognized as a new center of power, as others already stated today. Today's dialogues are a perfect platform to continue efforts towards a more representative, fairer, and balanced international order. Excellencies, we note with keen interest the BRICS leaders' ongoing discussions on BRICS expansion, underscoring the growing significance of this bloc. We view the BRICS family as an important trade and development partners, sources of foreign direct investment, and champions of the interests of the global South. On trade, we are also following the BRICS leaders' discussions on the possibility to use local currencies in trading. Under the African Continental Free Trade Area, a Pan-African payment and settlement system has been launched in 2022 that enables the efficient flow of money across African borders, bringing about financial integration. We believe that this payment system will shape the ebb and flow of not only intra-Africa trade, but also trade with countries of the global South and the rest of the world. As previous speakers have clearly stated, partnerships in a bedrock of the BRICS since its founding. In this respect, I commend the BRICS country to promoting inclusivity and engagement with our beloved continent of Africa through the BRICS Africa Outreach and BRICS Plus dialogue. Before I conclude, Mr. Chairman, I would like, Mr. Chairman, because of other pressing commitments, to seek leave immediately as I have concluded. I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance for a long day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I now invite His Excellency General Nyikadzino Chiwenga, Vice President of Zimbabwe.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa and Chair of the BRICS, heads of states and governments, honorable ministers, Your Excellencies, shareholders of the new Development Bank, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am representing His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, who could not be here because of we are running currently, we have got an election currently going on in our country. And I caught his message. On behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Zimbabwe, and on my own behalf, I wish to express profound appreciation to you, President Cyril Ramaphosa, and the people of the Republic of South Africa for your warm welcome and the hospitality extended to my delegation since their arrival in this beautiful city of Johannesburg. Let me commend you, Mr. Chairman, for inviting me and other leaders of the African countries to attend this auspicious summit and to engage in the dialogue with the BRICS leaders. Your efforts to ensure that the African continent is placed on the agenda of BRICS are highly commendable. Mr. President, your lobbying for concrete support from the BRICS nations towards Africa's development is indeed an attestation of South Africa's commitment to the ethos of the Pan-Africanism and South-South cooperation. Excellencies, this summit comes at a time when some countries from the global north are politicizing and weaponizing the global economy at the detriment of small and developing nations. The world is under pressure from multiple complex and interconnected crises, which the strong take advantage of the most vulnerable among the community of nations. Actions that incite conflicts, distort international norms, are now sacrosancted. Whilst the Cold War mentality broke confrontation, protectionism, unilateralism, and the imposition of illegal, unilateral, politically motivated coercive measures ensue, encouraged by the powerful countries in the global north. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, although global development has suffered major setbacks due to the evolving security challenges, this group of emerging economies has upheld the spirit of peace than of war, the spirit of progress than regression, the spirit of openness than isolation, the spirit of cooperation than confrontation, inclusiveness and win-win cooperation. This group has practiced true multilateralism and achieved solid results in pragmatic and mutual coexistence. To us, BRICS is family, and it is our hope that with the joining of more developing countries, BRICS will represent the global south with a louder voice on the world stage. Developing countries should stand together and refuse to be intimidated by imperialist behavior. We should reject zero-sum games, power politics, and unite towards the main goal of building a community with a shared future for mankind. Excellencies, Zimbabwe, like many other countries in Africa, is committed to pursuing a path of sustained economic growth and transformation through continental integration. We are pleased to be working with the BRICS partners to successfully implement our market integration objectives. All African countries and BRICS nations share similar views and interest in improving and reforming the current international order and global governance system. The world needs a just global order which provides the future we want, which leaves no one and no place behind. Excellencies, let me take this opportunity to express the strong and unwavering intent of Zimbabwe to join the BRICS alliance. Zimbabwe as a nation recognizes the immense value and potential that BRICS holds for the economic and political development of our country and the African continent as a whole. As a country, Zimbabwe perceives how BRICS represents a formidable alliance that fosters a multipolar and inclusive world order. Joining this alliance would provide Zimbabwe with a unique opportunity to collaborate with like-minded nations and harness the benefits for collective strength. Excellencies, as a country, Zimbabwe applauds the establishment of the new development bank and the proposal to use local currencies between member states in the BRICS and other countries of the South. Like other countries of the South, Zimbabwe hopes to benefit from the new development bank as an alternative source of funding for developmental projects. I am pleased to inform you that despite our detractors to undermine our democracy, which we fought for through the armed struggle, Zimbabwe successfully held the much anticipated 2023 harmonized general elections in accordance with our laws. We are also guided and informed by the SADC principles and guidelines governing elections, as well as the AU Declaration on Principles Governing Democratic Elections in Africa. These were elections in which all parties were free to campaign in all areas of the country. Elections which competing ideas were discussed and debated freely and openly. I took it upon myself and other opposition leaders to preach the message of peace, non-violence, harmony, love, and unity before, during, and after the elections. Zimbabweans went out in their millions to define their destiny and shape their future, calmly and peacefully, in full glare of a broad spectrum of international observers and global media. The electorate exercised its democratic right to elect leaders of its choice. Let me assure you that Zimbabwe will continue to be peaceful as we wait for the announcement of the harmonized general election results by the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission in line with our laws. In conclusion, let me assure you that as a country, we are fully behind BRICS in its role on Africa's development in line with the theme of this summit, BRICS and Africa, Partnership for Mutually Accelerated Growth, Sustainable Development, and Inclusive Multilateralism, cross-court, and I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I now invite His Excellency Don Pramudwinai, Deputy Prime Minister and also Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Thailand.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Mr. Paul Mashatile, Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Secretary General of the United Nations, Honorable President and Prime Minister, distinguished delegates. I wish to thank the government of South Africa for hosting this BRICS Plus meeting at a time and juncture where vision, courage, and leadership are so needed to meet the increasingly complex challenges of the world. BRICS provides a foreground for the growing clout and role of emerging economies that could rise above the political and ideological divide. It represents a novel type of cooperation that not only recognizes but respects each nation's sovereign rights. It seeks to find a common ground for advancing tangible and intangible developments that are inclusive and sustainable, and based on the shared interest and common benefits of our peoples. After all, rising tide should raise all boats. Thailand welcomes the decision of BRICS leaders to expand the grouping's membership so it truly represents the world's diversity and inclusive development. On our part, Thailand has partaken in all 3 BRICS Plus meetings since it was launched in 2017. Our participation is not just to show up, but to demonstrate our shared vision with that of BRICS and our commitment to quality development as a unifying and enabling factor of world peace and common prosperity. On the matter of African outreach, our engagement with Africa dates back over a few decades. We have projects in more than 50 African nations, providing scholarships, sharing our development models of sufficiency economy philosophy that focuses on sustainability and grassroots participation to foster that sense of ownership. We share our experience in the new bio-circular green economic model that highlights the complementarity between development and environmental equilibrium. 2 facts evident in BRICS and BRICS Plus efforts is the importance of multilateralism and cooperative competition, or co-opetition, that leads to the constructive outcomes for all involved. Because its primary motivation is not to win at the expense of others, but rather to gain and optimize knowledge of relative competence for development and cooperation. Your Excellencies, Mr. Deputy President or President at this juncture, distinguished delegates, Thailand shares the same fundamental policy direction with BRICS and BRICS Plus of enhancing the role of emerging economies and South-South collaboration in addressing the global governance, as well as the multifaceted human security, being it in the realm of economy, finance, infrastructure, food, energy, or climate change, etc., etc. We seek to further engage with BRICS and all partners in furtherance of the fulcrum for peace, growth, and sustainable development, and inclusive multilateralism. Our parting plea to this congregation now here today and the world at large is that we all should strive for peace and unity and turn our differences into our strength for development, not the justification for war and conflicts. I trust that the goal and objective of every government is the betterment of the livelihood of our peoples, not the infliction of sufferings and deprivation. Such is not an unattainable lofty ideal, but our guiding realism as envisioned by the Secretary General of the United Nations in his new agenda for peace. Thank you, BRICS, and thank you, Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I now invite His Excellency Dr. Ziad Abu Amin, Deputy Prime Minister of the State of Palestine.
His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa. Your Excellency, the Chair, Paul Mashatile, the Vice President of the Republic of South Africa. On behalf of President Mahmoud Abbas, the President of the State of Palestine, I convey the warmest regards and deep gratitude to Your Excellencies for inviting Palestine to this summit. And I also convey the greetings of our President to the leaders of the BRICS group, as well as to all the leaders and participants in this important gathering. Excellencies, as we gather here today at this momentous summit, we are reminded of the remarkable resilience demonstrated by South Africa in its long journey towards freedom and justice. Just as South Africa's unwavering spirit inspired the whole world, we, the people of Palestine, draw strength from that narrative of triumph over apartheid, oppression, and injustice. I stand before you as a representative of a nation that has time and again demonstrated its unyielding commitment to peace, justice, and human dignity. We are honored to be here among the distinguished leaders of BRICS, nations that collectively hold the potential to shape the path of a global progress. Our presence in this summit as one of the friends of BRICS, a coalition of nations eager to join this dynamic alliance, bears testimony to our shared aspirations for progress and prosperity. We recognize the significance of BRICS as a beacon of cooperation, paving the way for a new era of global economic development and equitable growth. We in Palestine fully embrace the goals of the BRICS countries and the summit are trying to achieve, be it managing the dangers of climate change, enhancing sustainable social and economic development, fighting poverty, and ensuring equality and justice in this world of ours. While respecting the BRICS' unique conditions for entry, Palestine hopes that the BRICS nation would consider at some point our request to become an observant or an associate member in this strategic dialogue. We wish to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, so please keep the door open for us to become a part of this vital alliance. We are firm believers in justice, mutual respect, and shared prosperity with the BRICS leaders and countries which the BRICS leaders and countries are promoting. And now, as we set our sights on the future, we call on each of our friends to support us to end the Israeli occupation of our country, to extend international protection to the people of Palestine. It's crucial to support our bid to become a full member of the United Nations. This endeavor represents a tangible step towards ensuring a just and lasting peace in our region. Thank you all for your support for the just cause of Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now we invite Dr. Abdul Latif bin Rashid Al Zayani, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Bahrain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
Most gracious, most merciful, Your Excellency President Ramaphosa, President of South Africa, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to all of you. I'm very pleased to take part in this forum on behalf of Bahrain and to convey the greetings of His Highness Mohammed bin Isa and his royal and his crown prince, and also to convey their wishes that this summit become a success. Bahrain appreciates the efforts of BRICS in the sense that it is a partner in many countries, to many countries in enhancing stability and sustainable development in the world, and it welcomes the vision for a fair world and prosperous world for all. We have seen the achievements of the BRICS in various areas such as NDP and the partnership of BRICS in the new industry, and this enhances cooperation in the digital transformation and many other areas. The challenges that we are facing today, it requires stronger cooperation between many countries as possible. And as we have seen in responding to COVID-19 and its repercussions that affected economic growth for many countries all over the world. And we have to appreciate, to commend the BRICS group and the help they are given to many countries in the world. The development of such a cooperative partnership is a major principle in our foreign policy in the Kingdom of Bahrain, and it is a natural extension of the principles of tolerance, cooperation, and tolerance in Bahrain. And for this reason, Bahrain has recently requested joining the BRICS, and we welcome the decision to expand BRICS in this summit, and we congratulate the countries that have been accepted, whose membership has been accepted, and by deepening cooperation between countries of same views on the basis of international law, mutual respect, and comprehensive multilateralism, we can enhance our interests and our joint aspirations in various fields. And we see that there are potential for working together and exchange of expertise, building individual and collective capacities in various areas such as trade and sharing of technology, healthcare, and tourism. And we can be able to achieve this by realizing benefits to our countries and also to accelerate prosperity and strategic cooperation which transcends geographical boundaries. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to reiterate our commitment in the Kingdom of Bahrain to enhance our relationship with the BRICS group and also the countries that are taking part in BRICS Plus today. We also emphasize that we are very keen to actively engage and participate in the next meetings, and we express our confidence that this summit is going to be a landmark in enhancing continuous cooperation in favor of the whole world. In conclusion, I wish the nations of the countries taking part in this summit and to the nations of the world. We wish them peace, prosperity, and prosperity and peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I now invite His Excellency, Mr. Sergei Alenik of the Republic of Belarus, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President Ramaphosa, distinguished heads of state and governments, dear colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the President of the Republic of Belarus, His Excellency Alexander Lukashenko, we congratulate the Republic of South Africa on its successful BRICS chairmanship and warm hospitality provided to all of us. Belarus highly appreciates the first-time opportunity to be part of the BRICS Plus and BRICS outreach dialogues. The historic significance of the 15th BRICS Summit and these dialogues is obvious not only for all those present here, but also for the majority of the countries in the world. At the times of global transformation, a key role should be played by the structures that do not multiply the dividing lines, but recognize the shared responsibility for the present and common future of the humanity. It is now more than ever the world needs organizations and platforms which seek ways to improve cooperation, to ensure development, and move forward rather than oppose each other. This is how Belarus sees BRICS. We are impressed by its inclusiveness and focus on common interests, equality and solidarity of all its members. A growing number of countries wishing to join the association is a vivid proof of BRICS' appeal in the region and the world. Belarus is not beyond the pale of this process. Moreover, we maintain a high level of bilateral relations with all the member countries of BRICS. In May this year, President of Belarus officially expressed the intention of our country to join BRICS group. We hope that our application will be favorably considered and accepted. Of course, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate all the countries which have been approved by BRICS members for the full-fledged membership. We have something to offer, and we are ready to work actively on all issues of its agenda. Belarus supports and generates initiatives aimed at building a more fair and safer world in the global and regional dimensions, and consistently advocates a diversity of ways for countries and people to progress. We are ready to consolidate the efforts and work closely together with the BRICS member countries in these most important areas. We do not pose a threat to anyone and do not generate tension. We advocate peace, creation, and sustainable development. As many of you know, Belarus has been actively involved in peacekeeping efforts in our region for nearly a decade now. Despite an unprecedented illegal pressure my country is facing nowadays, Belarus is strongly committed to the principles of just world order, peaceful coexistence, indivisible security, and mutual respect among all state actors. Belarus is one of the world leaders in exports of IT services per capita. It's a significant producer of engineering, mining, agricultural machinery, chemical and petrochemical products, as well as food. We are a reliable partner for mutual trade and investment for the implementation of joint projects with BRICS members and with all the countries in Africa. We are ready to share our knowledge, and we rely
of the China-Africa Leaders Roundtable Dialogue.
heads of state and government, and chairs of regional economic communities in Africa, representative of the African Union Commission, President Azali Assoumani, President of the Comoros, Chair of the African Union, ministers and advisors, ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to welcome you all to this China-Africa Leaders Roundtable Dialogue, which I'm co-chairing with President Xi Jinping. This dialogue has been convened to consider the role of China-Africa relations in supporting the goal of regional integration in Africa, as outlined in the African Union's Agenda 2063, promoting the movement of goods, services, people, and capital across Africa is vital for the future growth and prosperity of our beloved continent, Africa. African economic integration promises to open up more opportunities for African producers and consumers. It also promises the costs of trade and to attract large-scale investment into our continent. South Africa and China have just successfully concluded the fourth state visit by President Xi Jinping to South Africa, by which we are truly honored. The state visit afforded us an opportunity to share views and to affirm the importance of the comprehensive strategic partnership that South Africa and the People's Republic of China has. We discussed the deepening of South-South cooperation and issues of mutual interest in international affairs within the multilateral formations of BRICS, the G20, the G77 plus China, and others. We have also just concluded the 15th BRICS Summit, which is reaching conclusion as we speak. A priority of South Africa's chairship of BRICS is to address African developmental challenges, building on an existing partnership to deliver tangible benefits for Africa. All BRICS partners support the AU's Agenda 2063 and are significant investors in our continent. The new development bank, with its African Regional Centre in Johannesburg, also continues to mobilize sources for infrastructure development. And under its new leadership, we all heard what their vision is for our continent in terms of supporting infrastructure development. This significant infrastructure investment needed to operationalize the Africa Continental Free Trade Area will unlock the benefits of the continental market and generate mutually beneficial opportunities for both African and BRICS countries. These opportunities relate not only to trade and investment, but also in driving sustainable development and increased standards of living for the people of our continent. In this regard, we thank the Chinese government for expressing its full support to the South African BRICS chairship in fulfilling the African agenda. We need to place China-Africa relations in the context of the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, FOCAC, which advances a strategic and cooperative partnership between the continent of Africa and China. There is a need to further strengthen consultation and coordination on FOCAC to enhance implementation and practical cooperation in various fields under the Dakar Action Plan. Future engagement should be aligned with the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063. There should be joint monitoring and evaluation as well. South Africa calls for a review of all FOCAC projects so that we can ascertain the level of implementation. We would welcome technical, financial, and capacity building support for the identified projects. We are in full support of the Belt and Road Initiative that China has been implementing, and this has resulted in the creation of new road, rail, port, and energy investments on the African continent. Investing in infrastructure is essential, and infrastructure investments also foster innovation and productivity, and they lower transaction costs as well. And as we move forward with the decade of Agenda 2063, we must focus on African countries reaching middle income status and empowering African citizens through improved productivity. We need to build more integrated and a more connected Africa. Central to African growth is going to be the African Continental Free Trade Area, and through this we hope to be able to boost economic growth on our continent. It will also lead to industrialization for the African continent, and where we will be able to address underdevelopment, unemployment, women's empowerment, climate change, and energy and youth development as well. As part of deepening China-Africa relations, we should enhance cooperation in the international affairs as well as within various multilateral institutions. China and Africa should cooperate in calling for the creation of institutional mechanisms that will have the stature, the form, and the global trust to effectively manage matters of global peace and security. Our deliberations this evening will afford us the opportunity to address a number of key developmental challenges that are specific to Africa. Dealing with regional challenges will further enhance our goals and regional integration in support of our continent's integration. This can only be achieved with all our commitment and through the assistance of important development partners like China. I'd like, as I end, to extend a word of gratitude to China, a country that came to the aid of our continent at the greatest time of need. As we were going through the challenges of COVID-19, it was China that stood up and gave assistance to the African continent. I remember very clearly, as I was chair of the African Union, calling President Xi Jinping on the telephone and urging him to assist us with their personal protective equipment and later with vaccines, but also much later with debt relief. And in all those occasions, as I spoke to President Xi, on the phone on more or less 3 occasions, I found a partner of Africa willing to assist at the time of great need for our continent. So I would say that in China, we have a partner who is able to see the developmental needs of our continent. And in us, President Xi Jinping, you have a partner, many countries on our continent, that you can walk the path of mutual beneficial interests. And we are fully aware that this is not a one-way interest journey. It's a mutual beneficial interest, which we as African countries want to promote, and we are thankful that you also subscribe to that. In this regard, I once again welcome all of you to this important roundtable dialogue and look forward to our engagement. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, Excellencies, Heads of State, colleagues, I thank President Ramaphosa for his statement. South Africa has held BRICS summits multiple times, actively reflected the African characters in BRICS cooperation, and played an important role for China and Africa to deepen cooperation within the BRICS framework. China is ready to work with South Africa to make new efforts to strengthen China-Africa cooperation and the cooperation between BRICS and Africa. I now make a statement on behalf of the Chinese side. Your Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, Your Excellencies, colleagues, it is a great pleasure to co-chair with President Ramaphosa the China-Africa Leaders Dialogue. I feel a particular warmth seeing my African friends face to face after 5 years to celebrate our friendship and chart the way forward for our cooperation. I thank my friends for attending the meeting and send sincere greetings to leaders of other African countries who are not with us today. Africa is a fertile land of hope in the 21st century. This is my 10th visit to the continent. Each time, I feel the new development and in Africa. As the Organization of African Unity marks its 60th anniversary this year, I wish to convey heartfelt congratulations to you all and to the African people. Over the past 60 years, under the banner of Pan-Africanism, African countries have made big strides on the path of independence, seeking strength through unity and integration. You have demonstrated the strength of Africa in the struggles to uphold multilateralism and the common interests of developing countries. With steady progress, Agenda 2063 of the African Union, the official launch of the African Continental Free Trade Area, and growing coordination among the sub-regional groups, Africa is becoming an important pole with global influence. In 2013, when I became Chinese president, I was here in Africa for my first foreign visit. and announced the principle of sincerity, real results, amity, and good faith for China's Africa policy. Over the past 10 years, China has stayed committed to this principle. Together with our and drawing strength from the spirit of China-Africa friendship and cooperation, we have pressed ahead on the path of solidarity and cooperation, stood for justice amid shifting global dynamics, and looked out for each other in face of the COVID-19 pandemic. We have taken China-Africa relations to new heights and entered the new stage of jointly building a high-level China-Africa community with a shared future. Colleagues, China is marching toward the second centenary goal of building itself into a great modern socialist country in all respects that is prosperous, strong, democratic, culturally advanced, harmonious, and beautiful when the People's Republic marks the centenary. We are pursuing the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation on all fronts through a Chinese path to modernization. Africa is moving at an accelerated speed toward the bright prospects envisioned in Agenda 2063 and making all-out efforts to build a new Africa that enjoys peace, unity, prosperity, and strength. China and Africa must work together to create a sound environment for realizing our respective development visions. Let's work together to promote a just and equitable international order. We should carry forward the spirit of sticking together in times of adversity, practice true multilateralism, and unequivocally oppose vestiges of colonialism and hegemonism in all forms. We should firmly support each other in defending core interests, stand strong by the just cause of developing countries, and work for a more just and equitable international order. Let's work together to safeguard a peaceful and secure global environment. Africa is working unremittingly for the goal of silencing the guns. China is ready to work with Africa to implement the new vision of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security. Advocate the resolution of differences and disputes through dialogue and cooperation. Facilitate the political settlement of international and regional hotspot issues and safeguard world peace and stability. We should uphold harmonious coexistence between man and nature and protect the security of the global eco-environment. Let's work together to build an open and inclusive world economy. What we need is to remove barriers rather than erect walls, open up rather than close off. We should carry out extensive consultation and make joint contribution for shared benefit. Reject the winner-take-all approach and build an open world economy where developing countries are better involved in the international division of labor and share the fruits of economic globalization. We should overcome estrangement between civilizations through exchanges, promote inclusiveness and mutual learning between civilizations, and make new contributions to human progress. Colleagues, there are various paths leading to modernization. The African people have most say on which path suits Africa best. Advancing modernization through integration is the independent choice made by African countries and people. On this path to modernization, China has all along been a firm supporter and working side by side with Africa. Over the years, China has helped Africa build a large amount of connectivity infrastructure, carried out extensive cooperation with the AU and sub-regional organizations, and assisted the construction of several signature Pan-African projects, including the AU Conference Centre and the Africa Centre for Disease Control and Prevention. Looking ahead, China will work with Africa to enhance the synergy of our development strategies. Through Belt and Road cooperation and the Forum on China-Africa cooperation, and in light of Agenda 2063, China will intensify dialogue and communication with Africa at various levels and support the African agencies for integration, including the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, and the African Union of Broadcasting, among others, in creating cooperation mechanisms with China. China will continue to support Africa in speaking with one voice on international affairs and continuously elevating its international standing. China will work actively at the G20 summit next month to support the AU's full membership in the group. China supports making special arrangements on the UN Security Council reform to meet Africa's aspiration as a priority. China will call on multilateral financial institutions to enhance the stability of African countries. To chart the course for our practical cooperation in the next stage and help Africa bring its integration and modernization into a fast track, I wish to make the following 3 proposals. China will launch the Initiative on Supporting Africa's Industrialization. China will better harness its resources for cooperation with Africa and the initiative of businesses to support Africa in growing its manufacturing sector and realizing industrialization and economic diversification. In implementing the 9 programs under the FOCAC framework, China will channel more resources of assistance, investment, and financing toward programs for industrialization. China will launch the Plan for China Supporting Africa's Agricultural Modernization. China will help Africa expand grain plantation, encourage Chinese companies to increase agricultural investment in Africa, enhance cooperation with Africa on seed and areas of agrotechnology, to support Africa in transforming and upgrading its agricultural sector. China will host the 2nd Forum on China-Africa Cooperation in Agriculture in Hainan this November. To help Africa tackle the current food crisis, China will provide additional emergency food assistance to some African countries in need. More importantly, China has confidence that Africa will attain food self-sufficiency through its own efforts. China will launch the Plan for China-Africa Cooperation on Talent Development. China plans to train 500 principals and high-caliber teachers of vocational colleges and 10,000 technical personnel with both Chinese language and vocational skills for Africa every year. China will invite 20,000 government officials and technicians of African countries to participate in workshops and seminars to support Africa in strengthening education and innovation. We will launch the China-Africa Universities 100 Cooperation Plan and 10 pilot exchange programs of China-Africa Partner Institutes. Colleagues, the world today is undergoing shifts and turmoil, and changes unseen in a century are unfolding at a faster pace. At this point of history, we all face the tasks of how to address the deficit in development, overcome security challenges, and enhance mutual learning between civilizations. In view of this, I have put forward the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, and the Global Civilization Initiative, called for peace, development, cooperation, and mutual benefit, and advocated building a community with a shared future for mankind. These proposals have received the valuable support of African countries. China and Africa, through our creative explorations for modernization, are giving our answers to the questions of our times and making joint efforts to advance the great endeavors of win-win cooperation, harmonious coexistence, and shared prosperity of civilizations. Next year, China will host the 4CAC meeting, where we shall come together again and draw up new plans for our development. It is a big gathering that both sides are looking forward to. I am confident that China and Africa will carry forward the traditional friendship, enhance solidarity and coordination, and bolster our cooperation across the board. As we join hands to advance modernization, we will deliver a better future for the Chinese and African people and set a fine example in the building of a community with a shared future for mankind. I thank you. Colleagues, according to our agenda, I will chair session 1 of our dialogue. First, I give the floor to President Azali Assoumani, rotating chairperson of the African Union.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Excellency, President Xi Jinping, dear friends.
Of international events. Close collaboration with BRICS will therefore enable us to collectively chart major decisions in the interest of our welfare and of our common future. Chair, Excellencies, Mauritius believes in regular consultations between BRICS and Africa, which will strengthen our partnership and address issues on the global agenda for a better and brighter future. We are confident that the South African chairmanship of the BRICS will continue to be the voice of the global South and promote inclusivity. Let me conclude, Chair, by reiterating our deep appreciation to the government of South Africa for its invitation to the summit, for its warm welcome and its hospitality. I have done, Chair, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister. I now take this opportunity to invite His Excellency, Mr. Abzir Omajama, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the Republic of Somalia, Federal Republic of Somalia. You have the floor.
Your Excellency, honorable delegates of the BRICS nations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's an honor to address before you today as the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the Federal Republic of Somalia. Our journey has been marked by resilience, determination, and the unwavering spirit of our people as we participate in this BRICS conference. We are reminded that collaboration and mutual understanding hold the key to forging a brighter future that transcends borders and benefits all humanity. In Somalia, we are gradually transforming the scars of our past into stepping stones towards progress. Our economy is emerging as a beacon of hope, a testament to the boundless potential that resides within each of our nations. Through perseverance and strategic planning, we have cultivated an environment where innovation thrives and opportunities abound for our citizens. This forum provides a befitting platform where nations converge to deliberate, share experience, and forge partnerships. Together, we possess the power to shape policies that prioritize sustainable development, inclusivity, and the eradication of poverty. Your Excellencies, as we navigate the complex web of international relations, let us remain mindful that our shared values and aspirations unite us more closely than our differences may divide us. Our diversity is our strength, and by pooling our expertise, resources, and wisdom, we can tackle the most pressing challenges of our time. From climate change to economic inequality, from technological advancement to public health crisis, our cooperation can be a force for positive change. By building bridges between our nations, we create pathways for cultural exchange, trade, and the exchange of knowledge. It's through these exchanges that we learn to appreciate the richness of our differences and to build a world where every voice matters. Your Excellencies, the road ahead is not without obstacles, but we stand united in our commitment to overcoming them. Let us work collaboratively to ensure that our economy becomes an engine of sustainable growth, generating prosperity for our people. Let us strive to create an environment where innovation is nurtured, where the fruits of development are equitably shared, and where no one is left behind. Having said that, I conclude by reminding all of us that as we engage in dialogue and cooperation, let us be guided by principles of fairness, justice, and compassion. We urge the nations represented here to seize the opportunity to shape a world that reflects the hopes and dreams of every citizen, regardless of their nationality and background. I thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Your Excellencies, we are now left with 6 statements. Let me just indicate who they are so we make sure we don't miss anybody. So it will be the Republic of Algeria, Republic of Angola, Republic of Gambia, the State of Kuwait, Republic of Mauritania, and lastly, the Republic of Rwanda. Those are the remaining statements for this afternoon or early evening. So what we're going to do is I'm going to ask Minister of Agriculture and Land Reform, Minister Togo Titis, to facilitate the remaining statements. And after that, I will return to close the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy President Mashatile, and good evening, ministers and deputy ministers present. I would now like to invite His Excellency, the Minister of Finance of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, Mr. Lazil Fayed. Over to you, sir.
سيد الرئيس، أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، أيها السيدات والسادة الأفاضل، اسمحوا لي في البداية أن أنقل لكم تحية الأخوية لرئيس الجمهورية الجزائرية السيد عبد المجيد تبون، وأخص بالذكر قادة الدول مجموعة البريكس وعلى رأسهم أخيها رئيس جنوب إفريقيا ماتاميلا سيريل رامافوزا على دعوته الكريمة للمشاركة في هذا المنتدى، حيث تناقش أهم الرهانات العالمية المترابطة وترتسم معالم مستقبل واعد لتعاون وتضامن الدوليين. سيد الرئيس، إن التغيرات المتسارعة التي يشهدها العالم اليوم أفرزت مزيج معقد من التحديات التي يجب التصدي لها ومن الفرص التي ينبغي استغلالها على أمثل وجه. فيما يخص التحديات فإن العولمة السعيدة كما وصفت أصبحت اليوم في التراجع، وأطر الشراكات متعددة الأطراف قد انتبه لانتعاش الأنانيات والتشكيك في الغير والانكماش على الذات، كما بات من الواضح أن السلوكيات الأحادية ومنطق الإملاءات قد فرضت على الدول النامية محل القيم الأساسية للتعاون والشراكة والتضامن. أمام هذه التجاذبات فإن الموضوع الذي اختارته رئاسة جنوب إفريقيا لهذا الاجتماع يستوقفنا جميعا ليعبر على ضرورة الملحة لإعادة الترتيب النظام الدولي من منظوم الاستدامة والشمولية من خلال الارتكاز على مبادئ العدالة والإنصاف والتعددية القطبية المتناسقة. إن الجزائر تتخذ هذه المبادئ الأساسية مع مجموعة البريكس التي تبرز اليوم كمحرك للتغيير الإيجابي في العالم، حيث تشكل مقاربة الشراكات التي تقدمها الدول مجموعات بديلا مجديا للتوترات والانقسامات التي تميز العالم اليوم، وفرصة لبناء نظام دولي منصف ومتعدد الأقطاب قائم على الاحترام المتبادل. إن التاريخ يشهد بأن الجزائر كانت فتريعة الدول التي رفعت من أجل بناء نظام عالمي اقتصادي جديد أكثر عدالة، حيث أقرت بلادي بمناسبة انعقاد الجمعية الرابعة لحركة عدم الانحياز بالجزائر في سبتمبر 1993 لأن
that is more just. Algeria on the occasion of the first summit of the non-aligned movement in September 1933 acknowledged that all means of control in the global economy were served for a minority of advanced countries. In doing so, Algeria calls for an international system based on principles of justice. Mr. President, Algeria, based on the alignment of its view with the countries of this group in terms of strategic vision and fundamental principles, has put forward its candidacy to join. This stems from this understanding that the choice of alliance and bloc formation is a sovereign, strategic and developmental choice. It is a choice that contributes as a cornerstone to the framework of cooperation and partnerships with other components of the international community. As my country has learned of the decision announced today by the leaders of BRICS group, inviting 6 new countries to membership as a first phase and the intention to open the door for other countries in the near future, our conviction remains steadfast that Algeria, with its glorious history, rich assets in various fields, and its geostrategic location offers clear advantages in seeking membership. Its diversified and progressive growing economy, driven by its creative and youthful energy, along with abundant natural resources, create opportunities for fruitful cooperation with the group. In addition to these qualifications, Algeria's commitment to peaceful conflict resolution is made in a primacy of dialogue in crisis resolution, respect for international law, and support for just causes reflect its adherence to principles that are central to the values of the group. In commitment to achieve peace, stability, and sustainable global scale. Mr. President, in conclusion, I would like to reiterate our readiness to work with the BRICS group to establish a strong and enduring partnership based on an integrated approach that enhances South-South cooperation and solidifies fraternal ties among member states. Mutual respect should be a fundamental principle governing our interactions. Thank you very much for your kind listening.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We'll now move to His Excellency Mr. Jose Liva Mosano, the Minister of Economic Coordination of the Republic of Angola. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Sua Excelência, Sr. Cyril Ramaphosa, Presidente da República da África do Sul, Excelências Chefes de Estado dos BRICS, Excelências Chefes de Estado e de Governo, Ministros e representantes de organizações internacionais, altos funcionários e membros do corpo diplomático, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. Em nome de Sua Excelência, Sr. João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, Presidente da República de Angola, gostaria de agradecer a Vossa Excelência, Sr. Presidente Cyril Ramaphosa, pelo convite e pela calorosa hospitalidade que nos foi reservada. Compreendemos que a realização deste importante encontro sobre a extensão BRICS-Africa e diálogo BRICS+, que nos coloca reunidos aqui hoje, reconhece a oportunidade para uma cooperação multilateral equilibrada e o fortalecimento de parcerias mutuamente vantajosas entre países e comunidades que perseguem objetivos comuns de desenvolvimento socioeconómico. As diversas crises que vivemos mundialmente neste século deixam a clara importância do desenvolvimento sustentável para o continente africano, que tem perto de 18% da população mundial e onde cerca de 60% tem menos de 25 anos, mas que ainda apresenta níveis elevados de pobreza, não obstante as potencialidades económicas que se reconhecem em cada um dos nossos países. A República de Angola é bem conhecida dos BRICS, porque mantém relações diplomáticas e económicas de longa data, que consideramos estratégicas e de imenso valor. Entretanto, para benefício de muitos outros participantes neste evento, e tendo em conta o tempo que me foi atribuído, farei uma breve introdução do nosso país. Angola é o 7º maior país da África, com uma área territorial de 1,2 milhões de quilómetros quadrados, contando com cerca de 34 milhões de habitantes. Pese embora apresentar um PIB anual de cerca de 120 mil milhões de dólares e os inúmeros recursos naturais de que dispõe, Angola enfrenta ainda o desafio da diversificação económica e do crescimento sustentável e inclusivo. Assim, entre outros objetivos, definimos como prioridades o desenvolvimento do capital humano para proporcionar melhores oportunidades de inclusão social e de geração de renda. E temos na segurança alimentar o veículo estruturante de prosperidade nacional. Engajamos-nos na melhoria da nossa infraestrutura de base em todas as dimensões, que também concorre para a dinamização da nossa indústria. E implementamos diversas reformas macroeconómicas nos últimos 5 anos, tornando Angola mais acessível e atrativa ao investimento. São imensas as oportunidades, desde agricultura à pesca, exploração de madeira, mineração, produção industrial, turismo, banca, seguros, construção, telecomunicações, etc. Mas gostaria de destacar a nossa grande extensão de terras férteis, o clima favorável à agricultura, os muito grandes rios que atravessam o nosso país e que representam uma boa base para o alcance da segurança alimentar com o apoio dos BRICS e dos parceiros de cooperação aqui presentes. Por último, mas não menos importante, sublinho que Angola é um país que se mantém firme no compromisso com a paz e com a cooperação internacional, baseada na soberania dos Estados e no respeito mútuo entre nações. Gostaria de terminar esta minha breve nota estendendo um convite para visitarem Angola e explorar as oportunidades que temos para partilhar no espírito da plataforma BRICS. Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigado. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Just to apologize to everyone, my colleagues, that we did not have the translation in Portuguese. Thank you very much. We now move to His Excellency Mr. Boubacar Osmania Diouf, the Minister of Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment of the Republic of the Gambia. Over to you, sir.
Your Excellencies, Heads of State of BRICS countries, Your Excellencies, Heads of State from African countries, Your Excellency, the United Nations Secretary General, honorable ministers here present, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor and privilege to join the BRICS family as representative of His Excellency Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia, who could not attend the summit due to other domestic commitments. Please allow me, on behalf of His Excellency, the President, to thank President Ramaphosa of South Africa for inviting the Gambia to attend the BRICS-Africa Outreach and BRICS Plus dialogue. In addition, I want to take this opportunity to further thank the President of South Africa and the people of South Africa for the hospitality and excellent facilities accorded me and my delegation since my arrival in this beautiful city of Johannesburg. Chairperson, BRICS nations have become a strong engine of South-South cooperation. The most significant outcome of the emergence of BRICS is the shift they have brought to the balance of power in global affairs. The past decade has steadily accelerated commercial and strategic engagements between BRICS and Africa. The BRICS countries constitute Africa's largest trading partners and are home to their newest investors. BRICS has nourished Africa's economic emergence and elevated the continent's contemporary global positioning. A BRICS-Africa partnership would be important for Africa's journey towards structural transformation, to achieve green industrialization, and to leapfrog towards cleaner technologies. For sustainable and inclusive development, we must pursue a transformational agenda that is aimed at reconciling economic growth with ecological limits and social equity. Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, the 15th summit of the BRICS is happening at a time when the world is facing multiple crises ranging from post-COVID-19 pandemic impacts, climate change, to geopolitical crisis with untold suffering for our people, threatening global peace and stability. We must therefore be resolute in confronting this crisis with all our strength and resources at our disposal. As an inclusive formation of developing and emerging economies that are working together, BRICS-Africa partnership would provide a strong foundation for global peace and security. The partnership must focus on addressing the increasing levels of poverty, inequality, and underdevelopment, as they are the biggest challenges facing the African continent for the longest. Africa is at crossroads between fragile economic growth and determination to race towards industrialization. The continent's structural transformation towards more value-added activities and modern jobs is often deflected by a dominant primary extraction sector, and this presents more major challenges. Many of the ingredients needed for structural transformation will also be useful in fighting climate change and charting a course that is aligned with the continent's aspiration for inclusive green growth. BRICS currently plays an increasingly prominent role in world trade, investment, finance, and governance. Globally, you represent more than 40% of the population, 25% of GDP, and 50% of economic growth. BRICS can therefore have a significant impact on the African continent by offering opportunities and alternative pathways for aligning economic growth in adapting similar comprehensive innovation and approaches for economic transformation. In conclusion, Madam Chair, I want to thank President and the people and all those in the BRICS family for inviting us to this very important forum and giving us the opportunity to share our thoughts. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We now move on to accept the statement from His Excellency Mohammed Othman Al-Alban, Minister of Commerce, Industry and State of Youth of the State of Kuwait. Over to you, sir. I don't see anybody taking the platform. Do we have Kuwait in the room? If not, we will come back, but for now we will move to His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Saleh Abdesalam Ahmed, Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings. Peace be upon the Prophet Muhammad. I would like first to say that I will address you on behalf of the head of delegation, Mauritanian delegation, Minister Mohamed Saleh, Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development. His Excellency, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to convey to the President of the Republic of South Africa the gratitude of His Excellency President of Mauritania for his gracious invitation and his wishes for the success of this distinguished summit. His Excellency President Mohammed Wuld Sheikh Kazwani wanted to be here on this territory that occupies a special place in the hearts of Mauritanian, but because of pre-arrangements he couldn't. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the convening of this summit amidst the crisis in the world, a security crisis, economic crisis, is a demonstration for the strong will of these states to work with all, and especially the leaders of the African continent, for the sustainable development. And in this context, our conviction that in the Islamic Republic of Mauritania that unifying efforts and means to resolve disputes is linked to building an inclusive development that take in consideration the unemployment and the marginalization of women, and also the climate change. Your Excellency, President, ladies and gentlemen, security is responsible for all, and there is no security that could be built on the account of others, and it can't be a sustainable security without the security of all. That's why we are in the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. We call in all conflicts to a peaceful solution that is based on the international law and takes in consideration the interests of all parties, and constitute as a lasting stability and security for to constitute a foundation for the sustainable development. The agenda of sustainable development that was launched by the United Nations in 2015 constitute a reference for us to rely on it to address all these developmental challenges. And in this context, BRICS that represent 25% of the global GDP, and based on its diverse experience and the technological experience, it can play a role of the role of a driver for an inclusive development in the African continent. Ladies and gentlemen, our country enjoys excellent relations with each of the BRICS nations individually, and looking forward to forge a strong partnership with BRICS countries and to benefit from the investment opportunities in our country. And here I would like to mention a few: the renewable energy, minerals, and our country will enter the club of countries who export gas and petrol. And in this context, we also call the new development bank to utilize these investment opportunities and to help funding the economic infrastructure and projects of services to address the developmental and environmental challenges. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the government of Mauritania has led an inclusive policy that aims to guarantee the security and fighting poverty and enhance the social cohesion for a green sustainable development that take in consideration the challenges of the climate change. These reforms, institutional reforms, made a framework that encourage business and supporting the private initiatives, and we are confident that these reforms will give fruitful results, and we count very much on collaboration with friendly countries, and in particular BRICS. Please allow me, before concluding, to congratulate President Ramaphosa and the government and the people of South Africa for convening this successful summit, and the good organizing of and the warm hospitality. And I thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Mohammed Saleh Abdesalam, Minister of Sustainable Development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I now would like to call upon His Excellency Professor Nshuti Manasseh, Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the Republic of Rwanda. Over to you, sir.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, His Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, Heads of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. On behalf of His Excellency Paul Kagame, the President of the Republic of Rwanda, I want to extend our heartfelt congratulations to the people of South Africa for its gracious welcome and for hosting this esteemed gathering. The spirit of hospitality resonates deeply with the spirit of cooperation that unites us as nations working together a bright future. Excellencies, our deliberations today are firmly anchored in the principles of partnership, propelling us towards mutually accelerated growth, sustainable development, and inclusive multilateralism. These principles stand as bedrock of our collective advancement. In these times of intricate global interconnectivity, it's paramount important that we put our efforts to craft comprehensive solutions that effectively tackle our multifaceted challenges we face today. The pressing need for climate ambition serves as an unequivocal reminder that prompt action is imperative to combat climate change. The recovery from COVID-19 pandemic must not be pursued in isolation from a steadfast commitment to environmental sustainability. This juncture presents an opportunity to build our economies with resolute focus on green initiatives. Our investments should center on renewable energy, sustainable infrastructure, and fortification of the resilient communities. Excellencies, while we deliberate on the pivotal subjects, we must not overlook the profound digital divide that persists between our countries in the global landscape. The pandemic has undeniably spotlighted the stark inequalities in technology access and internet connectivity. Bridging this digital chasm is a prerequisite step to ensure equitable participation for our nations, particularly those most vulnerable in this digital age. This inclusivity allows the broadening of access to education resources and the benefits to technological advancement. Esteemed leaders, the matter of financing or development remains a pressing concern. The global economic recovery mandates sustainable investments, necessitating collective efforts to establishing financial mechanisms that are not only impartial and transparent, but also responsive to the needs of developing nations. This imperative entails addressing issues ranging from debt relief, sustainable investment, and innovation financial instruments that foster inclusive growth. Excellencies, on the part of African growth, African governments should take responsibility for their internal securities so that we avoid self-inflicted security issues that end up harming our people and also our development in the process. In this case, amid our endeavors, we must remain mindful of the profound contribution of women and girls. Let us acknowledge their pivotal role in the process of the development, and that empowerment of women is an assurance for the full participation of our economic agents in our development agenda. Excellencies, to conclude my remarks, I wish to extend our invitation to all of you to join us in Kigali in June 2024 for the third meeting of the least developed countries, landlocked countries, and small island developing states known as Kigali Program Action. Through it, we aim to propel our shared objectives of inclusive global economic recovery and sustainable development. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I would like to check whether His Excellency Mohammed Otam Alaban from the Republic of Kuwait is still here. If not, I would like to thank all of you, Your Excellencies, for the interventions that you have made, and I would like to call upon our Deputy President, Mr. Paul Mashatile, to close the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Minister. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring this session to a close, let me take this opportunity on behalf of our President Cyril Ramaphosa, to express our sincere appreciation for your participation in this dialogue and for answering the call to provide leadership, vision, and hope. We all agree on the need for a fair global system and reform of multilateral institutions. We all agree on the need for a mutual beneficial benefit in our economic relations. We all agree on the need for our countries to be treated with respect in our international relations. Let us move forward united in our effort to address our common global challenges. The geopolitical and economic shift taking place across the world mean that we must be quite intentional about how we move forward. We have always been clear that BRICS should champion the core interests of the Global South, especially in overcoming economic, financial, and political marginalization. There is broad consensus on the need for the reform of the architecture of global relations. Without that reform, the vision we set out will not be realized. We need to increase the representation of Africa and the South in all global structures. There should be nothing about us without us. We must continue to champion multilateralism with the United Nations and international law at its core. Actions that seek to limit our policy space, to make us conform to one worldview, to limit our foreign policy independence or to entrench vested interests are an obstacle to multilateralism. Discriminatory trade barriers, policies, and border adjustment measures must be eliminated. These include punitive measures designed to reduce the competitiveness of countries of the Global South. There must be equal opportunities for Africa and the countries of the Global South to access finance, supply chains, trade and investment opportunities. Africa and the Global South must be fully represented in all management bodies, governing councils, institutions, and structures. There should no longer be job reservations on the basis of one's nationality. The world has changed. Global governments must also change. Let us act now and act together to ensure progress and prosperity for all nations and all peoples. I thank you, Excellencies, and wish you a very good evening. Thank you very much. The session is adjourned.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I could see you are still sitting down.
With your support.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh.
Ay, ay.
My brother. Yes. That is first. That is first.
Oh, yes. We're enjoying it here.
My brother. Thank you for inviting me. Yesterday.
Yes, I will invite them. Yeah. Yeah.
Ladies first.
Oh, yes. We're enjoying it here.
Hey, brother. Thank you for inviting me. Yesterday,